just participating. But look at me now, it's just not, because they're not farmers no more, bro. They're not sharecroppers no more. We need to fight for respect in that way so that we can traverse the Western world, the Eastern world, just the entire world in general, because there's a lot of fuck shit going on. So
mine's like, I'm listening to his thing. It's giving me that, you watch a lot of Dave Calloway, right? Because he's the first person to say that the Harriet Tubman story was fabricated. So are you basically trying to say that blacks are Native Americans, bro? Like, is that what you're trying to say?
It was only codified in the 1970s. And before that, it was supposed to be what? Indians? Or something like that. And those Indians were the 1850s, know nothing, so mostly from Siberia. And today they're actually admitting that. So when we look at the history, what do we call ourselves? If we can go back to the history, we can see within the 1790 census that we are listed as Negroes. There's no area for free Negroes. There is an area for free whites. There is an area for slaves. There's no area for free colors. Right? So who are we? And why is it that we are at the beginning of the two-story?
Well, are you guys the coloreds? Were the coloreds here before the Siberians? Or were the coloreds brought on slave ships owned by the Jews?
Coloreds were here far before the Siberians. If you ever want to check was it Smithsonian? They have documents where they show the illustrations of black natives in America.
Alright, wait, baby. I can easily debunk this, bro. Like the whole red shit is so dumb, bro. Bro, if you go deep into the Amazon rainforest, right, which is in southern America, bro, you're gonna find indigenous people, quote unquote Native Americans. They're still there. They still live in their indigenous. Hold on, they still live in their indigenous tribe.
Hold on, Jacob or something.
They still live in their indigenous tribal ways. They have their language, they have their culture, they have their belief system, whatever, right? And these people have been there for thousands of years. And studies showed that the Native Americans, which lived in Southern America, were related to the ones that lived in Northern America, and even the ones that lived in Canada, Alaska, even the Caribbean island. They were all related to one another, right? So my thing is this, right? If blacks are the true Native Americans, how come you don't find them in those regions, right? You don't find, the only places you find black people predominantly is in the southern states of the United States, Brazil, the Caribbean island, and that's it, right? And you know why? Because that's where they took all the enslaved Africans. You don't see them deep into the jungle of Brazil. You don't see them all the way in Alaska. No, you don't see them. And also, right, blacks being natives, Africans being natives to the Americas, especially North America, like that can't be, because for one, right, if North America was truly the indigenous land of black people wouldn't be vitamin D deficient in America, and they're vitamin D deficient because of the sunlight. It's very impotent to the sunlight that is in Africa. No, literally.
Because we literally are all vitamin D deficient, like as a black woman does.
This is not your land. Your body can't even. It's not even adapted to these lands.
Right.
This is why.
Black women just show them like more vitamins.
Harry, can I respond to the for a second? So if you're resting upon vitamin D deficiency, therefore you'd be trying to say that there's some form of evolutionary process why somebody would be able to get more vitamin D from living inside an area, but that's not proven. What your claim is that basically I've never seen a Chinese in Japan. Is that dumb? I mean, I would think it's dumb. I've never gone to China and asked where you come from. Have you done that? I've never gone to Africa and asked where you come from, even though most of the Africans came from America. 30,000 black Americans were sent from America. Wait, brother, I'll let you land. See, you have to start getting triggered every time somebody starts breaking out you. I don't even believe in that tourist attraction that you people made with the monuments of peace and wood. I think that's
his Jewish invention.
Literally. This is the problem, right?
Why did Jews do that? Why would you guys came here 30,000 years before the Native Americans, quote unquote, and then they brought you on their Jew canoes all across from Africa, Actually, no, they didn't. Wait, so why did they own the slave ships if you guys didn't come from Africa? I'm confused.
Well, this is the problem. There was no such thing as a slave ship. A slave ship is you believing in the stupidness that they say. But for the most part, if you have access to documents and you could claim that you have slaves, then you could take those documents into the government and get reimbursed. You don't actually have to have slaves, you just have to have a photograph.
Yeah,
And this is what I'm finding. It's the same way they had PAC and all these other organizations who steal money off the backs of taxpayers. They had a different way to do it back in the days. But if I go by the documentation, one of the first slaves recorded his name was Sambo, which is a hidden deity. And not only that, they said that he worked less hours as an African slave than the white slaves. And then on top of that, he wanted to become a Christian. And that was going to corrupt the whole slave movement because the white Christians used to work longer than African non-Christians.
Well, I kind of want to change back to the topic because, like, you know, however, these indigenous blacks, however they got here, why are black women mad about this beautiful white woman that had an ad? And she said, well, it's in the genes. And, you know, obviously being like pretty and blonde hair and blue-eyed is in your genes, obviously. Why is that bad?
Genes is the basis of the concept of eugenics. And if anybody ascribes to that stupidness, which is only proven by the PCR test invented by Carrie Mullis, who said it was totally theoretical in the first place, therefore you shouldn't follow it. I mean, you have to be not only an idiot, you have to be also pushing.
Well, hold on. You say it's stupid, but let's just start something very factual. How do you get blonde hair and blue eyes? There's only one correct answer.
From your parents.
Which is your genes.
No, you're just saying it's
genes. Yeah, that's what you inherit from your parents is your genes.
Can you show?
Yeah, like that's common sense. Like you get, like if you have two tall parents, you're likely going to be tall. If you have two very short parents, you're likely going to be very short. It's just, I mean, and of course, the chance of how many people, like if I was to go to, I don't know, Guatemala to where the natives live, and like let's say one of the Mayan groups, you know, they generally short in stature, they have kind of a different facial shape, dark skinned, they have pretty particular features. They don't have blonde hair, blue eyed kids. Like that's just not a thing unless it's like albino, which is that's a autoimmune disorder where your immune system attacks your own melanocytes, like in your eyes, basically the pigment in your eyes and your skin. It's not that you inherited the genes for light skin or eyes.
What is melanin, Pepe? What is melanin?
Melanin, well, there's like three main types of melanin, but that's basically what gives you your skin color. And the amount of it and which type of melanin you get will pretty much dictate your skin color.
Can you inject melanin in vitro to change the color of a child?
Are you talking about like gene editing?
No, injecting the melanin itself. I'm not talking about genes yet. But can you inject the melanin to change the color of the child in vitro?
I never heard of such a thing.
So can melanin be used to modify anybody's complexion in vitro or out of vitro?
Midas, do you think the sweetie side is beautiful? That's Sydney Sweetie. Sydney Sweetie. I think it's Sweetie. She's gorgeous though.
Yeah, she don't look bad. Hopefully she's a girl.
I think it's in the genes, like Pepper said. She may have really good genes, and that's why she's beautiful.
I thought she was some nice genes. I thought that was the concept of the article. But for the most part,
I mean, yeah, she bought some nice jeans. It was a play on words, so she bought a nice pair of blue jeans.
Yeah, but can you show us genes? G-E-N-E.
Yes. There's people who work in. Yes, they're geneticists, and they absolutely. So, for example, we do know which genes are responsible for many things, not all things, but for many things. There's obviously it's.
Why is it that the inventor of DNA genealogical testing says it's less than 0.1% accurate? Rick Kittles.
This was in what decade?
It's in the decade that he invented. Would that be a problem?
Yeah, because it probably wasn't that accurate at the time.
So what will make it more accurate now?
Oh, you identify more genes.
Yeah.
You identify more genes, and you see you see whether they have a correlation or causation with certain traits.
Yeah, but even recently, right? People were getting
that hard.
different gene tests from different places, and they were getting different results.
Not really. I mean, like when it comes to ancestry, or what are you talking about?
Like your parents.
Yeah, good chopping up with you, Pepe, man. I mean, it's an interesting room. I like the fact you keep it jiggy or whatever, but you have to research this stuff. You know, God bless you.
Yeah, but how does that relate to the title? I'm really confused.
It's so dumb. I just
I thought it was just me. I didn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. Are those your kids in your? I had to look at your PTR. Your profile? So are those your kids?
Yeah, those are my children.
So you got blonde hair babies. Do you have like blonde hair kids? I'm guessing it's genetic.
That's genetic. Their dad has blonde hair. My husband's white.
There you go. And you have some like I can tell you look like you're part black, but you have some white in you. Are you part black?
Wouldn't say like 25% black because my mom's mixed and my dad's white.
There you go. So at least I somewhat accurately described it. That's cool. You see, you're good looking. Like the thing is like if you're like half black and half white, you can either be like I think like very good looking or like but it turns out horrible.
And are you talking about Harriet?
Oh no, I'm fully
Harriet looks black.
Yeah, I thought she looked black. You're talking about Mila, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mila, okay, look. Let me be honest with you, and I'm not gonna miss any words. Mila is about 25% blackish. Yeah, she's not more than that.
I'm aware of that. My mom is mixed. Like I said, my dad is white and her mom is black. My dad is just white.
You have like that 60% black voice tonality, but looks wise, come on now, Pepe. Let's be honest. I'm being honest. She has about 60% voice tonality, but 25% looks. Like, look, Musanda, he's a pure black man. Musanda is pure and black.
He's straight from the jungle. Yeah.
Mila, would you fucking Indian?
No, thank you.
Oh, wow. He's taking a dig at. I don't know. She would suck the dick on an hourly rate. She's married. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that's why
I'm actually.
Thank you.
I actually, that is like a huge pet peeve of mine. Is like, I don't really flirt with women on here. People know that, but like, I really don't like when somebody's married. It's weird. Even somebody who says,
yeah, married people.
I don't like it when people like try to talk to married. Okay.
I didn't know she was a married lady.
Okay. My bio for those.
I mean, like, where are you from, brother? If Musanda tried to pull a joke, right? I responded to the joke, but I just
you need to get the fuck out.
No, it sounds like you need to stay away from daycares and grade schools. You fucking pedo. Why are you fucking up my stage, Wall Street?
Well, it's okay. Let him stay. Will the pedophile stick around for a bit? You know, let's poke fun at the pedophile.
Wait, is he? Wait, Pepe.
He just looks like one here. He just looks like one. Like if I saw him across from a daycare, I would tell him get the fuck away.
He's wearing the classic pedophile goggles.
You want some money? Anyway, that's a little ridiculous.
No, you would. I mean, I get you. You probably wouldn't like hurt a kid, but you would be the guy like sniffing their bicycle seats, you know, outside the school because you're fucking weird.
Fucking weird.
Well, I'll tell you what, after I got divorced, I dated women that were like 19 to 28. I dated 5 women at once that were those and within that age range, and it was incredible, dude. So it's good stuff too in New York and too in LA, and DC, Miami. So I mean, I was like 37, and they were like 20.
He's a billionaire.
I did angel investing. I did run for president of the United States.
Why are you being cheap? Why are you being a stingy fucking piece of shit? Like, you're not even a Jew when you're being this goddamn stingy that you won't put $1,000 in my cash account. I told you, like, I agreed to it. Like, if you're a billionaire, you could bury me in paperwork to where I would have to be bankrupt, and I would have to owe a lot of money, and so, like, dude, if I said I would give it right back to you on Cash App, like, I mean, but you wouldn't even do that. A billionaire would be like, okay, $1,000.
But do you know why rich people have money? Because they don't spend it. I mean,
It's not spending it,
over
it's
time,
not spending.
I already sent you money, dude. Over time, I'll send
Send me $1, you faggot.
Okay, so now
I was telling you to prove that you're
now it's
you're
$10, but you don't say any more derogatory things about it.
No, I'm gonna say a lot of you know what? If you're a billionaire, you would probably sue me.
No.
But you know what? How the derogatory if it's not true?
Well, it is considered libel and slander if you make accusations.
No, man, but just take off. Just leave me out of the racial slurs or like the derogatory slurs.
You're white. You know that.
Nobody call you.
I'm white trash that made it a bit, and I saw a lot of. That's it. I mean, enough to know. Now, what is it now? Can you access any Fortune 1000 CEO in the world?
Yeah, so a white American nigger, right, who's done a little bit for himself. He got arrested. All right, fine. Like how much?
Okay, so can you get to any account? I can contact any.
I'm not Jewish. I don't have those kinds of connections.
Across the world, any Fortune 1000 CEO, and I have made people millions of dollars. It's true.
Do you fuck little kids?
No. No, I don't.
Hey, yo, come on.
Jeez.
Yeah. That's what you need.
Guys, I'm all for rape jokes because I think rape is funny, but you guys, like, we can't talk about kids.
Hey, real quick, so yeah, the topic, and just to deal with the topic of the room, is this Sydney Sweeney the same broad that was in that Spider-Verse?
I don't know, just come to just
She was in the Euphoria series.
Euphoria series.
I just think it's funny that people are getting triggered. They're saying there's actually people. So I'll just play the ad. This is, I had it all queued up, but this room like never really took off, so it's just like, I'm just kind of shooting the shit. But let me play it. So like there was a controversial part of it. The ad, and
She's done a lot of moving this one picture has got that.
here's what I'll play it.
From parents to off. Chance of passed down from parents to.
Okay, I'll play it right now. This is what she says.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
So that was what was said. And it was kind of like implying, obviously, there was a play on words, like blue jeans, like that, the jeans with the J, and then there's jeans with the G, they sound the same, and then, so you've got like a whole bunch of like unhinged, like responses, which I kind of thought were a little humorous, they're so like just out there and crazy, Like, okay, like for example, here's this one's black. It's actually not black. We've been doing this. I just put this in the title because black people will chip out when I put shit like this in the title. No offense, but I am racist and I utilize stereotypes. But here's what this. She looks like she's a like mulatto. She doesn't look full black. But listen to her reaction to this commercial.
Yeah, that got me too.
She's crying.
And I don't know why. Maybe because it's just so blatant. I keep thinking that people just are not gonna believe us until we're hung out there. But then even then, I feel like they'll be like, oh no. Kind of like they are with. They're not hangers. There's no hangers.
But to be honest with you, most of nearly all of it, boy, I don't get it.
Because she's African American, goddammit, they do this.
She's half black. But the thing is though, is that despite being in this room, like 99% of the goddamn responses to this fucking ad have been from like white people. And a lot of them, like even white men, like the fucking faggots they are, like bunch of the biggest faggots in the world. And they're just trying to like, this is Nazi. There's no black dude. I haven't seen one black dude say, this is white supremacy. This is Nazism. That didn't happen. So I did find one biracial that happened to make a video. And then I saw a whole bunch of white women, a whole lot of white women. And then one Asian woman, she's saying it's white supremacy, which is, it's this stupid Asian bitch. What did she say? Like, it's just so, histrionic and fucking retarded.
Well, when have ever been like the way dumbass merch like this? I mean, really, make America great again. When was America ever great? Their definition of greatness was when this country was full of white supremacists and that slavery still existed. And now we have this interesting ad with a play on words where we pass on blue genes to those genetically with blue eyes. I mean, it's no accident that Sydney Sweeney's initials are SS.
SS, like as in the SS, the Nazi. And I'll just go ahead and I'll post a link so you can see what this Asian cunt grad looks like. Stupid whore. I hope a lot of things happen in her future. I don't condone it, but some of those things might include, I don't know, the plague, rape, maybe rape again, and I don't know, SARS. They get that shit in Asia, I guess. I don't know. But here's what that stupid bitch looks like. Put it in the chat.
Well, I mean, shit, I hear the same thing everybody was hearing. Sometimes, and the only reason why I hear it the same way, because being a black woman, we have our own little colored language that we use to talk about y'all. And, I mean, it's just giving coded racial language, like it's advertised to white people. Well, I mean, which is fine, like if they want to advertise to white people, whatever, I don't have to buy their jeans, I have to buy it to the certain, ratio going on, and so if it's advertised to white people, it's probably going to be the best jeans for me and my black ass. But, yeah, it does sound like coded racial language. But like I said, in my, my dad, he used to use coded racial language all the time. One of the coded racial language that was co-opted by white Americans was the term woke. And initially woke was seen as like not being a fucking NPC and thinking for yourself and
now it's like you're a black or Democrat, any type of white.
Now it's a political term, but it doesn't mean about keeping your interest as an African American person after someone say you should say woke or be woke or all this other shit. So coded racial language is the thing, and it does kind of sound like that.
We did steal that. That was a term. It's decades old, but the woke. It was But the dialect that they would speak when they would say "stay woke," they didn't have grammatically, it wouldn't sound correct to a lot of us, but it was kind of, when you first heard it like 7 years ago, the woke thing, it did come off as kind of racist because you realize you're using it in a way that Southern blacks would have used the word, and then now we apply it to like everybody.
Let me say this.
Can you send Alika an invite here on the stage? She might have something to contribute to. Sorry, Yeah, I don't have 50% HIV in my country. Motherfucker.
So,
Jesus Christ, I don't need the African and the Indian that went back and forth. Like, Jesus Christ, let Ringo, Jesus.
so just to build off of that, here he is. So that term was very well known as far as like when you deal with more conscious black people, specifically like with the black conscious community, because I've observed them, years ago. Then they always use the term really conscious and unconscious, or be synonymous with woke or stay woke, just to be aware of all the things that's going on in this country, the racial dynamics, dealing with black people and whatnot. Somewhere along the line in 2015, I think that word became a political talking point by liberal white people that took the term and made it into a term to say, oh, well, this is an inclusion of everything. Very similar to how originally the civil rights movement had nothing to do with none of this homosexual sodomite shit that you see now. It was originally for black people, but MLK's, let's go call what it is, homosexual lover, Bayard Rustin, switched it over in the 1970s and said this no longer a movement for black people, this is a movement for the transgender, bisexual, homosexual, lesbian, gay, whatever, right? The fucking LGBT movement. So that's what it became. So very similar to the word woke, has been morphed in the same exact way to these political talking points, whether it be the left or the right. So it's just interesting how that happened.
If the Black Civil Rights Movement is a garden, the LGBTQ movement is like algae to our garden of civil thinking, right? I swear to God, it always populates so closely and around, and if we don't do anything about it, it's going to bully and engulf. It does. It bully and engulfs our movements every fucking time. I don't know why, but it happens. Long story short, because I, as a black woman, we're coming up with new shit every day. Right now, we're coming up with new racialized political cues that only us understand between each other. So when that commercial comes out, it's like, it feels familiar.
Is the problem area is that because I saw the ad, personally it's some white woman, I don't know, I'm pretty sure she's wearing jeans at the bonnet, the front bonnet of the car that she gets into a car. Well, what's the problem with that? I don't see the white supremacy. I personally, there's no trolling or whatnot.
Yeah, I don't either, but listen to what this stupid white whore had to say, okay? This is one of their responses.
You guys are complaining about that Sydney Sweeney jeans ad, so I went and saw it. I feel like Sydney Sweeney getting canceled for Yahtzee propaganda should have been on everyone's bingo card at this point.
So this is a whole bunch of white women bitching about it. These are filthy white fucking gutter whores, sluts, okay, that are talking about this. And, if rape was ever deserved by anybody, which I absolutely do not condone, I'm just saying, let's just forget I said that, but here we go.
It does keep getting worse because they have continued to drop more ads over the last few days. And today I'm going to show you the most horrific and problematic one. As always, make sure you like, rate, comment, repost, and follow along for more. But if you're not already up up to date. Here's what's going on. This week, Sydney Sweeney launched an ad campaign with American Eagle that is very clearly white supremacy propaganda. And in any other timeline, it might have been less noticeable, but given the current climate of things, it is extremely obvious, and it has garnered them a lot of attention, and even their stocks have gone up because of it. This shouldn't really be a shock. In the past, we've seen her with her family members who are all clearly red hat. In the moment, some people gave her a pass for that, obviously, because you can't choose your family, but her silence since then, and this campaign with American Eagle now really seals the deal with where she's at. Obviously, the campaign goes beyond just a bunch of photos and videos in which she's wearing jeans where none of them seem to fit, which was an odd choice. But every single ad is specifically emphasizing this double entendre with the word jeans, saying that Sydney Sweeney has great jeans. That is said throughout the ads over and over and over again.
See, this is what I don't get. You know, despite the title of this room, because black people get triggered easily, and they just that's just how they're born. I didn't make them that way. It is all white women that are bitching about. I found one tragic mulatto that is bitching and crying about the ad. But other than that, it has been nothing but white women. And even there's one black guy in like that I could find. And he's just like, well, like, what's the big goddamn deal? I don't get it. Like, why is everybody upset? But then you even find a few, like, Jesus Christ, you find white males bitching about it. This is Nazi rhetoric. This is horrible. Like, you fucking faggots deserve to go into a wood chipper feet first. Like, stroke goddamn pathetic. These people are so fucking annoying. But yeah.
Or maybe they're just liberals trying to adjust the black community. Whether you get something like that. Like, I mean, what does this do for black Americans? If something honestly being in an ad, or at least I don't know if a black American can correct me or something. I don't know. I just feel like it's a wolf in sheep clothing trying to hide again so that it makes it look like, oh, blacks complain about everything. Because like you said, it's mostly white women pushing this.
And white faggot men. Go ahead, Roland.
I'm just so sorry. I mean, honestly, I've gone through a transformation. I no longer have any sympathy whatsoever for these dumb social fucking causes. I do not care. It's all fat lesbian women or ugly fucking women that are getting upset about this, or weird fucking dudes. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't care. There's like so many more things to care about. And these people are just weaponizing their victimhood. I'm so sick of giving weak people power, of letting their victimhood be a way in which they instantiate themselves within a powerful place in society. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I have no more care about listening to these issues. A lot of issues, not just this. I mean, generally, I just don't give a fuck. I'm so beyond it at this point.
Go ahead, Beth.
Hey, I was just like clarifying. So is the title saying that women in general are jealous of Sydney Sweeney, or in particular black women?
So he's saying that black women were, it's a strong title, he's saying that black women were, the gag is, his whole issue is that it's only white women who are responding or reacting to this particular ad. And I agree, because first of all, I didn't know that lady's name. I just know it's a 9-year-old lady that it just sound like racial coded language. I think that white women and liberals don't understand that we're past the little racist coded language. You know, first of all, we know that this is racist. We know how we're past that. We just want to make sure that we ain't getting deported with the our citizenship is secured while they're deporting all the goddamn things, trying to all the people who are not citizens, and then trying to change the Constitution to where naturalized citizens, which was the law that allowed us to become citizens in America. They're trying to change the Constitution in the specific law that protect our citizenship in this country. That's what we worried about. We worried about Donald Trump's economy.
So I made this title just to like, because I was bored, and then I made this title, and I saw all the reactions to calling it a Nazi ad, and it was all like nearly all white people. I found like one mulatto and then like one Asian lady, but it was all white women, and then a few white men, and then there was like I found one of a black man. He's just like, oh, what? Like, why is anybody offended?
So my opinion on it, like, because I came across it because I was on TikTok and I kept seeing stuff like they're like, oh, did you see the Sydney Sweeney ad? I'm like, the ad she did for jeans, and I'm like, so I watched it, and when I first looked at it, I didn't, notice anything racist per se. I was just like, okay, it's very like, I guess she's using sexual innuendos, which was kind of like weird for an ad about jeans, but I was like, okay, but then again.
Chuck Schumer's death since May of 2023. It was the one bill that would secure the border. Border Patrol has endorsed President Trump. Law enforcement.
This trip's called Where is Hunter Shackelford?
In case you want to get them.
What? And how are you? It was hilarious. I can't. I got your idea. I'm gonna tell you, I hate sequels, and for the most part, I hate anything that's made for Netflix. I thought it was okay. It's not as good as the first one. I don't think Adam Sandler's all that great anyhow. I like Talk Shrimp Love. I like that. But I think overall he's overrated. I like him, and I think we talked about this the other day, where I like that when he does projects, he's always thinking, like, how do I get, my homies in these projects so they can get a payday? And I can't explain why he's the guy from SNL that went on to make all the money. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't think he has nearly the talent as some of the other alum from SNL, but for whatever reason, he connects with people and he made a lot of money. But I do appreciate the fact that he always thinks of bringing his homies in his project.
When he got fired from SNL, then he just he set up his own production company, and he told the whole lot of them that you're never going to have to worry about being out of work. We're going to make movies and films together, and I'm always going to try to include you. He always times every one of their careers. He's always like backing them, so it's like a big circle he's got. Yeah, and Kish mentioned in the chat, Uncut Gems. I think some people poured it on a little thick. They made it sound like it was like this, like Dustin Hoffman, esque performance. It wasn't that, but I do think he shows that he can act if push comes to shove. What's your guys' favorite movie with him? Uncut.
But I think I really like Uncut Gems because the lead is in it, the lead stand good. I really like it.
The line from Billy Madison, it's not even his. That's the stupidest thing I've ever. Everyone is stupider having heard that. We are all now dumber having heard it. Like, I want to get that on a soundboard and fucking play that every time somebody says something retarded on here. That just play the song here. Oh my god, Concrete. Tom, do you know about this Concrete fella? No. So there's this room on this app called Chillism, and it's basically like it's like essentially like a leper colony, like for Clubhouse. It's like just the dumbest of the dumb people. I will say, I do think that Tally is very nice, and I have no beef with her. I think everybody else over there is just a retard. We think that Io's actually not a retard. He's probably the smartest guy on the entire net. I think the fact that he's so smart. What? What was it? In English? I think she said she's not a retard.
I'm not a retard.
Oh, if you hang out that room, you have to. Anyways, I go in this room, and this is no bullshit. 45 minutes, this guy Concrete and this other guy named Ike
Hegelian dialect, and they didn't understand what the fuck they were talking about. And it was very clear they didn't understand. The mods were fucking asleep at the wheel. Nobody else was interrupting them because these guys were just blowhards. 45 minutes this went on. Finally, the moderator wakes up. I get on the stage and I started poking and prodding. Come to find out, these two guys that argued for 45 minutes, neither of them had ever read Hegel. Ever. They acknowledged that. They also said it doesn't matter. You don't have to read somebody to know them. And they made the argument that through third party, they can get a good understanding of the essence of Hegel. It was very fucking crazy. And so now, like, when I go in that room, I pick on concrete. He's one of the dumber people.
That's what I always from the beginning when I tell you really crazy position. I said, that's what it is. You find us in these rooms and you destroy some of these people. And it's funny. It's really funny.
I actually like going into chillism because I like listening to Brad and Lion and go after it. Go at it. Brad, I was sitting there this morning, I think it was this morning, maybe it was yesterday morning, and you and Lion are insanity. It's actually entertaining. And I might be the only person who likes concrete because I think he's, you know.
He's not intelligent, I'll tell you that. He's fucking dipshit. Sorry, man. I was just gonna say, but good Brad rant is hard to beat, and so regardless of who it's against, I support that. Go ahead, Jim.
I was just gonna, talk about all these people. If they would have made a clubhouse movie, we would play it right.
A clubhouse movie?
Yeah, if they would make a movie, a clubhouse movie, I said,
Sorry.
yeah, play still time on.
Yeah, he definitely has to play himself.
No. Those people that can play me. Who's the guy that plays the comedian in Watchmen? And played the guy with the fucking bat with barbed wire in Walking Dead. Is that guy? The guy that played Negan in Walking Dead. What's his name? Is that? He's fucking like a British boxer. You see the shape of this guy? It's fucking insane. No, he's fucking crazy. He's the Irish. He shows up to the fucking meeting in the shorts. You know what? That's a question. Dr. Jordan, how tall would you say?
So, you're in 6'2". I mean, people, it's funny that he makes this claim about him being like 6'5".
So apparently I do.
It's like, it's so funny that he does this. I don't know why he does it.
I'm more like 5'6". If we were to get people to play these parts, though, what's the fucking guy from True Blood? He almost looks like an albino, but he's like fit and more handsome. Like, we can get him to play Brad. Scarguard is his name. Brad, are you familiar with that guy?
Joy Sharkey is the type of fucking guy that watches the culture blood.
Oh man, you should, dude.
He's excellent, though. He's excellent.
Wait, are you calling Brad an albino?
He's very fair-skinned, let's just say.
I am a dad. I am Irish. I am fair-skinned. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and gingerbread. So yeah, I mean, not for a redhead, but I am blonde hair. A little gray now as I age. But
That's about it.
You know who would play Brad? Who would be perfect for Brad back in the day? And I say disrespectful because I don't want to get yelled at from time to time. The sergeant for Full Metal Jacket. What's his name? The guy that he passed away. Yes, that's it. He can play Brad.
What about when he was younger, Robert Duvall in Apocalypse Now? Like, you know, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. That could be Brad.
Yeah, that's better. That means. I'll agree to that. I can agree to that.
I don't know how we would cast MJ. They ain't nobody that damn fine. No matter who we cast, it would just be a problem. Everybody'd say, no, you got it wrong.
You can't find nobody, right? MJ hasn't said one word. Now she's gonna.
No, she don't do compliments, man. She's married.
Actually, since you mentioned it, I would get Adam Sandler to play Dr. Jordan.
No, dude. Eli Roth plays Dr. Jordan, and he wears the exact same thing that he wore in Inglourious Bastards when he came out as the Bear Jew.
Whenever you say don't call me damage swimmer, I can't stand that guy.
I don't know, like the Bear Jew, like banging. I saw that movie. It was actually pretty good. I laughed at it. But I mean, Dr. Jordan carrying a bat and bashing in somebody's head. I don't see it. I see the narcissism in it. You know,
Who do we get to play JB?
the guy there is.
That's the guy wanted to play me. Maybe Hugh Jackman could play that. Well, you gotta make him more Italian. You want to do like. So I got it. So what you want to do is you want to do the anti-aging screenshots that they do and just get De Niro to play Jimmy.
Yeah, that'll work.
Because like I think that crime does not play. The problem is she puts it in it's like was it in something like that? Like he's an imposing dude, so Norm, how tall are you?
I've met Norm. I'm gonna say he's played up since 23, and he's a pretty big dude. He's not the tiny guy.
Let's take some for a walk and talk about really.
That would be right. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to look at the door.
Peter was crucified upside down. Andrew was crucified on an X-shaped cross in Greece. James, son of Zebedee, was beheaded by King Herod in Jerusalem. John was the only disciple who died a natural death, exiled to the island of Patmos. Philip was crucified in Hierapolis.
Yeah, I was told thank you. I look a lot like, but she's old now. I look like Marlo Thomas a lot. I got that throughout my life. But
I can see that.
Yeah, but she was younger, but she's like done shit. Like, I don't know.
Was she married to Phil Donahue?
Yes, she was married to Phil Donahue. I don't know. Do I have to find a younger actress? Let me think about that. Or maybe like, what do I get? Like a Fran Drescher?
No, you know, if the person can nail your accent, it might be hard. You'd have to put her and color her hair darker. But the woman that played Beth in Yellowstone.
Oh my God, that's pretty funny. Well, you know who has the same accent as me is Tina Fey.
Oh wow.
Same place. Okay, Noah, who plays you? What you looking at? I'm trying to figure out what actor. Oh yeah, Noah looks just like the guy from Yellowstone. The guy, kid.
Rip.
Rip.
Yeah, that dude's a redhead in real life.
Yeah.
What the fuck, Cole Hauser?
Cole Hauser, totally looks like him. Nice growing.
Well, the fucking dude that used to wrestle with the alligators is fucking dead, so I don't.
Yeah.
So if you Jackman, is it going to try to get you Jackman?
Are there, you know what? How about Mel Gibson?
Do anything better to play Rowan?
Rowan's not that intense.
No, but the old Mel Gibson hair, the floaty thing.
Is there somebody a little bit more modern? Australia is that all they produced?
I don't know. We get somebody from ACDC. Or the Bee Gees. How about one of the Bee Gees?
Jesus, Roger. What is it gonna be?
Wait, are the Bee Gees still alive?
The brothers kid, there's gotta be at least
Very still alive.
MG could be like Elon or
Meghan Markle.
Meghan Markle. Yeah,
I give her Gallagher. I give her Gallagher. Or was that very wonderful chick?
Well, this is cool enough that the chat messages. All I'm saying, dude, is I think that would be the hardest casting decision because people would give you problems with it. When you're casting a beautiful person, it's very, very difficult to nail down. Alright, who plays Necro?
I don't know, but Necro's a cute kid, man.
Jonathan Goose on that one.
Shia LaBeouf.
Like those guys don't have to like play.
No, what about the kid from Atypical? He can play Necro.
I mean, of course, that I look most like Peter's work. I mean, I guess I kind of see it, but is Fred Savage still around?
No, those are older people. Necro's kid.
Well, yeah, but I mean, when he was younger, Peter's work, I guess. But,
Peter Tork? You mean the monkeys?
yeah, that's who said that I look like.
You look like Peter Tork?
I mean, I kind of do. I mean, he's kind of short.
No, Peter Tork is the lanky one with the shaggy hair.
Are you guys all in agreement that Lizzo couldn't play Hunter Shackelford?
I'm good with that.
Actually, Peter's work is the one guy.
Right, but Davy Jones was the cute short one. Peter Tork was the tall blonde, right? Shaggy hair. And then Mickey Dolenz and Mike Nesmith. I got my monkeys down. I got my monkeys.
Oh, wait a minute. I got someone for Brad. A young Rutger Hauer can play Brad.
I just don't remember Peter's work being that tall, but okay.
And Rutger Hauer is very different. Brad's American. Okay, I understand that. Very, she plays Americans.
Hugh Jackman would work. You know, just make Hugh Jackman look a little bit younger because he is probably older than Brad. But yeah, get the Wolverine shit going and some. he's got to study. Is he really going to study Brad? Right?
The chemo, what you got? You got to bend the Brad for this fight. Akima, what if we got Todd Bridges to play you?
Gary looks like Larry King, when Larry King's gone. We could play him. You know, Gary's rooms.
What about Serendipity? Which Gilmore girl was she in?
Claire Danes. I wouldn't be either.
I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just looking at the photo and I'm like, I instantly got like Gilmore Girls. I still can't believe you're blonde.
There's an actress you look like. It's killing me now. I figured it out.
Claire Danes.
When I was younger, people always said Elise is so show.
Oh,
Oh, I can see that. Yeah.
You look like a young Faye Dunaway. Like a
I
am grateful, Roger, that you didn't go up with some people have said that I look like Thomas Hayden Church.
Do I have to put my picture?
I mean, you have different hair. His hair is more thick. No, I have the hair. I just cut it for.
my friend Laura down in the Goo, we would get Zoe Saldana play Lauren.
I love Zoe Saldana. Oh my gosh. We're tight. By the way, in real life, so I can ask her if she'll do that for you.
What kind of movie would this be, though, ladies? Is it going to be an action one, or is it going to be a drama, or is this?
It's got to be a hangout film like Dazed and Confused.
Yeah, it's like
Rogers and Nick, you know, it's a
two wars in the park.
You know what, though? If I had a role in this film, I would want to have the same kind of role that Kevin Costner had in The Big Chill. You guys familiar with his role in The Big Chill? No Big Chill fans?
I can't remember. It's been a long
the original or the remake.
I didn't know there was a remake, but Kevin Costner. So if you guys remember how the film starts, they're all at a funeral. You guys remember?
Yes, I totally. And I have the soundtrack too.
Okay, great. One of my favorite movies. So Kevin Costner is the dead body in the coffin, and they edited out all the scenes, and so you don't see Kevin Costner, but he was in the coffin at the funeral at the beginning of the movie, and so it's this reunion of these people that haven't seen each other in a long time, and they get together. Jill Beth Williams is a fucking smoke show in this thing. Jeff Goldblum is fucking amazing in it. It's just a great movie. If you like dialogue, there's not many movies better of just pure dialogue than The Big Chill.
So you want to you want someone to play you?
Well, I figure since on Clubhouse, I've already had a funeral, it would just be fitting that I play the guy that it starts off where I'm just,
You had a funeral? They didn't invite me.
You don't know what you're yet.
We had a pyre, a Viking funeral.
Oh, Brad. God.
That doesn't sound good.
It's a few movies for you. We didn't make it a bigger deal.
You know what I would do with Kristen? Kristen would be the girl from Little House on the Prairie. Do you guys remember Melissa Gilbert? Melissa Gilbert would play Kristen.
You know, in your movie, you're going to have to put someone in crazy, so you're gonna have to find someone who played like a Victoria or something.
Oh yeah. Oh, why are hackers ever?
Right, that might be clear dates if you want to get some.
How about Amber Heard?
That's good.
And then you're gonna have to either have me get killed off in some like fucking senseless act, or have me kill somebody and get sent to prison. So that's just how that one's gonna have to go.
Who's the guy at Clubhouse? He's the Clubhouse Republican that in real life actually killed somebody in self-defense. You know what I'm talking about?
James, yeah.
James Snyder. Like, I remember being in a room with him and making this claim that just sounded like, you know, like Clubhouse nonsense. And then I looked this shit up. It's like, it's pretty interesting, but I've never met anybody, and I mean anybody. I've met people that have fought in multiple wars. I have never met anybody that brags about ending somebody's life. He's the only human being I've ever met that has bragged about that. I've never, ever met anybody that would brag.
That's so much that has been done, and that's so much like it's a coping mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, because it was in self-defense, and, you know, he got off, it was all justified and whatnot. I'm sure there's a feeling of, like, well, better me than him, and I can get to that point, but, like, I don't know if I'd be publicly bragging about it, because at a certain level, man, that's something that's going to linger, and I don't know.
He's running for Congress.
He'll lose, but...
Wait, what are the circumstances? I never heard that.
I will get you a story. Hold on.
I didn't know. I've known him since day one. I did not know that about him.
It was self-defense. He was being carjacked as he was an Uber driver, one of those paying for driving things, and the guys tried to carjack him, and he sent the rounds down range and impacted one, and I think he missed the other one, but they had a weapon and they put it in his face and he returned fire.
Well, there it is, right? That could have been very bad for him if he didn't.
Yeah, nothing surprised me here anywhere in Clubhouse, for instance. Hearing anything, I wouldn't be surprised with anything. People.
Was it like 2 days ago, the guy in the room that I was arguing with, and then it came out that he was like in prison? And he was like an idiot, and it was clearly everything he learned in prison about like world history. I can't remember.
Was that concrete?
No, it wasn't, but it could have been concrete, same kind of viewpoint.
Second song maybe is his name. If I was in prison, I probably would take every opportunity I could to read when I could.
Seventh son, he's been, yeah, he talks about.
What's your name?
The seventh son. That's your seventh son.
Yeah, that wasn't this guy.
Yeah. No, when I was in a mental hospital, all they did was read.
Okay, why were you in a mental hospital?
I was suicidal.
Why not?
Oh my god, hold on. Let me explain something. We're not going to do trauma bonding in this room. We're just not doing it. We're not doing it. Necro, I'm sorry you had issues. I hope you've gotten over them. But don't ever bring that shit up again.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Listen, as a friend, this is not the format for it. And it's not just because assholes like me are insensitive. It's that there's real assholes, legitimate assholes, that will then use that against you. You don't want to give that kind of information. You want to protect a little bit of yourself.
Everybody gets sad or depressed with these thoughts from time to time, so you don't need to show as long as
Never, you've been growing up and watching you evolve.
100%. When I was, that little 6-month hiatus when I came back, Necro was one of the most changed start saying some borderline commie shit, then it's like, I'm gonna shit down this guy's neck. But all of a sudden, he's more reasonable. He knows when to speak, knows when to shut up. I don't know what's going on in your life personally, Edro, but whatever it is, like I can witness. I am a witness that you are maturing. I have such a visit.
Did I tell them what happened? So I've been mentoring him behind the scenes for the past year, and this explains, my professionally calm demeanor has rubbed off on him.
Yeah, Dr. Jordan has been a good counselor.
So, Dr. Jordan, how come you didn't take your own advice that day you were fucking yelling at that one woman? Saying stuff on the corner. The apology was worse than the offense. It was like, he totally rips her to shreds. He's like, the problem with people like you're a fraud. I have no respect for you. You've never done half the things you claim. You disgust me. And then she goes, what did I do to deserve this? He's like, you know what? I really want to apologize. I shouldn't have talked to you like that. It was the craziest fucking. You went, what? That was a fun night. That was a fun room. She was sending me messages in the back channel going, this guy. I go, yeah, he's a good guy. And then she's like, okay, I'll just let him keep ranting. And then I'm messaging Dr. Jordan. And if I would be fully transparent, in the beginning, I'm like, yeah, turn up the heat. And by the end, I'm like, no, you gotta slow it down. I was borderline responsible for that outburst. And I'm not apologizing, but that was a fun.
I've heard you have a few outbursts.
Yeah, I have. That's why I think it's hilarious, the notion of me counseling that bro.
I think out of all the people in the state, I don't think I've ever crashed out on anybody. I think I stayed pretty measured.
Excuse me.
Do you want that list alphabetically or in most recent events?
I have a spreadsheet.
One of my favorite arguments, though, in the last few weeks was with Abby, because everybody knows I love Abby, I respect Abby, I think she's one of the smartest people in the app, but we finally found something that we really disagreed on, and it was like, I went in hard, and Abby's not going to back down from anybody. So we were talking about property taxes, and it got crazy. People were back channeling me why are you being so rude to Abby? And I'm like, if there's one person on this fucking app that can take the heat, it's Abby. The hell you gotta say? You don't need to protect Abby. Abby can protect yourself.
That was a pretty intense conversation. That's the hardest you and I have ever gotten with each other. And the money was over property tax.
Yeah, what's hilarious is I was excited because I was finally getting an opportunity to battle wits with you because I see you shit down everybody else's neck, and I'm like, oh man, I'm doing it. This is it's I felt like I was in a title fight, and it was pretty fun. And then people afterwards were I think you guys are misreading that. I think she probably walked away with her chin held high, feeling that she did well.
We're still separated. My thing's an extra money. I don't mean to interrupt here, but the other day I auditioned for a TV show. I wasn't looking for it. I doubt I'll get it, but that's how I have to tell people before. But they asked me in this new audition,
Oh my God.
I work out a lot. I'll go to concerts, movies, blah, 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 but I really enjoy online. I really enjoy Clubhouse. And because the nature of the show is to kind of get into people's personal lives, right? Blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, how do I fucking answer this? I don't think they're going to understand what the hell we're talking about. And so I really wish I had some people to back me up because they probably think, well, we don't want someone introverted
What, did you get the part?
I don't know. They always say that it goes well. I had to send in photos of myself, my family. It was a fun interview. I really enjoyed the casting producer, and she and I might collaborate on something. I don't know. I'm also not sure I want to get it because years ago I would have definitely taken it, but a reality type show, I don't want to be exploited on television can be more detrimental than helpful. So I'm not really sure I even want to do it.
We had to do a intervention on my girlfriend. They came to her. They were doing like one of those housewives. They were doing one in Vegas, and my girlfriend was married to probably the most famous family here, and we were like, oh no. It was for her so tempting, and they were luring her into doing this, and they were tempting her with the fame as if it was a great positive. And then literally, a few of us just sat her down as an intervention. Like, there's just no way that what will happen to your life if you do this. And exactly what Dr. J's saying, like, just the negative that comes out of being in one of these reality shows is not worth it.
Well, I was putting a list together in my head of the pros and cons because this is a pretty mundane show, relatively speaking. But still, they can always say, well, you do this. You never know how they're going to twist the plot. And I thought, if I needed for anything, I wanted for business exposure, not that people are going to be like, oh, talk about your business, you do this. I just, if it elevates my brand and my quote-unquote brand in any way, well, that could be a pro, but the downside could be catastrophic. The good news about it, I think, is private. Here's what happened. Thinks about this. The famous family that's years ago when we were reality shows, we had 3 networks. Now, the chances of someone even seeing a show that I'm on, I think is almost asinine, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's so many networks, so many reality shows. And I guess it's on Bravo, which is like sort of
China DC on their
famous movies. But you're right, it's got to get on, it's got to get on the right streaming service, blah, blah, blah.
My book is, this isn't an audience head. This isn't our fight. Word for him. None of us will be here. All of you will be meeting in the Night King's Army. And use this. The God. Dozens of tribes, hundreds of generations. We've lasted a free folk. That's what happened to you.
Do you remember that?
The Boltons, the Cartwrights, the Omen, they're not more than half of you who are going to after they finish with me, they'll come for you. We have somebody else in you. Not the deal we made. We're going to make them that we need.
I really loved it during COVID. They had that goofy series about the dashing your brother.
The same
It was kind of like supposedly he was kind of held in pictures. I don't know if anybody ever watched it. Get listening. Anyway, it was pretty genius. Shout out to me.
Well, Joe, change that photo.
Used to love Ricky.
You look clever like your sons. You see what
It's a photo. It's a photo.
Yeah, by the way, I can't show you obviously my highlights. Maybe that's on me.
Howard Hurricane. You live footage and recordings on your phone.
I'm sorry.
Expose myself. Yeah. No, it's interesting. I thought it was Ted who said that, that's proof that Garfield's eyes look like a pair of tits.
Hold on. We have to welcome Anne Hero and Monica, my Clubhouse wife, who would play Anne in Clubhouse the movie, and who played Monica in Clubhouse the movie.
And it's Kristen, though. Hands down.
Monica can't be made 100%. Yeah, Christina Aguilera would play it.
That's actually good, too. I'm gonna go with that.
I would nominate Kate Beckinsale to play Monica.
Holy shit.
Go.
Roger, seriously. You ever seen Kate Beckinsale in Underworld? You're pretty much the hottest thing to ever live.
I have to tell you, if Kate Beckinsale, that's gonna sound sexist, if she never spoke, like, she would be the perfect woman. Like, if she was a fucking mute, like, just absolute perfection.
She's gorgeous in Underworld. Yeah, she's just amazing.
So I just want to plant the seed in everybody's head that every time you're in the room and you hear Monica speaking, I want you to picture Kate Beckinsale from Underworld.
Oh God, don't do that to me. Don't get me wrong.
So hot. Holy shit, handsome.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's my friend Monica. Yeah,
In Clubhouse the movie, can we have some like romance story between Hakima and Monica? Like a little interracial love story?
Yeah, I'm
trying to look her up on Facebook.
I don't know. He's not good to say this is true, baby.
Flashback kids, he doesn't need it anymore. He always gonna hook up Monica to someone that has the capacity to have children. Akima's got like an RV.
What about
Time on you seem like a young man. Fertile. Do you have kids?
I passed by a few times.
Time out, he's trying to groom you.
That's so fucking weird, Roger. I don't know why you're in with there.
Abby, it's your PCR, and I love the reenactment that they did with the couple that was caught at the Copeland.
I was actually like trying to hook him up with Monica, but Roger's a cop block, so also weird that grooming is on your mind.
So I came in because of the title. Where's Hunter? Like, where do you want her to be?
Base.
Oh yeah, Monica did that. Monica, I was trying to kill the Black News Jason.
Do y'all want me to find where Hunter is?
We want her to show up here and screaming outside nature. This room, I think this room should not end until she shows up.
I'm dead, Ricky.
Wait, time on. They were really trying to hook up Monica with Black News. Like, really?
They're a great couple. Long time. Anyway, and Monica was like, she's cute. Monica. And take her out. And she's just like, hey, fine, like,
I think Monica's too good for him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. But I wasn't bit serious. I wasn't serious. I was having fun.
No, that's for sure. Monica dating Akima because Monica
Joey is like I feed the black music. She's my clip. I posted down below here. Now
all the shit out there. One of these times, this was one meeting I had to do when I first started working, you know. I thought you and Nathan were. I realized that.
Nathan got very upset when he saw how close Monica and I were. Monica, do you remember Nathan having a connection over our unit?
He was kind of upset that I laughed, which was strange. But okay, so we're not looking for her, right?
We're not physically looking for her, which, by the way, like, all I would do is look up a fucking blimp is the only fucking place you would.
I have her website if you want to.
No, we know about the website. Like, everybody's posted the website. We want to get her on Clubhouse to come join us so she can get in one of these rants about, like, the patriarchy. That's what we're doing.
Maybe about her ex account, her last post was November last year, so she probably has a new one.
Alright guys, we got a good question here. In class, the movie who plays American Party, aka John Kitover.
Oh boy.
What's your name on
John Cusack.
the great dude, John Machine? What's that machine?
Oh, he died?
Yeah, see, you know what I'm talking about.
I
love that actor.
I know.
Keanu Reeves in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
No, I think the guy
She
who
just
does
wanted
Kitover, Phoenix, it's Joaquin Phoenix.
I thought that was Johnny Depp.
Oh, that one. Johnny Depp, sorry.
That was not Johnny Depp.
Joaquin Phoenix will work too.
I think you guys are terrible at this.
I think it should be John Cusack because in real life, at one point, John Cusack was running for president.
Okay.
American Party, who do you think should play you?
My doppelgangers that I get when I go out are Jason Statham or Andrew Tate.
You are lying so hard right now.
No, I'm serious.
No one
You forget that we watched your YouTube videos.
says that you look like my future ex-husband, Jason Statham.
I think it's just a bald thing.
No,
Either that or the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland.
So they put Woody Harrelson. I think I would go with that.
We've all seen his ass when he's doing yoga. Like,
He's fit. He's a fairly decent-looking guy.
You know, Mojo pointed out today that most people on here, they don't do any breathing exercises. All they do is run their mouths like ADHD, people.
Anybody who plays Scott Jones.
Who would play Scott Jones?
Yep.
Ooh, boy. Crispin Glover, maybe?
I've met Scott a couple times, so now I'm trying to get it in my head.
There's now.
Because that last picture of Scott is looking pretty creepy. So, Christian Glover, that's a good one. Yeah.
Who would play Keisha's fine ass down there in the coop? Do we even have somebody that fine? I don't even know.
Yeah, and then maybe Danny Glover.
That's you better knock that shit off.
You're kind of looking like Kevin Costner in your picture, Ricky.
You know, I get that a lot.
no, he'd be George Carlin.
A lot. I get that. I get what's the other one? The singer. That was like.
face?
You kind of look like Scott Gilbert. If you had a thinner face.
The guy from
Michael Bublé?
From Stone Temple Pilots.
Stone Temple Pilots.
Angel
Revolver. Good hand, Roger. No, who's the guy who said, I'm just a little girl that
It'll be rough. So what if we had AJ, Tony Soprano's son, to play Dr. Responsible? I think AJ could.
Pee Wee Herman.
That's so fucked up.
He doesn't have the he doesn't have like the weird like cowlick on the front of his head. So he couldn't be Pee Wee Herman.
AJ is not dead. Hold up. Whoever said AJ is dead, AJ is not dead. Oh, Pee Wee Herman is dead. Pee Wee Herman, Paul Rubens, a young Paul Rubens could play American Party.
Yeah. Same guy played Pee Wee Tom. That's so.
There's an actor who looks like him. He was in that political show.
No, hold on. You know who could play American Party? All bullshit aside. It'd have to be when he was younger, but Eric Bana could probably play American Party.
Eli, what's his name?
Hakeem, what did we settle on? Did we settle on Todd Bridges?
Right here. Okay.
No, who else? Who else you want?
I have no idea. It ain't for me to pick. I have no idea.
Whatever the actor was in the makeup that played Predator, I'm kind of leaning that way.
Eli Roth.
Eli Roth could play Dr. Jordan.
Okay, I just put my real picture up.
Oh.
I get Bob Dylan party there.
Who would play Lou Fax?
Nas.
Oh, Abby, you're pretty.
Yeah,
Man, you look like so right now.
Translate me as a singer. You remind me of.
Reba McEntire, but when she was young.
No.
Winona. Yeah, Winona.
Winona Ryder.
That's not what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's like a friend of mine.
Or Winona Ryder's mom, but younger.
Why it's gotta be the mom?
I thought Winona Ryder's mom was actually prettier than Winona. What's your mom? What's her mom's name?
First of all, let me tell you something. If you guys have never seen the old school shot, the picture of Winona Ryder when she's wearing the overalls, there's this one particular angle, like where you don't see much, but like you can see like the curves of her body. Like it's one of the most perfect photographs of a woman. And she's a little too mousy for me, but overall, that's a fantastic picture. Just Google Winona Ryder overalls.
Her mom's name is. I just got it. Cynthia Palmer.
Thought you were gonna say
No, the singer Winona. I got the name wrong.
Oh, Judd?
Ashley. Oh, okay. Ricky, I blame you.
Who's that other Southern woman who was in the Superman movies, like Superman versus Batman? She's very mousy. Is that her? Yeah, I hope you do.
She plays Wonder Woman.
She's Wonder Woman.
Oh God, no, she is a fucking specimen. No, she is unbelievable. And you know, when I saw her in Superman versus Batman, I was not impressed because I didn't know who she was. Then when I watched Wonder Woman, I was like, this is not necessarily my style of woman, but what a specimen. What an unbelievable fucking specimen.
Abby, Do you think if you could align the timing of ages that Natalie Portman could play you?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yes.
I'll take Natalie Portman for sure. I'm telling you that if you could align the times, you Google young Marlo Thomas, and it's my whole life. I got that. I have pictures like.
Is that the one that?
I can see that girl. She played that girl.
But is she the one with the raspy voice when she got older?
Yes. Yeah.
I can't do her voice, Abby. Like we'd have to get a different voice actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that too, Abby. Yeah.
That's big up. But Gal Gadot, she's. I'm going to an event. When is it? It's in a couple months that she's being honored at. So good. She's magnificent, Gal Gadot.
But Natalie Portman is a filthy bitch and super hot. Have you ever seen the things that she says and does?
Oh, she's Israeli. Do you know that?
Oh my God, she's a savage.
She's Israeli. Didn't she go to Yale or Harvard? I feel like she went.
One of those.
I mean, didn't Yair go to Harvard?
Who would play Lou Fax? And then Abby, you had a story about a celebrity and people.
You're gonna have to get Will Smith.
I don't want to blow the confidence, but I could share some of it on Kate Beckinsale. I always screw up how I say the last name. She filmed a movie here, and she had health issues, and my friend pain.
And what could be wrong with that perfect creature?
Her back. She had very bad.
She got stress. She got bad
So
stress.
she stayed in the hospital and went to the set, but her nights were at the hospital. It was a movie called The Prisoner's Daughter, I think was the name of it.
Maybe she should just do yoga in her underpants on YouTube Live. That seems to melt the stress away.
And she's married to some ugly guy who's famous. I can't remember who she's married to, but he looks like a fucking piece of dog.
When did she get married? Because I didn't think she was married when she was doing that film.
She is. Hold on a second.
Has anyone else read that book by Dr. John Sarno, How to Cure Your Back Pain? Claims that back pain is all stress induced.
Yeah.
So can I tell you who else I get all the time? Dr. Phil's wife.
What does she look like?
Oh, I think you're much prettier than she is.
Robin something. Robin, well, I guess, what's Dr. Phil's last name?
All right. Okay. We haven't cast Nye yet. I'm gonna say that we need to put Tony Braxton in as Nye.
Yeah, but Abby, your case is much stronger than Robin. So,
Who do you prefer now?
I would say it look like her.
Nye, those glasses that you have on in the picture are kind of channeling Gail King, and you don't look like her at all, but that's like her glasses, sort of.
Gail King, wait, isn't that Oprah's lesbian?
Yes, but she wears glasses like that.
Actually, I've never noticed her glasses like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are her Harry Carey
That
glasses.
picture looks so different than all your other pictures.
All right, hold on, everyone. Hold on. We're gonna invite Chi-Chi-Man up. Chi-Chi-Man he's not gonna last long, so just enjoy this. Just know he won't last long.
How is you guys doing today?
We're casting Clubhouse the movie. Who do you think should play you?
Ain't nobody can ever motherfucking play me, bitch. I'm a goat, bitch.
How about RuPaul?
And none of these niggas could ever play a motherfucking goat because these niggas is motherfucking sheeps, bitch. The fuck?
That Galaxy?
Bitch, it's your mother.
Who's in my gift? Because that's who I think Nod should play Di.
Has anyone seen the Philadelphia short films about
Which what Philadelphia film?
fentanyl? About fentanyl? That's what's coming to mind right now.
Taraji P. Henderson.
Oh yeah. She's definitely that type of personality.
Also, I think JB should be played by Al Pacino.
Oh yeah, Chi-Chi, Roger's name, Mojo's name, play you, and who would betray you? Who would betray you? Listen, how could somebody ever betray a motherfucking star, bitch? You can't betray us to be a star.
Well, hold on. I'm just wondering, do we get a male or a female to play Chi-Chi?
That's right. Listen, I just want to know if we get to play somebody with intellect or a fucking crackhead to play Mojo, bitch. The fuck? I said, we're gonna be bitch.
I really like trying the sentence of what the fuck.
What the fuck?
No, it's not what the fuck, it's the fuck.
The fuck?
Fuck is this?
JD, we've decided that we're going to need a love story in Clubhouse, the movie, and so right now the option that we're leaning towards is you and Monica having a romance. We would play this with Al Pacino playing you, of course, and Kate Beckinsale playing Monica.
Always an answer if I find the painful cancerous death.
You just missed a piece of shit. How would you say that about Monica the Queen?
I'll pay for pizza.
I think you should be the guy from Superbad playing Jimmy. Just personally. And that's not being taking shots. That's just, I think that one invested it. The one who was in Wolf of Wall Street, I believe.
Jonah Hill?
Yeah, Jonah Hill. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
The voice is very similar.
Well, he's a jerk off. Why you pay attention? And he's irrelevant. Why pay attention to him?
He's not irrelevant. He's a great actor.
I was talking about you.
So I want to nominate Vincent D'Onofrio to play Mojo.
Oh, wow.
Well, he's one of my
He's a
favorite
great actor.
I actually don't mind that. His role in Full Metal Jacket is iconic.
He's an excellent actor.
What about Jonah Hill's role in Moneyball? Yeah, how can we really put that to the side? That's a great performance, JB. I mean, why are you trying to get out of it? This great actors, get out of it. Interesting.
Hey, Kayla.
Who would play Concrete?
Oh my God, Mike Tyson, another idiot black guy. No, sorry.
No, you know what? You need someone that can. No, you need someone that can rant like him. So you need Terrence Howard. Terrence Howard could play Concrete.
Terrence Howard and Mike Tyson had a baby. That's your star, right there. That person.
Who would play Adams? Ooh.
The dude from Fresh Prince that's got the fancy dance moves.
Who? Cousin Jazz?
No, the gay black.
Rivera.
Oh.
Who was the gay black guy from Fifth Element?
And Alfonso's not tall enough.
What was the character's name in Fifth Element? The black guy who was running around on the cruise ship screaming like
Chris Tucker?
Chris Tucker, that's who it is, yeah.
Chris Tucker.
A supposed Epstein Island traveler.
We're still trying to nail down Hakima. I think Todd Bridges, Hakima doesn't like that, but
why not?
I think Tracy Morgan could play Hakima.
I don't think so.
no, you know who can play him? Fucking Kanye West plays Hakima all day.
I mean, maybe when Kanye was Kanye.
I'll tell
take Kitover. No, it's a weapon for Kima. I can see the Kanye version itself in Lexi Kima, yeah.
Wait, Akima, what about Method Man? You know he's an actor.
Sounds. Wait, you guys are rejecting. Wait, you're rejecting that. Dang, brother, you finished this thing.
He's like 90 years old, bro. So are you? I'm 48 going on 16, bro.
I think they it's not there.
Look at Little Ant. Ant was completed. What do you think?
Jam Brady.
What about Idris Elba for Hakima?
Wait, who's Idris Elba he's too cool for anybody in the clubhouse. I
love that guy too.
What about Wendell Pierce? I'm just looking at characters from The Wire.
Necro, you look like a young James Franco when he was young. Pictures.
I mean, I guess I can see like.
Actually, you know who can play Necro is a young River Phoenix.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, James Franco.
Yeah, but I think he's already played. It's called My Own Private Eye.
I guess for James Franco, I can see everything except his hair.
Necro, have you thought about changing your name on this app from being a necrophiliac to being like, Tom or Steve? Necro Cancer. Interesting.
Now I get all the wins.
Yeah, I bet a lot of it for social.
Did you ever see the movie Harold and Maude?
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a good one.
Right? If you're obsessed with that, you need to see that movie, Necro.
So wait, when you fuck a trans, is that technically necro cancer?
Monica's back. Monica, I don't think liked the pairing with the love story.
Who's that fat American comedian? Monica would be perfect for that one.
Okay, hold on. Kenny is here. Everyone agrees? Tia Carrere, right?
100%. There's no arguments on the stage. Now getting back to Monica. Monica, why do you have such a problem with the lyrics that we can create together?
Monica, we said that Kate Beckinsale was going to play.
I think we should use Gabrielle Iglesias for Monica.
No. Open Down syndrome.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hold on. There will not be any Monica hate, not in my presence. I don't know if I've said this before, but Monica's one of my favorite people on the app.
Oh, my bad. Melissa McCarthy. There you go. That's the winner.
Wait, hold on. Who's going to play Alan Dean?
I don't know.
We just took a plot twist because now we're going to do Clue, and it's going to be who killed Alan. In what room, with what weapon.
With John Cusack.
Tori.
Like, people play this with
No. He looks more like Alan Sherman.
Maybe Steve Martin.
Why not Dr. Fauci?
He would make a great.
Larry David. I can offer you a motive.
That's all.
Yeah, but Larry David's closer to Norm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can see that.
Alan Dean really stumped everyone.
Seinfeld's dad doing?
Oh, maybe Larry David. Hello.
Bro,
That might make you good, Alan D.
you have wax in your ears?
No.
I'm not Jewish. I'm from the East Coast. We all sound like this.
Gotta get a Boston accent.
Not Jewish. From the East Coast, we all sound like it.
Who would play Aram?
I think you could do Brad Pitt on that one, probably.
I have to go to the piece of shit file. Hold on a second.
Aaron was Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, he totally would be.
No way.
Yes. Yes, think about it.
No. You know what you do?
Real like DiCaprio, Roger. Not the
Yeah.
Redman, like the real DiCaprio. Like Titanic pussy version.
Thinks he knows more than everyone. When he gets caught on his bullshit, he completely crumbles. It's definitely beyond.
Who's gonna play that faggot, Scotty?
No, I got this. It's Jared Leto.
Oh, great choice. I love the internet. It's a great choice.
How about Aaron Burger?
See, this proves my point that this app is technically a roast app.
It's technically the best place to get information on the entire internet.
It's the only place I get my news.
You're in fucking trouble.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, no offense, Miss Lopez, but I record Clown House semi-professionally now, and when I hear your voice, I know I've gotten to the end of my morning show.
Thank you.
Is that like, is she your closer? Is this a compliment?
No, it's actually not a compliment. It means that I've listened for far too long.
So who's your A-listers? Is it like like Ion or Facts? Like who's the A-lister?
Well, I would actually put you. I would put you in terms of like the best A-lister. You're the best organizer, and the fact that you control the conversation, you don't let people talk over each other, and you constantly reiterate that. That to me is like a chief mod, but really, it just depends, I guess, on how I'm feeling. Like, if I want to hear crazy black people, I go to Patty's room or Doctor, whatever her name is. Like that politically correct room.
Dr. Godless.
Yeah. Oh, it is.
Lisa.
Yeah.
She was have you been broadcasting Amir's room lately?
Yeah, that's my midnight show. Usually that will run till 4 or 5 in the morning. And I wake up and then it resets, and it's generally like your room or Pepe or. But anyways, yeah, I've been recording Amir a tremendous amount, and that is by far, one of the most toxic rooms on the app.
And you're complaining about my voice? Oh, how dare you.
You know, you'd have to figure out, Roger, who to play Alex in New York.
Alex New York. You know what? If he was still alive, Morton Downey Jr. could have played Alex New York.
How about Christopher from The Sopranos?
I say Shia LaBeouf.
Have you ever seen this crazy house and room called like Tanner for President?
Nope.
You've never seen that shit? You have to try to find it. It's a bunch of people who have the same PTR. It's called Tanner for President.
I have. I take it back. I've been in there once, and it's weird as fuck. And if you don't change your PTR, they kick you out.
It's definitely one of the weirdest cult rooms, and I've trolled them many times. Also, I don't know if you know who Yosef Refugio is, but this motherfucker is also a Clubhouse legend.
How do we get those funneled into this room? I want some of these characters to find out about the spot.
Bring back your old healthy debate style format.
Kelly to be ready.
Who plays Goat?
Goat? It's gotta be,
Webster.
no, it's gotta be, what's his face?
Lewis
What's-
Gossett Jr.
No, what's the gap to the Negro that ran for president?
Cory Booker.
Yeah, Cornel West.
No, it's gonna be Will Smith's cousin sidekick on Fresh Prince.
You could get Jada Pinkett Smith to play him.
Who plays Isaiah then?
Roseanne Barr.
It's gotta be somebody from Massachusetts. Maybe we get Matt Damon.
Or Ben Affleck.
One of those fags. Speaking of fags, welcome back, Chi-Chi.
I do have a very funny video of Isaiah, aka Goat, and he calls himself misogynist, but he got into an argument with a black woman who shut him down, and he fucking lost it. It got thousands of views.
Can you post the link in the chat?
Yeah, I'll try to find it.
Isaiah. Yeah, they're not the same person.
Isaiah's never coming back. Not for at least three more.
Somebody said he was back.
Really? He owed a lot of people a lot of money.
Oh my God! If I think of all the people that he challenged and told us that we didn't know.
I think he was getting paid and the checks got cut off.
And stuff, and I refuted it, and we went back and forth for like 2.5 hours, and I kept telling him, you don't have it, here's the states that are going to fall, and I was pretty damn close. Beaver was the most accurate, I believe, out of Clubhouse, at least the circles I ran. Roger, I think you were pretty close as well, but
Yeah, my count was just like, I think it was like three votes off. Beaver hit the bullseye.
Yeah, those people, it's like, it's difficult for a man to understand when his salary depends on him not understanding it.
Who for Aaron Burger?
I don't know, some fag. American Party, what do you think?
Doogie Howser.
What do you think it would take for us to help some of your videos go viral, like the good stuff? Like, could you, like, when you get a clip of something that you know is gold, could you at least like come in and like share the link, talk about it, let us all go and do the thing that that people do, like make it go viral on Twitter and everywhere else where people are at? Like, can you like just maybe edit a best of Clubhouse?
It's really just, it's like every topic that has ever been discussed in human history at this point has, been recorded, and I specifically want to like capture some people's voices. It's like a collection of Pokemon at this point. It's hard for me to actually, figure out what you might consider, gold, Jerry, because so much of it is 3-minute clips or 15 seconds. It just depends. Like, you can sort by most views, but I cannot for the moment right now find this Isaiah clip of him having an emotional meltdown. But it's hard to answer.
You can put the audio file through a piece of software, and I'll get you the link for it. That allows you to like do keyword searches, and it'll take you to the exact moment where it says that. And if you drop like a bunch of audio in there, it'll like if you want to hear like Pepe crashing out using a particular word, for example, you can just type that word, and then it will show you the exact minute in which it's played, and then you can pull it out. There's a lot of interesting things you can do with some of this software that allows you to edit it. There's one tool that's free, and I was messing around with it back when we were doing healthy debates for quite a bit because I wanted to repurpose some of the audio, and then I lost interest. But there's a piece of software that I'll share with you. You might know.
I did buy an AI voice to text like automation thing. So I actually want to like sit here for a day and just translate the whole thing into text and then publish that, because I think if you actually read some segments of what people say and what they're talking about, it's terrifying. If you go in, I mean, this is a fun room, but if you really listen to what people are talking about, it's it's shameful, it's devastating. It's if this is what America is, I mean, where can we move to?
Yeah, Bima today was, hopefully you got the audio of her where she was talking about, killing IDF soldiers. Like, that was crazy.
I know that's hard. That's hardcore, and there's a lot of women like that, that when they get really juiced up on whatever they're juicing with, and they're calling for the death of people, and it's so hyper aggressive. You can tell that chick is probably cute, but that type of hyper aggressive attitude, to me, it's a big turn off. It's psychotic.
She actually has hairy armpits.
But you know what's weird? The one thing I noticed in Zeb is like a lot of people like me. I argue for, we should kill them or kill these people or kill that people, and meanwhile, virtue signaling about preserving somebody else. But they're never the ones that go up and actually get up and take a weapon and stand at the post or stand at watch. They never will. They are never the ones to go. They will not be the first ones to put their bodies on the line. They'll never be the ones that rush into a burning building. They're the ones that will, instead of calling 911, they will film it, and they're always the ones that.
Well, that's why you have to accept the fact that all communication is political.
Was it yesterday, Roger? Were we in the room with the guy that I kept questioning him about what do you do with the 7 million Jews if you don't have a state of Israel? And eventually it came out of his mouth. He said, you just have to shoot them all. Did you hear that one?
I did not hear that one. Doesn't surprise me, though. Doesn't surprise me at all. I hope you caught this, Edmund, John, whatever we're calling you, when Victoria was claiming that she's done national security briefing in the Situation Room with 3 separate presidents, and claims to have been sexually harassed by President Trump. That was one of the weirder crash outs that we never heard.
Did you get that?
Wait, she said that?
Yeah, she literally said, we grilled her on it, and she said 3 different presidents, Situation Room. We looked it up, who gets invited to the Situation Room, and it's clearly bullshit, but she was committed to it like you wouldn't believe.
So she was in, I think, one of our old rooms. I can't remember if it was under conservative and Republicans or political compass, but she came in and said she was in Obama. She was an advisor for Obama. And I was like, well, okay. And then later on, she said she was an advisor for Trump. And I was like, Trump wouldn't have you as an advisor. He wouldn't put you on that. You wouldn't do it. And then she went, well, I just prepared documents at a state level. And now you're saying her story has changed to this. So that's pretty well.
She said not once, not twice, but thrice. And it was in 3 separate administrations. She wouldn't tell us what the topic was because she didn't want to dox herself. But apparently, she's an expert about something. I don't know.
Who's this person?
Victoria.
Oh, Victoria, yeah, the abortionist.
Yeah, the only thing I figured out she was an expert on is probably knitting and having 20 cats in her house that'll eventually eat her when she dies.
So what about the judge? What's his face? The Israeli soldier and gay guy, Brent. I mean, I don't have anything against him personally, but I have heard him, talking about some of his sexual experiences, and I recorded that one, and I thought that was pretty wild that he would have that kind of open conversation on here.
Yeah.
I don't think that comment on that one.
Yeah, that's a tough one for me. Here's what I would say. If you're having a room about Supreme Court decisions and you're looking for somebody that understands the history of the Supreme Court and understands how the court operates and things like that,
I don't know what his real gig is. Like, probably a clerk somewhere. But he understands law, and he brought a lot of value to those conversations. But there are a lot of people that question his truth claims about everything. And but that doesn't change the fact that he does know a lot of shit about a lot of shit.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fun time. I love listening to him.
Can we just unpack the situation room a little bit more? That one was really astonishing. If you think about it.
Especially because she sounded like she was like, come on, and she just kept doubling down, tripling down. It's fucking crazy.
And then I think her comment about Trump was she didn't like the way he looked at her. Made her uncomfortable.
He made a comment about her looks. She didn't say what the comment was, but he made a comment about her looks.
I mean, do you think it's just a coincidence that there are so many African Americans on this app during working hours? No, and I'm not trying to stir the pot, but I think it's, if we look at people's income and how they're able to be here, I'm talking, it's a huge part of this app. So how is that possible that there could be those many African Americans on this app during working hours? It's just a question.
Nobody wanted to touch that hot potato.
I can't speak for all the blacks in the app, but I have a very good working position where I
There's a lot of white people on this app during the day too. I really find that to be a weird comment.
I can work and be on the app at the same time.
So
No, I admit it is a weird comment, but I mean, Mojo also asked an interesting question today as well about serial murderers or mass murderers and racial, breakdowns. And based on the amount of things that I see on the news, I mean, yes, there is most definitely. This is a topic that gets discussed here all the time, so I don't even feel like it's controversial. But the prevalence of black crime.
People were shocked when I posted that stat that since 2000, over 50, it's like 54, 55% of the serial killers in this country were black. They were shocked with that stat. Maybe they were DEI hunters.
What happened? So for Hunter Shackelford, you know who I thought about when you posted this? I don't even know who Hunter Shackelford is, but I thought about Ish. And that's who I thought Hunter Shackelford was at first when I saw the room title. And he goes by some weird name now. I can't remember, but I don't even know if he's still alive.
Is he still on the app? Because his voice, I can usually identify it. I would totally cast him. Like I'm seeing the actor like a Jimmy Walker and JJ Walker.
I haven't heard his voice in probably a month, but he was going by Weatherford, Shackelford or something. I couldn't remember his name.
He had some health issues.
Yeah, I remember that.
Or Snoop, yes. Someone wrote it. That's Snoop.
You know what was crazy about Ish one time? He goes, bro, you got all these burner accounts. I want you to come into this hip hop contest room. I'm going to spend the $10, $50 or whatever, where he raps versus somebody and they put up money. Then the winner gets the money. So I brought in 8 burner accounts and I mass voted for him. And the people judging the room and the other contestant, they were going insane because I totally threw the vote in favor of Ish. And in the end, they fucked him over and didn't even give him his winnings, even though he legitimately won. And I felt kind of bad for him, but at the same time, it was, I hope he had fun.
How about, someone just put in the chat, reminded me, how about her comment that that I looked uncomfortable and it was my back that she was looking at on the Situation Room conversation?
Oh, yeah. That was good.
So does anybody here go onto X? Because there's a lot of crazy people on X too. Extremely emotional, super mods. There's crazy people on X too.
I just don't like the audio quality. You can just randomly stop hearing somebody, or they can just randomly stop hearing you. It's just weird.
What's funny
I
is
used to like it for the pressers, like when they would be at whatever was going on that day, the gaggle of reporters would come on and just talk about the overnight. You would get an idea of what they were going to pose. They would get on board before the White House briefings, things along those lines. But then those rooms stopped, and now it's just it's chillism, if for lack of a better word.
Do you guys remember hearing about how Jeremy Green was the reason why Million Marathon on Twitter had so many people in there? He was creating bots, and the majority of the way it works is if you see a lot of people in a space, you're like, oh, something interesting may be going on. So then it does help legitimate traffic go there. But the whole reason they blew up over there was Jeremy Green was creating bots.
I have to, if we were giving out awards, I would give one to Chillism for persistence and just the incredible stupidity of conversations that you will hear in there, and how Tali and Nathan and others just hold it down day in, day out, and it's perpetual. That to me is fucking amazing. That is the never ends.
It's funny. I go in there now, and depending on my mood, I might be able to stay 5 minutes. I might be able to stay an hour. I like it until I don't. If I'm irritable, I can't do it. But if I'm okay, I want to seek out something different, something that just feels great, and that is the go-to spot. And Concrete and that guy Mike, they were such imbeciles. But I couldn't stop listening. I listened to them fucking argue with each other about something they didn't know what they were talking about for 45 minutes. There's something very interesting about being a voyeur to listen to really stupid people, probably with mental issues, just going at it. Special.
I agree. I have had a lot of fun recording this, and I feel like I have built a collection. But at the same time, I know that I must be. It's a little bit like watching movies. I complained to my father once. I was like, "You raised me at Blockbuster." I said, "You should have raised me at the library." He said, "Fuck you! I want my money back." Because videos is art, and I think it's amazing that people will come here and have unrecorded conversations, waste all their time, create no product out of that conversation, and there doesn't seem to me like people are going to turn back or ever even quit. I think the people on this app will most likely use this till the app self-destructs or they pass on. But I will say that social audio is very new in terms of herd consciousness and even American political discourse. You can hear a lot of things from a lot of people that you'll never ever hear in mainstream media. So this is technically should be revolutionizing a lot of things in culture and society, but to me it just seems like spam.
What if you were to take just hours and hours of recorded political dialogue and package it up and sell it to political people that are running campaigns, and just say, you want to hear what people are actually talking about? Here's X amount of hours, and then give them the tools to be able to sort through it. Maybe give them a synopsis of here's the word that's been mentioned the most, here's the topic that's been covered the most, and then give them maybe some highlights to go listen to maybe the best of the best part of that conversation. I bet you if you packaged it properly, you could sell that for a lot of money.
That's what you're gonna do. I thought
No, when you run for Congress, you get tons of shit in the mail from digital marketing firms looking to represent candidates, and I've saved all of those because I'm this is great information. You could clone what they're doing, but you know, I do pay attention to those keywords and those buzzwords, especially in that politically correct room. They seem to be like a perfect projection for what's in the news. I mean, she's organized in that room. She plays clips, and if you play good clips, that are relevant and clear, like you're in the top 1% of all the fucking losers on this app that can't even put together a show or produce anything, and it's just the most insane. I mean, just leave this room and do a sample real quick. Go through the hallway and then just listen for 10 seconds and name that tune, and you're like, damn, is this like an autistic Down syndrome psychiatric holding facility?
But not everybody has that ability to have good sound quality. Like, I think that's what also makes the difference. If you have at least a friend or a spare burner account that has a really good sound quality, then sure, yeah. I mean, like that, then you can do that. That political, I don't know which one you're referring to.
It's just the morning show. I'm telling you, there's a lot of energy on this app in the morning, and it goes to like sometimes 1 p.m. That's the crazy thing about being on this stupid app so all the time. I don't know how everybody else comes here and doesn't record what you're listening to. But this app goes on all day long, and it's the same characters, it's the same people. So it's beginning to look like a cast in a way, and people are really dedicated to coming here and having conversations every day. It is amazing.
I have this fear that if it's either good or bad, but like there's gonna be like a Netflix, you know what I mean? And it will be probably something that all of the clips that you saved and like there's gonna be, and I hope for your own wealth, you make a chunk of change off of it, but then it's like built into like this something part series where it's like it really is a season 1, season 2, whatever.
I mean, they say that Steve Bannon and all his Epstein clips, like he's gonna sell that to Netflix for, an insane amount of money, and they're gonna make a movie. Isn't it called? I think it's called The Monster. This is what they were talking about in Politically Correct the other day. I didn't even Google it to see if it's true or not, but.
Now, is Steve Bannon the one that had to go to prison for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And now, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
But what were the actual circumstances? Can anyone here actually say how he got fucked, or did he not get fucked?
He's the guy that actually would once he run for president over J.D. Vance. Not that I liked his policies, just he's the guy who's at least entertaining, like Donald Trump is.
He's got a podcast. I mean, he creates, a lot of content.
Oh, yeah. I watched it, definitely.
I think they all call him the Stinker.
Do you have any good clips of Geo?
Yeah, I've recorded him a lot too, and he repeats himself, an inordinate amount of times. It's so funny because people really do have their like catchphrases and their sayings, and if you were to look at a keyword index heat map of what their most common words are, I mean, if you've listened to these people, like their primary keywords. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that guy, like, I laugh at some of the people that come out of his rooms and are like, oh my God, he's so smart. It's like, if you listen to him, he's read one book and that's all the fuck he talks about. Everything is John Adams this, John Adams that. I'll give him this. He knows a lot about John Adams, but I don't think he knows anything about anything else. It's the only thing he talks about. That, and he doesn't think women should vote. And democracy sucks, and that we should have a benevolent king.
There's no noble elites.
Is that one of his phrases?
Yeah, we have no noble elites in America.
Yeah, I heard it.
That's the same thing with Jason Dusick, though. He believes we should go back to the English system before Parliament.
So what do you think the back end of this app looks like? What kind of data analytics do they have? Do they have, do they have all the transcripts, all the keywords? I mean, how do they actually visualize our thoughts and our conversations on the back end in a large language model?
No clue, but I would imagine that they've got a heavy Twilio bill, and then they feed it into something like a Splunk or a Sumo Logic. But what they do to analyze it, I have no idea, or maybe they don't, and maybe they don't know how. But I would imagine that the logs that they have for the audio files, the two biggest expenses they have outside of bandwidth, so their bandwidth cost is going to be massive, and then their Twilio bill would be expensive, and then something, either Sumo Logic or Splunk or something like that, where they're logging all the data. Those are huge.
Yeah, they use some kind of like their algorithm is set up. It's where they can use like a voting type thing even, and it'll be I don't know. Maybe I'm making it too.
Well, I worked at Google as a contractor before they fired me because I looked up Donald Trump while I was at work, and then a black girl in a BLM t-shirt walked me to the front door. It's a true story. They have a tool at Google called Wildcat, and that was the coolest thing I saw as an employee there. It's the back end to the Google SERPs, and it does keyword expansion for you. So any keyword that you can think of, it'll give you every associated keyword and all the associated keyword branches from that primary keyword. It's a way to just build, keyword search lists for advertising, or even for, automation off of those keywords. So I don't know. To me, like, you're right. They're probably not doing it because it's all in audio. But anyways, just a thought.
That's actually, what's weird? Like, I'm going to date myself, but when I first, in law school, like, the way you did legal research was based on keywords. It was called shepherdizing. And you would search the word. I mean, there was no computer to do it. You had to do it through books. But you would search a word, and that word would then take you to 5 cases that had that word, that then would take you to other cases with that word or a phrase. So it actually existed pre-computer.
This app is more of like a surveillance capital app where, because the information transmission through speech is so slow and there's not a lot in it, versus like reading, the keywords per minute in terms of like information transfer. This app, though it generates a tremendous bandwidth, the information exchange on it is actually, very marginal compared to like other types of information exchange.
Yeah, but they're gonna figure out a software that can like get around that, right?
No, it's called human-to-human conversation. Like, it's a very slow way to transmit information.
Yeah, but with light and sound, I mean, like, there's going to be something, I think, scientifically, where they can speed it up or slow it down.
No, the point is, everybody on here is just giving it up, meaning that, like, there's no actual informative, intelligent communication exchange happening between anybody. I mean, at the most part.
You paint with a broad brush, my friend.
Yeah.
I mean, I have listened to this bullshit app.
Communicating to anybody.
I'm just telling you, based on my recordings, and
Why would you want to record it?
it's like a psychological observational study. This is like doing fucking science. I mean, it's unbelievable to capture everybody's.
There's nothing being said at science.
From that perspective, it becomes interesting. But when you just do a sample of what people are saying on this app, you realize it's not intelligent communication.
But you could say the same thing about news and newspaper and news articles and anything that you could see on not just legacy media, but you know what I mean?
I mean, do you want me to open a burner and just give you a 10-second random sample from Politically Correct?
No, I mean, I don't know where I'm sure you got a lot of
It's curious. I mean, what's actually quite curious to me is why would a person go out and buy 50 cell phones and invest so much time and energy in something that is so inane? Why would you do that?
I don't know. I don't know why people only have one phone when you could have 50. I mean, these are all set up with Instagrams and YouTubes. I mean, it's a lot of work that I've done building this fucking network of phones.
Hang on. It's an indirect, but it's a direct question. Okay.
It's for entertainment purposes. I think this is a big opportunity. I'm a video maker, man. I don't know what to tell you. I create films. I create videos. I'm a creator. It's not complicated.
From other people. Okay, you create content from other people's thoughts
thoughts and ideas, and utilize them for your own purposes. Choose to be able to commercialize.
Utilizing for my own purpses. Do you think I'm actually making any money from this?
Chat, hang on. I'm not getting triggered.
I'm not triggered. I'm just saying, how long are you going to go asking me when you know what I do?
Hang on. Hey. Let the person finish it.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're complimenting me, Rohan.
John Kitover, and I have your fucking address. You don't go about.
Ooh, you got my address? Are you going to fly over from Sydney and you're going to take me out for a beer? We're going to go have a Guinness or something?
You went down the track of mentioning my name, so I don't know why you have a problem with me mentioning your name.
Oh, well, you know my address. Maybe you share it with everybody if you want. You can all come over and have a beer anytime you want, Clownhouse.
Say your address in our rooms, you leave.
When you say my address in your rooms, I leave.
You're getting very defensive.
I'm not getting defensive. I'm actually, wondering how long you're going to go. I'm going to go on mute for 5 minutes. Here we go, everybody. I'm taking a 5-minute vow of silence.
I'll shut the fuck up so you can ramble on. And you let me know when the fuck you were finished. Okay, we can have a dialogue.
I just took a 5-minute vow of silence.
It's just hard to be another person that can spend so much time and energy on an app, go out and invest in not one, not two, but 50 different cell phones, along with the cost that's involved in that. Call the actual system a name, and then utilize that information to commercialize it whilst not giving a shit about another person's privacy. Utilizing that information to be able to get capital gain, to be able to gain from other people. It's just bizarre.
Bro, let me offer a balanced thought on this, which is I agree with you, and I've told this to John that my preference was always to not record rooms because I felt that people in non-recorded rooms would selfishly, they would crash out a little harder and faster because they weren't being recorded. And so that's what I like. Some people just will avoid rooms that are recorded, right?
That's why I stopped recording my
Hold on. I fully agree. Let me finish my point. So I used to tell, I never mind John. When he was just when he was running around, I used to like him coming into the scene, entertaining the voices a little bit. And then when I would learn that, like, not only is he, doing these recordings or streamings against people's wishes, then there was this weird obsession with me for whatever reason. I always, part of me felt flattered. The other part was like, I don't know, get it. There's far more interesting people than that. But the biggest reason why I would complain about it was that I was trying to set a standard of like, hey, we're not recording it, and then he would come in and he would stream it. That being said, when Clubhouse decided to allow people to come on anonymously, my argument goes completely out the window because you have to assume that everything is being recorded because you can't kick anybody out. And so, like, I just surrendered this idea that what he's doing is wrong because now he's within terms of service. And so, while, like, I don't change the fact that, it was annoying as fuck, and he knows it. I've told him this to him probably a dozen times. But now it's a moot point, and if you come on Clubhouse, you now have to assume that not only is Clubhouse recording it, but that anybody can be streaming it or repurposing it for whatever the fuck they want. So I don't think anyone should assume privacy while they're on this app. And that's why I've kind of changed my tune about like, well, look, everybody knows the game. Everybody knows the game now. So if you don't want to be on this app, you don't want to be recorded, you don't want to be streamed, don't come on the fucking app. And that's the only thing that's changed. But I want to flip that into a question for you, John. Do you feel that since Clubhouse has made this change and you can sit there anonymously, do you think that it's become better for you because of that fact that, like,
there is no distinction between replay rooms on or off because everybody now knows it's recorded. Do you think it's gotten better or worse for you in terms of getting content?
In terms of gathering content and operations, it has made my life so much easier because I've been kicked from more rooms probably than anybody on this app of all time. And that's a lot of work to have to create a new burner, to create a fake profile, to sit in somebody's room, to live stream a boring conversation. So it has made it easier for me. But what's interesting is the initial reaction is, I'm going to kill this person. I'm going to go to his house. I'm going to call the police. Isaiah Goat said he called the cops twice on me. So the thing is, once they come to realize that their anger is futile and that this anonymous allows me to live stream them onto YouTube, and their complaints to YouTube aren't working anymore because a lot of people do file complaints against me on YouTube, and it doesn't seem to be taking anything down anymore. But my point is, I think they just gave up. And I think that that's healthy on their behalf, not to be concerned that somebody is recording them, because truth be told, nobody's doing, committing crimes on here having these conversations.
Well, but they kind of are.
Wait. I've been trying to jump in everything. Just go back to this. Sorry. So you are putting yourself up for election as a congressman, wanting people to be able to trust you, yet you have a multitude of people who have every reason to distrust you because you choose to be able to record their voice, their thoughts, their feelings, their sharings, right, from an app without consent.
But don't forget, I also share my thoughts, opinions, and I come on here and I'm very transparent about who I am. So if you think that voters can't trust me, maybe you're projecting and need to go look in the mirror yourself.
No, you're not transparent. That's a fucking lie. I'm going to call you out as anonymous because people know very well that you're going to get kicked out if you come up with your real name. American Party is not your real name. Okay, it's John. You can give it yourself if you want. You can't bullshit it too. Okay, nice fucking try. Hold on, Kitty. Okay, hold on. Look, I think everybody's frustration with this is at this point misguided. If this conversation was happening before the app made the change, everybody would have the full right to be like, you son of a bitch, I didn't consent to this, I was in a room with no replays. But now that the app's done this, I think the app is telling everyone, like, dude, it's gonna get repurposed, and so if you don't like, if you're not okay with it, it's kind of like the CEO that gets caught up in kiss cam, right? It's like, you can't have an affair at the ball game. You just can't, or the concert. You just can't do it anymore. And so, hold on. Let me just land this point. I think what he's done has been annoying. It's been fucking like almost harassment, like to a certain extent. But all of that is all harassment. But hold on. No, hold on. It was harassment. But now the app is saying that this content, when you speak of this content, that content is not yours. The app itself has it. And they have hold on. The functionality is, but the app hasn't. Yeah. Rowan. There's nothing that you're going to be able to do that would stop somebody from doing this. And the app knows that. What the app has decided is what they want is people like John to record this, repurpose the content, whether it's streaming it or putting it somewhere else, because they're hoping, don't interrupt me. What they want is they want people to notice it elsewhere, to go, where the fuck is this taking place at? So then they'll hopefully come to this app, which doesn't really work. But that's what the app is hoping for.
So can I just have a question for John? Kitty, I just had a question for John. So I see where you're streaming it, or I don't even know all the places, but in terms of any commercial value of it, ultimately, if you were to take all of this and combine the highlights and try to sell it, any kind of network or any kind of entity that would then be commercializing it is going to want content from people. No
Yeah, I mean that's so far down the line, Abby. I'm never gonna do that.
Can I finish? We did with the app, but I tried to compile this and put this out there for
Abby, it's on YouTube. It's compiled already. You're describing what I'm doing.
You didn't let me finish.
It's not the new business, Abby, is YouTube. I mean, I know what you're saying.
John, let us finish, big gentlemen.
But don't get so upset,
Someone
Rohan.
wanted to put together the highlights of this and go to a Netflix and say, hey, I got this funny idea and I want to do a series and here it is and here's all these recordings. None of these commercial companies, like I'll use Netflix because it's the easiest
I mean, you
one.
probably have never watched my low quality videos, okay? Nobody is interested in
What I'm
that.
saying? They're going to
Nobody's
require
interested.
consents from those they do on anything that they use where they have the public. You have to sign off. They have to have everyone who's in a scene signing off. So I'm just saying that aspect of it would be monitored or would be self-policed by any of these commercial ventures that you might be looking at.
Got it. And I'm not looking at them, but thank you. I'm running for Congress, so this is content for my constituents.
You guys, is anyone following what I'm saying? You have to sign releases.
But I'm saying, what if I'm a
They
millionaire
would
with
want
Netflix?
your voice. They would want your voice released if they ever
So
try
I
to
would
do this.
go
And then
millionaire with Netflix, and I would go to Clubhouse, and I would say, did each and every one of these people that this guy John is supposedly giving clips from, just like on Instagram or let's say Facebook, where you can see people like their actual quotes of what they really said.
Just take note that nobody's going to pay to listen to Chrissy, okay? Nobody's going to pay to listen to you, Abby. Nobody's going to pay to listen to Mojo. Nobody cares about these fucking conversations. I hate to break the bad news to you.
And he says to Mojo about
So why the hell would you bother spending so much time year after year with 50 mobile phones recording?
Do you want to come over here and do yoga in your underpants with me in the sun? Like, what do you want me to tell you, dude? I'm doing what I'm doing.
I would fucking prefer to be able to chill for classes and
Listen, your anger management problem is your problem. Deal with it.
guys, I want to tell you this.
Slightest, okay? You can deflect from it if you want it, which you did do before in the question.
What are you so worried about? Is there a video of you saying something that you don't want people to know about?
John, relax.
I am relaxed. I'm just wondering how long you're going to keep asking me the same question.
Hold on for a second. It's not an answer. This is a potential politician. You're going to be required to be able to answer questions. How is it that you can expect constituents in your areas to be able to have a level of trust with you if you can't show the integrity by showing other people that you respect their privacy? Yes, there is a loophole within this app, absolutely, but the regulations that say.
Listen, I hate to break it to you. You're an Australian, not an American.
I get it. I hate to break it to you. There are terms and conditions that you want to break in, and you're effectively breaking trust with people. How do you
Really? So my constituents can learn what people are talking about?
How do you expect your constituents to trust you?
Go to my YouTube constituents and you can see how transparent I am versus this random person talking to me on the internet right now.
Yeah, he's gonna put you on that one.
Yeah, okay. You lost that one.
So I actually was going to ask you, because someone, I don't know if you said this, like people aren't committing crimes on here. People actually are committing crimes on here. There's some direct threats.
You're going to want to have to take that one up with Mojo.
Let me finish. The same threat that they either hear verbally or they write in the chat. If they put on Twitter, they get investigated. And people have gone to jail for writing those things on Twitter. I mean, I hear it.
Well, I think I've recorded
and John,
criminal conversations on here.
Jesus
I just wonder sometimes, is it all just political?
Can I finish? There are direct threats. There are people that threaten other people with harm, with physical harm. That, again, some of the stuff that gets written to jail for doing that. That's why we're always reporting these. And, when you see something like that. But to say that they're.
Oh, I know. I tag Cash Patel and Dan Bongino on X all the time.
It is absolutely not crime free.
No, I agree. I've tagged Amir's room to Dan Bongino and Cash and FBI and CIA, and I say potential terrorists and definite terrorist supporters.
Yeah, I mean, I think that law enforcement is monitoring. I think law enforcement's monitoring more social media than people realize. That's been a priority now in this administration, especially as they're looking at people's social media with respect to visas trying to come into the country. So it'll come back to bite some people in the ass, but I think that this app is under the microscope as well.
Yeah, but who better
I just want to acknowledge something as well. Look, I'm actually really glad that John, you reported, take the opportunity to be able to report that room and take people in those rooms as well. I think that's a positive thing. On the negative side, though, however, when you realise that, like it or not, or choose to be able to acknowledge it for that matter, these rooms that are on here, conversations are held out in public. Whatever you say does go out there to most of these rooms. There are rooms, however, where now people feel stifled about really expressing themselves fully because they do know, right, that people like you exist.
No, I don't own this app, bro. Take it up with Clown House, not some random guy in Chicago doing yoga in his underpants.
I know you're hurt. This is challenging. I get this.
I just want to quote Mojo. Who hurt you? Who hurt you?
The same type of benefit out of this app. Okay, and just not say anything or even leave the app because of people like you. So well done.
Yeah, but have you ever looked at a recorded room, Rohan, and then saw Clubhouse come in? Like, if you listen to the replay, you'll see Clubhouse and they'll have a little hand. You know what I'm saying?
There are rooms that I come across where I can see that are being recorded, okay, and I have the choice to enter, to be part of the conversation, period.
But what I'm saying is that that's
I
what
give
you
consent for myself to be recorded. Okay, that's all I have to do.
Like what Mojo says, they've been doing it all along.
Hold on. Listen, here would be my worry, is that when you have people participating in these conversations, right? And some people, and I don't know why I didn't do this having real names attached to the profile. So John, when you record this, not only are you exposing the audio, but you'll show the photographs. Again, standard choice to put it up there, and in some cases their names. And when that happens, you're catching people. Their intent in participating in this conversation is not to have it broadcast and streamed on YouTube. Now, again, I think in the world we live in now, where we have the anonymous accounts and you cannot even remove them, Clubhouse has signaled to us that they want this to happen. They want it to happen. This is not, it's intentional, because they could have, for monetization, they could have created all kinds of different tools that people would pay the $5 for or whatever it is. What they decided to do was create an option where people cannot remove people from the room that might be, eavesdropping or sharing information. And so Clubhouse is I think, John, you were an asshole when you were doing it against people's, wishes. Now, Clubhouse is the asshole. I can no longer really hold John accountable for this when it's Clubhouse that's saying, hey, we want to incentivize this. And by the way, people are going to pay. They're going to pay to have the privilege to be able to share this. Right? And so,
Rose.
I don't know. Right before they did that, this would be a much different conversation. John would have been removed from this room. We wouldn't be having a polite conversation, all that kind of jazz. But if Clubhouse is making those choices, and we make the choices to be here knowing what the rules are in Clubhouse, you can't then cry foul when people are doing what Clubhouse is enabling them to do. And the only thing I would ask you, John, is to consider maybe figuring out a way, you're a creative guy, figuring out a really bad shit, cool. But for the people that are just having a political conversation and they left their real photograph and their real name, if there's a way that you could, I don't know, give some consideration to, you know.
But you should be aware that the people who are watching my live streams are just random people all around the world who stumble upon a random conversation. They're just like Clownhouse users by extension.
This is true. You know who they also are? They're the people that have feuds with each other on Clownhouse that will go to your recordings that have been, saved in the cloud, and then they can listen to it, and then they can go with it. I actually, at this point, I no longer see you as the bad guy in this whole thing. I see this as one of those scenarios where it was a misguided move by Clubhouse, and as such, people that are worried about being exposed on YouTube, they should think about whether they want to participate at all on this app, and if so, how are they going to engage?
But what?
If that changes,
Mojo, why can't we just admit that we're all playing a word game? I have taken on the role of a central node. None of this is personal. If somebody has a problem with a recording I've made, you can message me and I will delete it if it bothers you that much. And I've always been pretty open about that. I'm on here all the time, talking all the time. If you want something deleted and you got it saved, send me the link and I will oblige.
Hold on. What's really interesting about this, though, is that I don't think there's anybody that has been targeted quite as much as I have by John. His channels dedicated to my fictitious names. He's getting URLs and he's setting up YouTube channels. He probably got email addresses and my fictitious name. It's like there's a lot of work that goes.
I know. Roger Mayhem the movie was a lot of work.
When it was brought to my attention at first, I was just like, this guy's fucking insane. What the fuck is he doing? And I will say this, I fired back, and John, why don't you tell him how many of your larger accounts got clipped off of this app because of my report?
Yeah, I just had another major big one with 1,500 friends get deleted yesterday because I insulted Mark, the atheist, when I asked him, what is a Homo sapien? But yeah, I lost a lot of accounts.
Thank you.
I don't know if he left, but yeah, I changed one of my names to Roger Mayhem because I realized like all of these accounts kind of condition us with, your identity or your profile. So it's like Roger Mayhem has conditioned a lot of communication on this app. And when I realized it's just a role, it's a LARP that, there is no Roger Mayhem. It's just a generic, it's a Pepe, it's an evergreen profile. I was like, oh, I'll be Roger Mayhem. And, then shortly I got clipped. But the reason why they clip people here is so stupid because everybody who gets clipped can come right back. So
I got clipped for nothing, like next to nothing. And then literally it was getting mass reported. Like I was only been on the app for a month. And then they gave me my account. No, not like that. They gave me this account back. This is my original account. It was the feud between me and Ann. I don't even know which was small stage. So love to hear that. Like, yeah.
No, but I.
You and Ann got into a fight about you starting on the app.
That wasn't season one. I'm an Android user, but yeah. It was the whole second amendment thing. Then she had a bunch of people like mass report me. You guys heard it because we didn't have replays at that point. But me and Ann are good friends. Like I love Ann. Like we laugh about it now. Mojo loves to bring it up. But then it became a thing. Before they had like a suspension period, and then after that, like a week suspension, and then they put the account down. I don't even know what they do. You can basically say whatever you want. I've heard some of the most anti-Semitic things. I've heard some of the most, hey, John, if you really want to know, get with me and I will give you the skinny on some of the theology groups and the people look out for and the things that are going to be up and coming. Because, like, I hear a lot of shit that you're missing.
Up
and coming. Are you kidding me? It's a bunch of depressed people just talking about nothing. Daniel Nero. Dude, that was fun as hell. All right, we'll finish this up.
It's my game. It's my game. So,
Not straight, not to be able to report up. He's using a loophole. That's all. Well, it's an intentional loophole. They asked people on the app, hey, want to be a premium user? Well, the ability to be in a room where the person that created the room does not have the control to throw you out of the room. By doing that, Clubhouse has said to me that, like, okay, anybody could be listening. Now, why they did that, I have no fucking clue. The only logical thing that comes to my mind is that they'll take the consequences of, people that want to stream it or whatever. Maybe it was the easiest mechanical way to allow, let's say, press in without getting thrown out. Maybe the media wants to be in these rooms. Maybe
It's because people are clipping it anyways. They have to deal with those consequences regardless. Do you know how many takedown requests they get and how many reports they get? It must drive them crazy. They eliminated their fucking customer service department by doing this.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a frustrating experience. The frustration for me was I used to tell people that came in the room, hey, look, unlike Monica will tell people, hey, recording is wrong. And I understood why Monica did that, because people accused Monica of stuff that she didn't say. So she wanted to have the replay to be able to say, look, I can play the replay for you. I never said any of that shit. Here's the context in which that came out. I took it to the point that the replay was off. And so, because I would tell people, hey, this is wrong, people would feel safe that they could do that. And then my frustration was with people like John that would then record it and stream it, because it's like, well, shit, I'm not doing the recording of it, but somebody else is. It defeated the purpose of what I was, the environment I was trying to create. But now I don't get that argument. I don't have the luxury of that argument anymore, because Clubhouse has taken the tools away from me to stop that behavior. I pretty much know when we have anonymous people in this room who it is that's recording, and I can't do anything. If I go and click on the anonymous profile, it brings me to a thing that asks me if I want to pay to sign up. Let me ask you a question. Here's a question for you. Right? If, for whatever reason, Clubhouse chose to be able to reverse the decision to make anonymous
unbootable? Would you continue to, I'm not block individuals who are recording rooms without your consent? I'm in a one-party state, so it doesn't matter whether I like it and recording me or not. I don't have a right to do
So what is the question exactly? Would I block him if I could? Is that your question?
Clubhouse, right, of allowing anonymous to be able to stay in rooms and disabling moderators to be able to kick them out. Okay, would you continue to block people who are recording and streaming rooms without people's consent?
I would, but I would also say that it's a game of whack-a-mole, and for every account that John had that I blocked, which was a non-trivial amount of accounts, I have to assume that he had at least 4 more that I had blocked. So it's a game of whack-a-mole. In fact, there's a few people, and I won't name them, that are very good at identifying, oh, hey, that's John. They can't do it now. Now we just, assume that, the anonymous, down there with the fingernail is probably John. I think the one with the lips is maybe John. But it doesn't matter at this point because the anonymous can't get kicked out. There's nothing you can do about it. He could just have a random non-anonymous account. He could bring his own account, just change it to some name, put like a nondescript picture and bio. We're just gonna tolerate.
See, people who ratted me out, they'd be watching my live stream and then they'll come in your room and say, hey, Kitover is recording your room. Like, that's the easiest way for people, who rat me out because they were monitoring my YouTube. I'm not the victim here. I'm telling you what I do. I enjoy what I do, bro. Apparently, there's something that I recorded that upset you, but I assure you it was never intentional to upset you.
Okay, I'm just pointing out you shouldn't play the victim when you're actually the perpetrator.
Okay, got it. Thanks, Ron.
Rowan, look, I've communicated my frustration, and I've successfully had multiple of his accounts clipped off of this app. I'll brag about that. And I've had at least one of his YouTubes at least temporarily brought down, or at least I think it was because of mine. So I've gone out of my way. I'm just saying that I'm throwing in the fucking white flag now that fucking Clubhouse has basically said they're on his side. It's essentially this is the way I look at it, right?
But can't you?
I can't do anything to stop it. So my choices are I cannot be on the app, or what else? Rowan, what can I do? What would you recommend with the current state of how Clubhouse allows anonymous accounts? How would you prevent this?
There's actually nothing you can do to prevent it, and that's technically that's the reality. But to be able to put favor, to be able to, I guess, now switch the coins and be able to say, well, Clubhouse is responsible for this, and John has no responsibility on that. There's nothing innocent about recording a person.
Is it a personal thing, or is it just the recording?
Trying to commercialize it to some extent. But like I said earlier, it is just fucking bizarre that a person would choose to be able to, I don't know, be elected or try and get elected as a congressman. Whereas one of the main things that a person needs is to be able to have trust. People need to be able to have trust in the person.
Well, what's more important, courage or trust, Rohan?
It's a low-down act.
And how do you establish trust? How do you establish credibility?
Commercialize like this recordings without consent. I think it's a low-life thing to do.
Got it. I'll be sure to tell every constituent you don't like my recording.
You're actually fucking up with other people's enjoyment, and you don't give a shit about that. And that's okay. You do you, man. That's all.
Did you ever think maybe it's a you problem?
Oh, yeah, I did think about half a second, which is going to be the same amount of time to give you about face-to-face.
Who hurt you? Who hurt you?
Not me.
Well, I think what I do is actually art. I think all videos, all pictures are forms of art. And so if you are a critic and you don't like my art form, well, I encourage you to go to Congress.com and send me 10, not 11, 10, not $9 right now. Go to johnforcongress.com.
Listen, John, is it true? They said one night we were on Pepe's room. They said you were live streaming Pepe's room while dancing naked on Instagram. Is that true, or were they?
You can't dance naked on Instagram, NY. Sorry.
Partially naked.
I gotta tell you, if you're in Pepe's room, you have no right to complain about anything that John does.
I agree. Today at the federal level is immoral and it's basically theft. And it's time for the American people to wake up and hear what people are talking about. And thus, that's why I've recorded Clown House for going on 6 years.
And that is a sickness. Well, what if you just redirected your energy and I don't want to tell you how to do your art, but if you were to think about the power that you have at your disposal, and I think you're doing some of this already, which is this is why, if people think, why is Mojo going so soft on him? It's because I've actually seen live streams on YouTube that you've shared that people now get to hear terrorist sympathizers, talking amongst themselves. And my hope is that the law enforcement community sees that stuff and takes action on it. And if that were to happen, if a single arrest were made because of a video that you shared, I think all of the grievances that I have because, my PTR was up there, my voice was shared on a stream that got, 98 views, it would grossly outweigh, the inconvenience and my feeling of my privacy being invaded. Which, by the way, now that Clubhouse has changed their rules, I have no fucking, I have no delusions that I have privacy on this app at all.
I mean, privacy is an illusion from the beginning, even with the anonymous, because there are a lot of innocuous accounts that just float around and you don't kick them. And if you kick one because you think it's me, it's only because somebody's looking at my YouTube live. So, the privacy concern with me is there should be no concern. I'm very transparent and public. So it's these other rooms, which are terrorist supporters and potential terrorists. And, I have no problem having the FBI look me over 10 times. I've been in the military and I've never committed a crime. So, come at me and I'll give you everything I have. That's why I don't mind drawing attention to myself, because I am an honest and good person. I have no beefs with anybody in my life. So, I'm a happy and a consistent person who comes on here and records the dumbest conversations about people talking about nothing. So, if you got a problem with me, maybe there's something inside of you that's not fully self-actualized. I don't know. Maybe it's a you problem.
If anybody wants to get a lesson in gaslighting, please join the sandwich. I can't believe you're being serious.
Well, wait a minute, John. If everybody's talking about absolutely nothing, what makes it interesting enough for you to report them?
Haven't you watched Seinfeld, NY? That's a show about nothing. It's George, Elaine, and Jerry talking in their apartment. They go on dates. It's a show about nothing. It's called Zen. It's essentially a word game. And welcome, everyone, to the secondary Clown House world game of John Kitover, who has recorded 6 years of this stupid app, and all of you in this room.
So here's something to consider. I think I have no idea what the actual motivations are. Only he knows. What I can say is that he's well aware that the average video gets very little views. He knows that. Right? But if he enjoys doing it, and there's this potential, this is the thing that people forget. If he's got a volume of content, this long tail of a bunch of little videos,
strikeouts.
You got to realize my primary target was Adrian Dittman, who is Elon Musk. I have so many Adrian Dittman recordings of him prior to Trump winning, as well as everything up leading up to his termination. I have more Elon Musk recordings than anything, fucking 1,000. And those to me are really interesting because he's a nitwit and an idiot, and he sounds like every idiot. There's nothing special about the guy. He cooks butter steak and makes terrible jokes, and people don't really like him that much. But again, that's still just a show about nothing. So, I mean,
Adrian Dittman is not Elon.
It is Elon Musk. It is.
No, it's not. I just dated here. So we were in a room with Adrian Dittman, Elon Musk, and Elon's mom. And I don't know if you've ever heard this. It was on the Twitter space. So they were in the room together and they were talking.
I get it. He has burners and multiple cell phones. Trust me. I will bet anybody in this room $10,000 that I can prove to you that Adrian Dittman is 100% Elon Musk because I have enough recordings to prove it. I have so many recordings it would blow your fucking mind.
Well, let me ask you a question. Would you, if instead of John having YouTube channel after YouTube channel dedicated to me and Dr. Jordan, if he had YouTube channels that were dedicated to guys like Amir and Campbell or something, terrorists that were on here, don't you think that could be a potential good?
But then, I was thinking about that absolutely. Absolutely. It would absolutely do it. It has potential as a good. In fact, he's saying that reporting some of these instances, I think it's also potentially good as well, just to be able to highlight some of the problematic people. But wouldn't that sort of outweigh everything else? I don't know.
What did they do that was so terrible?
In the meantime, okay, I'm glad to mention reflect.
My sin of using Instagram and my sin of using YouTube.
John, okay, control your narcissism issues. Until then, this is a prospect. In the meantime, you've got many people on a social app that utilize this medium to be able to have shared like information about how they feel and so forth. It's changed the experience for other people to the point where people need to be able to change their names to the point where if lots of people do that, then effectively there are more masks that are on this particular app. There's less benefit for people. So there's a trade-off in some way.
I think the fact that those rooms terrorists are being I think that's fucking I'm just trying to think, is there a way, and this would be a genuine question to everybody, including, I know how you feel about it, John, prior to Clubhouse making their decision. I felt exactly the same. But is there a way that maybe we can, even if you still view him as a nuisance, where we could say, like for example, let's say one of the terrorist sympathizers comes into this room and we start engaging in a conversation and they're crashing out hard and saying some things that are highly problematic, right? What if we utilize this? It's like the comic book universe has the Punisher. Well, like we should have a mechanism to call him the Punisher, and be able to just, like if somebody's crashing out super hard, I think rather than making John the bad guy here, if we said, hey, look, we're gonna set the fucking honey trap, and we're gonna bring you content that's far more entertaining than the shit that we wax about. And what if we leverage this service? Think of it as a service that he's providing. He thinks of it as art, but we think of it as a service, and we figure out a way to leverage it. What's wrong with that?
Not sure, right? Look, and until that day, if it ever eventuates, where information that he is, well, he's not
everybody's copying and streaming. It goes towards serves a purpose to be able to bring misaligned people into alignment, and extremists and so forth. Then until that point in time, I still have not many favorable. Actually, I don't have many favorable things to be able to say about him at all. I see that he's actually doing more harm for other people than good.
Well, do you have any evidence to support your opinion? Because I just don't think you have any actual evidence to support your hypothesis there, Dr. Rowe.
I don't care to be able to spend my time and energy and thoughts in validating.
Got it. I got no compliments for you either then, so have a good evening.
I mean, if you're leaving, that'd be wonderful. Bye.
I think that if he editorialized any of the surveillance programming that he could conduct at Clubhouse, anti-Semitism rooms, that would be huge. Now, one of the rooms where he recorded all the Jewish women ganging up on me was kind of a classic. Crazy misogynist Jewish American prince. That room, I mean, that stuff could go viral. For sure, for show.
See, I do agree that I think my recordings, though extremely amateur and low quality, cell phone to cell phone on little mini tripods, it's very pathetic. But I am also a comedian. I am trying to essentially capture crash outs in a way, because really the high emotional stuff, to me, I have to process it. And, I do a lot of listening. And to me, really, the one great thing about this app is you do realize there are people who are road raging all the time. And, anger management and how you respond to your environment versus having useless conversations about nothing, wasting all your time here because you can't find something better to do with your time. It's really, this app is a great place for enlightenment and for awakening and optimization on how you're living your life. Because in my opinion, if I were to get every word you've ever said on here and put it in front of you, and you could fast forward through it and all that stuff, you'd be like, was it worth it? I mean, does anybody here think it was worth it?
Well, I think there's
I'm trying to figure out how we can create perhaps a loop that makes this better for everybody. For example, if we have someone that's crashing out, there should be a back channel to John to say, hey, they're crashing out. Come get your content. He's probably already there. Well, this is the thing, right? Like, just hey, they're crashing out. Come grab this. The other thing that would be great is part of that feedback loop is if John could take the care to have his greatest crash outs, maybe create a YouTube channel of Clubhouse crash outs, and then just. He said, I believe me, I listen to the content that's on there. That does not exist. That does not exist. You're incorrect. But if he was to index it in such a way that we could then bring attention to it, then the way we bring it full circle is he can find the crash outs in either this room or other rooms. Say, hey, if you go check out the video, it's at the whatever mark. Then we can pull it up in the rooms. We can repurpose it as content, pointing people back to his videos, creating more views for him, getting more people to talk about it. I think we can create a feedback loop and then just do rooms. We can literally do rooms.
It's a roast. You want to roast people who crash out. It's a roast show. That's the show. It's the best show, and it is the most entertaining. And that you run a roast room because you bring people up and you roast them.
I'm just so happy that you are finally appreciated and
If I may add really quick, I think the Clubhouse Troll Academy concept, although it's kind of jokey, I mean, I would love to benefit from some of the revenue we could generate. Where else in internet land can you learn to troll by text, by voice, emotional and psychological trolling? It is like a breeding ground for potential trolls, and we can use it for good. Like, there's nothing, if we wanted to troll terrorists, I mean, it's kind of like, who's that comedian? Who's the comedian
Sacha Baron Cohen, yeah. Who was he? Who did he pretend to be the first? Who was the Islamic guy that he pretended to be? Ali G. Yes, Ali G.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, I've sat in many Amir's rooms and I like to set it and forget it. I can't sit there and listen to their bullshit, but the times that I have spent listening to them, I mean, they say enough stupid shit in there to get themselves in a lot of trouble. If the right person heard what they're saying, they have a lot of trouble on their hands.
Could you at least dedicate one particular channel to his room so then I would come through that to go find the content, to just play it, rip into it, allow the people that are so inclined to turn it over to the proper authorities, maybe do some voice matching, things like that. Why don't you just get a Mojo 2 account and live stream their fucking room with an anonymous into this fucking room, and then we can all roast them together. Make it an interactive experience, upgrade the quality of your show, get some more burner accounts, and let's get this party started. I actually have to tell you, I will not pay for an anonymous account, but for those of you that have them, I'm happy to partner with you in a way that we could create good content.
Are you talking about that bundles?
If that's the content you want to create, that's fine by me. I'm more interested, to be quite honest, with some of the people that are saying literal criminal shit on here. I think that's a service that imagine this story. Clubhouse troll leads to investigation and arrest of a terrorist cell in the United States. That'd be fucking amazing. You get elected, you go to Congress.
You know he's running for Congress, right?
Wait, can you repeat that soundbite? Can you repeat that soundbite, Mojo? One more time, please. Thank you.
Yeah, he already has contact. He just not maybe I can help him. Fetch all those gold nuggets you have it.
I mean, where is the FBI? Where is the CIA? Where is the NSA? Is all they do outward facing?
Did you work for the FBI or something?
No, I've worked for the government since 2002.
I don't know. I just remember seeing an ID of Edmund.
Yeah,
It was
it's a military ID. I was in the Army.
Yeah, I think there's a way to leverage this in a way that gets everybody what they want. You can expose terrorists, you can get the entertainment of the crash outs, and gets the content. If it ever goes viral, it'll be amazing.
I am glad that he finally decided to not get triggered by him.
Well, you missed a lot, and John can catch you up at some point. But listen, if Clubhouse hadn't changed their rules, I'd have my same opinion about this. But Clubhouse is the one that decided that no, there's nothing you can do about it. And so I'm not one of those people that's insane where you have to deal with the world the way it exists. Clubhouse allows anonymous accounts, and anonymous accounts can easily stream these things. It's a very, very easy decision for me to just say, I'm throwing in the white towel. And then once you surrender, then you have to look at okay, what can be gained here? And I think the thing that John's done, and that we all agree on, even his biggest critics agree, is that he's doing the Lord's work when it comes to recording some of these terrorists.
Thank Thanks. I mean, Roger, Mayhem was a big project for me. I mean, I created a lot of content around the Roger Mayhem movie, and it wasn't until like I see the thing is, to me, this is like recording a video game. Like, as a great speaker and a great organizer on this app, don't you think that it should have been natural that somebody wants to record you? I mean, I can't be the only person that's ever recorded you, but if you go on YouTube and you type in Roger Mayhem, like, have you ever listened to yourself and been like, yeah, that was a good take, that was right, or maybe I was, like, how do you do any self-reflection based off of my artwork? Thank you.
I hate the sound of my own voice, so no, I don't find any value in things that I say.
I loved how diplomatic I was. I was surprisingly diplomatic, considering sometimes I was emotional as opposed to an estrogenized woman.
So hot.
I know, sexy, isn't it? I was going to ask you, though, how did the liberal rooms that you recorded, the Ben Mendelsohn rooms, which I'm not judging, I'm being judgmental about, how did that pilot study go for you in terms of your production work on those? Because I think you did some projects on him as well, right?
Honestly, like, I am also a dopamine addict, so when people know that I'm recording them and it's driving them crazy, they're like, I'm watching him right now, he's fucking live streaming. Like, that to me is when my dopamine flares, and I'm like sitting here laughing, just uncontrollable, like tickles, and so much fun. And maybe you could call it elder abuse, because I know there are a lot of senior citizens on here, but the point is, this for me is like an interactive game. I mean, many people, maybe you can't project yourself into me and what I'm doing with all these cell phones in this office every fucking day. But to me, this is an interactive video game, and I love video games. And this is, to me, is the best casino entertainment that I can play for no money down.
Well, it's really amazing where you're going to have like so much fun at other people's expenses. What's the side of Look, I'm gonna just maybe continue, because I'm still getting this feedback from other people. Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. It's not right, but what I can do is focus on, these fucking terrorist supporters, okay, and the racists on here, and dedicate your time to actually doing something that's positive, make a positive change. Well, he's not going to win the Golden My Hair Peace Award, but he could make a difference. And I do wonder, like, maybe the testament to all of this is, has a woman found you so insatiable because of your odd sense of humor, or perhaps your radical sense of humor, that you've consummated relationships because of it? And maybe that's or a man.
You gotta realize, I put myself at risk doing what I do, but I think I create catharsis for people. And if you're angry with me, you're hanging on to words too much. Let it go. That's my opinion.
Hold on. I want to call Blue Ocean, who says, it ain't terrorism, it's freedom of speech. You're a bunch of snowflakes. American Party should be sued for recording people without their consent. Listen, I don't know if you knew this, Blue Ocean, but everything you ever have said on this app has been recorded. Period. So, if you don't like that, you shouldn't be on this app.
Also, who goes in an audio app where anyone can be listening to you or recording you and is not careful with what they say? I mean, you should always, whether you're in
more than half the app.
Outside of
to answer your question, more than half the app.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem. I mean, like, even in your own life, without an audio app or without a phone in your face, you should always be responsible for the things that you put out there. So maybe this teaches personal responsibility to people.
Well, then that makes this a side.
It's a matter of necessarily it being about responsible about what you're saying. It's just having a choice as to whether you want to be able to share your thoughts, ideas, and feelings with the masses. Hang on. If you want to share with masses, okay, then you have the option to do so. For example, if a room
has been set to replays only. You have the choice of whether you go up there and you want to be able to have your voice recorded, right, for everybody to be able to replay. Okay, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, you have a choice. Don't come to Clubhouse and talk about your intimate stuff. If you want to have intimate conversations, going to wave.
Whether you go into those rooms or you don't go into those rooms, or you go up on the stage, or whether you don't go up on the stage. And that is a person's choice. It's not a matter of whether they go on the fucking app or not, for Christ's sake. Okay, but what the point which you're making here is that regardless of whether you make the choice to be able to go up on stage in a recorded room with people like John, okay, who choose to be able to record and stream other people's thoughts, ideas, and feelings, right, without consent, and then to have it commercialized, that is the issue.
It's not commercialized. I'm not making a fucking penny off of this, mate. I'm sitting here in my underpants in my mom's basement, drinking a Miller High Life, smoking a joint, bro. You're such a critic, mate. What a critic.
If anything, he's losing money with this. Have you seen the amount of phones he's collecting? He's got like 30 fucking phones.
Congressman Kitover, have you captured me gesturing in any way to Issa, like any flirtatious things I've said to her in past rooms, or overly hitting on her or anything like that? Just curious.
I think she's looking.
No, I would really love it if people were like, yeah, let's like actually record this and put it in the room title and create content together instead of barking at each other like wild dogs every single day. I mean, can we work together? This is why communication should be revolutionary in the sense that people can organize outside of the traditional communication network. But there's no organizing on this app. There's just road raging, people getting their dopamine for their, afternoon lunch design. Like, there's nothing intelligent happening here. It's a fucking roast show. It's comedy. Can everybody stop taking it so seriously?
If you guys think that you're special, you're not. One day I went to his room and he was streaming a conversation of his mom with his sister into Clubhouse. So I just love this all the time. Yeah, he was.
Well, we all have to take into consideration these aren't private rooms. Everybody can come in and listen to anything you're talking about. Your sexual feelings, your depression, or any of this type of shit. You're gonna come on here and talk about this shit and get upset. Feel like somebody's streaming it. I mean, there's dozens of people in the audience that are listening to you. So
it's just selective outrage. I'm the scapegoat. I'm the Pepe. You can cast all your hate and anger and frustration into me. I can catch it all and just throw it right back at you.
Does your sister know that you're streaming your private conversations on Clubhouse?
You serious? You don't think they look at my YouTube and know that every single time they talk to me on the phone, there's a chance that I'm streaming them?
The funniest thing is people are paying fortunes for SEO and GEO, and it's like the chance we're even getting exposure and visibility out of it is slim to, I don't want to say slim to none to hurt it, Congressman Kitover's feelings, but the truth of the matter is people are paying money to have the most ridiculous things about them heard and seen. So we should, in some ways, maybe we need to be brave.
You went in the Matrix.
No, I think radical transparency is essentially the greatest way to conduct everything. If you can, it takes a huge burden off of you to relieve yourself of this professional social media presence or puissance. It's all artificial. And so when somebody live streams themselves and they record these open, candid conversations, the thing is, no one even looks at my shit. My one YouTube channel has 600,000 views. That's nothing. And people who listen on this on random YouTube live, they don't even speak English. They're from fucking Bangladesh. Look at the comments. Nobody cares about what I do, bro. It's my artwork. It's my artwork. I do paintings. This is the cutting edge. What I'm doing now is the smartest thing I can do. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's still different than somebody just standing out on the sidewalk and videotaping people as they're talking. Like, it's legal, he's allowed to do it. And I mean, if you don't want to talk about shit in public, then go somewhere private. You know, make the room private, don't let anybody go in there, or just get off the app and, you know,
He's from Australia. He's not from London. He's never been to Speaker's Corner.
Got it. I mean, in the United States, you can record somebody, like, stand up with a cell phone and watch two people having, like, a personal conversation on the sidewalk. There's nothing they can do. It's exactly what's going on here.
Rich, that's out there.
This is a public social media app.
No, it's not public at all. Okay.
It's public in the sense that people can, or everybody in the audience, the terms and conditions say that he can do it.
It's got terms and conditions.
Yeah, and they said that he could do it.
Bro,
they anonymous accounts for no reason.
Bro, the point is the now is all important. I'm going to say it again. The now is all important. And who am I causing harm to right now? Anyone? Anyone here being harmed by my YouTube live right now? Does anybody feel any harm?
No, I don't want you recording. I don't want you streaming it. I don't want my voice recorded. And I know there are a bunch of other people who feel exactly the same. I'm sure of it.
Okay, anybody else in the room? Speak up, because one person's opinion versus my opinion neutralize it. Anybody else here not want to be recorded by me on my YouTube live?
I'll tell you what, is there anybody else in the room who feels differently to what I've just said? Does anybody else give consent to being recorded and streamed?
Go ahead, put a 1 in the chat if you want to be on my YouTube live. Put a 2 in the chat if you do not want to be in my YouTube live. Again, number 1 for you want to be in my awesome YouTube live because it's so awesome and so much fun. Or number 2, you do not want to be in my YouTube live because you hate my fucking guts. Put a number 2 in the chat if you hate me and you want to see my YouTube live ended and canceled and it's a wasted time. Or put a 1 in the chat if you love it and you love it. Thank you very little. And the survey says.
Hold on, hang on, shut up. Bro, what if we go to shopping? Not zero. But there's no harm in actually in speaking out about it and just being really straightforward about it as well. There's nothing you can do. Technically, there is absolutely nothing you can do about it apart from starting off private rooms, okay, that ensures there's a greater level of ensuring that the room is not going to be streamed if you have trusted or semi-trusted people on that. That's pretty much what you can do about it. I want to explain that. I really encourage you to that power. Bro, I want to explain something to people in the chat. So, yeah. King says, remove him from the room. So here's the issue. I can remove the account that's on the stage right now. The issue is that if you look down in the other side room, the one with the fingernail polish, that's also his account. So even and it doesn't allow me to remove that one. So even if I remove the account that's on the stage, he's still able to stream it. There's nothing I can do at all.
Exactly. So why are you going to?
So it's a me problem. It's my attitude, I guess, my personality that you hate so much because it can't be my artwork, right? Is it the art or is it the man, Rohan?
Because stop calling it art, dude. You're dumb.
Oh my god. Okay. Art is about creation. You're about duplication. There's nothing else artistic about it. I admit that you're actually quite a funny guy. In fact, most people actually laugh at you. I think. So, why is it art? Who's talking? Kevin, I was just in the middle of saying exactly that. Huh? Yeah, I was saying exactly that. There's nothing artistic about it. It's duplicating thoughts and ideas and feelings, and there's nothing else to it. There's nothing artistic about it.
It's not art. I'm conversing with American and asking him a question. Why does he think it is art?
Yeah, art is a very generalized word, just like the term God. I think everything is art and everything is God. Does that make sense?
Okay, so
what is art?
Okay. His argument is that everything is art, so how could this not be art? Okay.
I mean, some people call it art to put a banana in a frame, in a wall at a museum.
Well, I'm
framing a camera lens on tripods. You telling me that this is not art? You go to the movies, right? That's done with cameras on tripods. I'm doing the same thing in my fucking mom's basement, drinking Miller High Life, smoking a joint. And I'm running for Congress. Go to johnforcongress.com right now and give 10, not 11, 10, not $9 to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
It's not art. I did not say that it's not art. I only asked you to defend your claim that it is art. And your explanation is that everything is art. Okay? That's your explanation.
Well, I said professional on it. Sorry, I'd like to chime in. Things happen.
It's comedy mostly.
It sounds like a turnaround, right? Because he grew up, he grew up here.
He does, but it's funny, and he comes to quite incredible groups. I think it's great.
See, I know some people like it.
Sometimes he's annoying. I kick him out of the rooms, and I know he's gonna come back, and it's fine, you know. Like you just need to learn.
You need to listen to what Mojo said. I'm providing a service. This is a service. I am recording more than you can even take in, but I give you highlights and edits, and people rely on me for catching up. I'm literally a production company over here, and I get no appreciation, and people want to do all kinds of fucked up shit to me, and I think what I do is a great service.
No, because recording people doesn't take much effort. It just means having like 8 different cell phones.
Well, the art of it is being selective, right? Like, if he captures certain things, like, if he captures a woman unfairly calling me a misogynist, I call that art. Someone else may find it, may object to that, but subjectively, I consider that art, and I might give my consent in advance for that kind of a thing. But you can't speak for him. He's the artist. He claims to be the artist. Right, but I'm just saying that.
What his creation is getting people out of their own control and emotionally triggered, and he shows everyone that nobody's in control of their own emotions.
There's nothing to do. First of all, he said you don't even understand what he's doing. What he's doing has nothing to do with it. Exactly. What he's doing has nothing to do with what you just said. First of all, he's entertaining himself. That's first and foremost. Secondly, if he captures something that's good content, it goes viral. And all of the hours that he's recording, he just needs one thing. You got these little fucking snot-nosed kids in the Midwest doing stupid-ass dances, and they fucking go viral. He's got like people crashing out talking about killing people. Eventually, one of them is going to go viral. And when it does, we're all going to look back and we're going to say, he's a genius. And I hate to admit it, because back when Clubhouse actually gave me the tools to remove people that were recording content, I was not thinking of the value that it could provide. I was just thinking about the fact that he's encroaching on my right to organize a room where we don't record content. And so definitely his will and my will were conflicting. The app has taken all of that away and said, we don't give a fuck. If the app doesn't give a fuck, I now have a choice. My choice is I can be a little bit more respectful of the app. I can have boring conversations, or I can continue fucking cussing people out and have fun the way I like on the app, or I can not be on the app at all. The app has presented those choices to me. He's presented other choices for him. The thing that I think everybody's missing, the people that support what John's doing, the people that think that what John's doing is ridiculous, is the fact that because he's done this service of taking this content and putting it in a repository that exists on the web, he's done the work for you. All you have to do is go and source that content now, repurpose it
service. And I can't believe I'm saying this because if I had the tools, I'd remove them. But because I don't, I have to live with it. And now that I've accepted that I cannot change it, now I'm looking at how can my life be benefited by the work that this guy's put in. And there's a lot of fucking ways. There is a lot of fucking ways. In fact, I'm hoping that just one arrest puts some fucking Palo-Nazi in a fucking prison cell. That, to me, would justify all of the fucking times that he's thrown my name in a YouTube channel, created fake accounts on this app with my name, put the avatar, everywhere on the internet, whether it's on Twitter. He's done a lot of things. John, am I wrong? You've trolled me more than anybody on this app. Is that correct?
I think so. I think in terms of like wanting to recreate you and publish you across the interwebs, like you were my brand for many months, like until Adrian Dittman took over, but then you also left. But you created a lot of content, and I mirrored you as much as I could. And this was prior to Anonymous, so I had to keep creating burners, but buying so many burner phones and creating more YouTubes and more Instagram, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And in my work life, I have created marketing automation, ad tech tools that made a lot of money spamming Google. But this is a manual labor operation here. But having all these accounts and all these phones that all synergistically work to create this massive Clubhouse database of really a lot of edits, because a lot of my work is in the short section. And you can go to my YouTube account now, it'll take you forever to go through all the content. There's fucking 20,000 videos now. And I just sit here all day long and I'm just like, do I go to X? I'm constantly sourcing and going to rooms and trying to listen, and it's a lot of fucking work. So I hope you enjoy this incredible service that I have provided all of you, who now have a much larger language model to go back and say, you know what? This app was a waste of time.
Yeah, I'm not sure this definition to what market is. I mean, I watched the guy that took about 10 minutes and filled one with water, and then pushed it over, and they all cycled it around, and everybody started clapping. This is fucking art. So if that's fucking art, then what John is doing is definitely fucking art.
But it's comedy too, and it's political. I'm trying to be social, and if you're social, you're political, and I'm hyper social. Go to John Kitover on Instagram. Go to Instagram.com/John Kitover. Add me right now as your new friend.
No, it's art is intellectually valuable. If you have religious fucking followers like Matt Gould and fucking Bieber and fucking Doc.
Hold on. Bragging about Bieber follow is not a fucking brag.
I'm just saying.
That's like saying you got some fucking like groupie that came to the fucking in the backstage and wanted to fucking rub one out for the performance. Bieber's like the fucking bottom barrel person of the goddamn app. Like that is not a brag at all.
Hey, he's got groupies.
There's been a process of first of all, it's the app itself that opened the door for this. When the app created these anonymous accounts that you guys pay for, which is hilarious. For those of you that do pay for it, you morons, it's created this opportunity where he can now have one account for each room that he wants to go and record. You can do nothing about. So that was when I accepted it. Then once I accepted it, I started going and looking at, let's see what he's actually doing. And then I saw some of the things that he was streaming. And I thought, wow, that's actually a really good idea. When he's streaming the people that are talking lovingly about terrorists and their desires to see Jews harmed, I think that streaming that content and making sure that the law enforcement communities can have access to that to me trumps any sense of privacy that I used to care about. Because again, if I had my choice, if Clubhouse gave me the tool, I would remove the anonymous accounts. I'm totally doing that. Mainly because I prefer, my preference would be that we don't have replays on it and we don't have people recording it. Although somebody can do a screen recording, so that would take a little bit of extra work. But here's how he got to the stage is, I've been talking about this for a while, about how, like, my mindset around him has changed. And then I think Rich was the one that said, hey, can you unblock him? And then I had to go and search my block list to find which blocked account he was referring to. And I unblocked him, and he came up, we had a conversation, and it was a normal conversation. It doesn't mean that, look, I totally get why people are frustrated with the whole I don't consent. You know, like, I don't know what you're going to do about it. You know, I think what we said you have to take this, learn to live with it, and then figure out ways that you can benefit from it. And I'm seeing more and more ways that it can be beneficial. And so I fight the system.
You take it, you win.
Listen, I know that I have been saying this for a long time, but he's actually an interesting dude. Like when you have real conversations with him, he's actually one of the smartest persons here in Clubhouse.
He's a American hero. Sure.
He reads a lot, and his takes are really on point. I mean, it's just that he triggers everyone's nervous system, but yeah, he's not bad. Sometimes he goes a little bit crazy. You need to kick him out of the room because all he's doing is yelling like a crazy person. But when he's actually normal, he can be like.
I try to be funny. I like comedy. I like art. I like politics. I like everything that everybody else likes, but I also like recording Clown House. And that gives me a little bit of an edge over people in terms of creating this database of people, and people really resent that.
For your mental sanity, you should try to, I don't know, like compartmentalize a little bit and maybe create schedules for yourself. Because I've told you, you know what he does? He leaves the phones on in the rooms while he goes to sleep. Can you imagine a sane person like
Wait, Issa, I'm recording Amir's room. They go till 5 in the morning while I'm sleeping, and you're calling me crazy?
Well, but you have that noise outside your
No way. I have my AC running. I have 2 thick doors. My house is big. I don't hear their shit when I go to sleep. Are you crazy? Why the fuck would I torture myself?
Well, that's what you do.
Yeah, don't let John make it sound like he's some man sitting in a little hut, sitting in that big ass fucking castle he's got there, selling all those fucking dispensaries there, John.
I mean, at least with yoga, that is much more than some people
Listen, I was gonna say recording Clubhouse requires no work at all. You literally click a couple buttons and look at all the chaos and fun we get to have because of what I'm doing.
So what if nothing goes viral, but you uncover a plot to take down this Sears Tower? I mean, you would be a hero, right?
Yeah, I'd be a fucking hero.
We would be your biggest fans.
Well, I'll tell you what, you may not like the flip side of that because, go to John Kitover Podcast on YouTube. It's youtube.com/@John Kitover Podcast. You can see a room where Issa is in, and she's talking to the awesome guys in the Bitcoin room, and they're talking about the Epstein list. And so if you listen to that conversation from the Bitcoin room, it's got 800 views now. You might learn something, or you might learn nothing.
And so people can search for it. So now that people have been talking about this, if somebody wanted to find, like, okay, I want to find the lefties, where is that shit at? It's too hard to search through all this shit. And I know you don't want to have work on this, but maybe you can find somebody that would be interested in helping you do that stuff, because if people can search for it, I can tell you this, I would go to your channel if I could easily just sort by show me the lefty shit, so that I can just grab the content that I laugh at, and then I would just rebroadcast it in these rooms.
Also, you've inspired me. My YouTube, like, I had Randy Roderick, Playmate of the Year, being my model. That was the last person I interviewed on my podcast. Without you introducing me to the potential for YouTube, I would have created my own program.
See, I'm providing a valuable service to the users of Clownhouse. Everything that you've never seen, you can just type in John Kitover on YouTube, and you can come across 30 YouTube accounts of you talking. Literally, people in this room talking and talking and talking and talking. Over 20,000 videos of people talking. Are they talking about something, or are they talking about nothing?
I mean, another person that records every single room is Monica. She uses the in-house system, is the replays. And so you tell me, when you compare the content of both, when you compare the content of both, tell me which one makes it for more interesting content. Is it Monica's rooms that are recorded with consent and people, I don't know, like behaving like they're in a classroom, or Edmonds?
Also, Monica, anytime that you've never told me to check this work, I've never done it, not one time.
See, this is the most fun you can have for free.
How many replays do Monica get of her rooms, and how many replays do Edmund get of his rooms?
Monica gets more plays of her replays than you do of yours.
Of who?
You.
I can do replays, honey.
Well, this is the point. Monica likes replays, just like Edmund likes to record rooms. Well, why the shade on Monica?
I'm not throwing any shade. What I am saying is that is a lot of recording rooms, but it's less exciting. No, what you're missing here is that Monica does give people the knowledge that she's recording. Now, what you're saying is that secret recordings are more fun. The secret aspect of it is the part that I understand. The secret aspect was the part that I was challenging because he was doing it without the consent. But now that you can't kick the anonymous accounts out, then everybody just has to accept that everything's being streamed. Once upon a time, we didn't have to accept that. Once upon a time, this app gave you the tools to make a decision. Hey, if I find somebody that's recording it, can I take an action against them that would prevent that? I actually like having those tools at my disposal. Maybe it's because I'm a control freak. Maybe it's because I think that informed consent matters. That being said, the app itself has their own rules and their own tools that they provide. And so if I'm going to stay on here and run rooms and have conversations, then I have to assume at all fucking times that it's being recorded. And to assume anything else is just crazy. That wasn't always the case. You didn't accept it before. Some of us have accepted it 5 years ago.
Yeah, because
you realized somebody was unbeatable.
Some of you didn't appreciate freedom quite as much as I did. Some of you don't mind people recording without your consent because freedom is not something you're used to. And I can understand. I can understand
your allows others to do what they want and not trying to feel authoritarian of them. And also freedom is having personal responsibility on speaking to things that you want to be heard, and the ones that don't, just keep them to yourself. That is also freedom. Freedom comes with responsibility.
If I live stream a room, is that not me exercising the freedom of my speech in a way which may not be, traditional, but you got to push the boundaries of freedom. And if you really want to be free, I think I'm doing it.
It does not shock me that Isa, living in Europe, comes with these ideas that you should not assume that you have these freedoms. I get it. She that they would prefer to be in a room that is not recorded. They would like both the freedom of association to not associate with the people that want to record or stream the rooms, and they would want to be able to have to be able to speak freely, knowing that everybody has consented to the conversation being maintained here in this place and not being shared, because that's the agreement and the understanding that people have. That was the contract that people were agreeing to. And so I think that the issue I have with what Issa's saying is that Issa just doesn't understand what freedom is.
Exactly. I am the one not understanding what freedom is. You think that just because you want something, people have to comply to it. You, these guys, you're for authoritarianism with freedom, and that is not what freedom is. You have the freedom to call police up and associate with whomever you want. You have the freedom to a private room if you don't want people to come in. But if you're in a public room and you want to restrict what other people's agencies inside that room, you're the one with the problem.
Well, actually, on any other platform, the law would be on my side, not just the app. The law would be on my side. Well, now you're talking about the legality of something, because I could make communism legal. I could make a lot of things legal that you disagree with. The legality is not the morality, and I think that freedom is not about legality, it's about morality.
Well, you know,
I don't think you have a firm grasp on it, respectfully.
You know, I got terminated from an advertising technology company in Los Angeles, and I took them to like the civil rights, bullshit trial, whatever, to California. And they came totally unprepared, and the judge agreed with me, but I recorded the trial and I posted it to the internet, and it caused a lot of credibility damage to the business. And it upset them quite a bit. And so guess who shows up at my house? 2 lesbian female police officers, and my pit bull did not like them. But nonetheless, they said to me, "John, we're asking you politely, can you remove the video?" I said, "No problem, ladies." And that's all it took. So if you're gonna center me all night long, I will gladly center myself. But I would just encourage everybody here to read a book and go to the gym.
So I just have to take issue with one thing you said earlier, which was that Seinfeld is just people talking. The show Friends is just people talking. Seinfeld is virtually Jewish, and I love it. It's hilarious. It took a while for me to get into it, but I feel that it's culturally my own, and it makes me feel at home when I'm on the treadmill at the gym watching reruns of it.
No, I agree, but what I'm talking about is this word game that we play and the emotional response to words, meaning that most people can't realize that this is like a comedy show, that this app and these rooms are roast rooms. And sometimes if you're self-deprecating, you're self-roasting or you're roasting other people. Many people don't like my recordings because maybe it put them in a bad light and not as intelligent as they thought they were. There's so many ways to analyze why people hate me and hate my recordings. But I say just let it go and embrace the flow.
Maybe you should do a Kundalini rising exercise for everybody.
Okay, this is your midnight deep breathing meditation with candidate Congressman John Kitover. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go and say, Grand Mojo Rising.
This is an example. Can you speak for all the women on stage and in the audience? This is why women find John sexy, right? It's about humor, right? Like if I was as fucking funny as John was, I would have the game that he has, and I would be as prolific a reader as he.
apparently is.
I have a lot of books in my house. I got 15 bookshelves. But the point is, take the second deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10, not 11, 10, not 9 seconds. Let it go and say, I am fresh. And vote John Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com. The Clubhouse, I would say I probably had maybe like upper 20s.
On YouTube because people have followed you to YouTube and Instagram. According to their response,
Yeah. Yep, I have Andrew Meyer. Also, we forgot to get Andrew Meyer's doppelganger today, but Andrew Meyer got me kicked from YouTube because he was drunk on forum and he was saying all kinds of crazy shit, and that really upset him, and so he got that YouTube account deleted.
You know, the other genius that rivals you in Clubhouse is David B. David B. functions in ways that most people can't when they're sober. And he is so intoxicated and he's making fortunes doing it. And it's like, I'm kind of envious. I'm almost resentful.
Don't not be envious of David Bobadilla, sir. Do not be envious of that man. He does not know how to handle his argument. I mean, have you ever been to? Go ahead.
What's the number one watched video on your stream?
From Clubhouse, I'd have to search, but my number one YouTube video of all time is from $1adate.com, which was a dating startup I created. It was called "What's the biggest penis you've ever had sex with?" I think that has like 4 million views.
No, but from Clubhouse, we're not talking about your own.
I'd have to look at it, and I have to sort by most views. So, but again, some of these accounts have 2,000 plus videos in there. And you do it. I'm done. I've done all the work. You know, I've provided a service, and you're still yapping at me. Do it. You do it.
Yeah, because you have your account there. You're right in front of you. It's just a couple of clicks.
It doesn't matter.
It needs to be more sortable. Like the problem with what you've recorded, in my opinion, is that it's not actionable. If I said, hey, I want to go and find something interesting, I'm not going to go through all those hours to find it.
So I know you can create playlists, which is one way to sort it.
Well, also, if you find one of the sycophants that you have, maybe he's a volunteer, she seems to like you a lot, and just have them watch the video, and then in the first comment, they can do, like an audit of like at the 2-minute mark they're talking about this, at the 5-minute mark they're talking about that. If you had somebody just doing that would be much easier. Yeah,
I agree, but again, I could hire a secretary to come in here and do 8 hours of data entry a day, but if that's technically all SEO work, and hopefully the account would grow to a few thousand and I could monetize it. I mean, for Christ's sake, I don't know if you know Hampton Spears. I know you do. That little F word has like 50,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's making like 10K a month because they are friendly to people like him. People like me, I get shadow banned. People report me on this app. My work is not valued until today. So I thank you, Dr. Mojo, for finally giving me a little bit of credibility on this piece of shit app. Thank you very much. I know, Rohan is my #1 fan. I think you're really funny, John. I think you're really smart. But I don't like the fact that you've live streamed me talking endlessly about nothing. No, not yet. The woman at the bank is giving me fucking never-ending emails. She does not want to open the account for me.
Just a real quick news break. What do you guys think of this notion? I think it's ludicrous. Because I've seen in some of my Jewish community groups that people are making the assumption that the guy who went to Park Avenue and shot people up was going after Jewish people just because sadly two Jewish women were killed, I think. As tragic as it is, I think that's crazy.
anyone have any comment on this topic?
You think that's a crazy conspiracy theory? Wake the fuck up, Dr. Jordan.
I think it's how would he have known? Like,
Did you think he just like stepped that? Yeah, it was planned, coordinated, researched. It was a fucking strike. I mean, it was some random guy got off the train because he's fucking having a bad day. No, it's fucking sophisticated attack.
I don't know. I'm shocked. I mean, I'm very much combating anti-Semitism, but I have trouble believing this guy, why originally played football in Nevada or wherever, travels across the country, goes up to the third floor, whatever, and happens to get these two people in his line of fire.
Can I tap in and say something about the recording?
Sure.
Okay, so I learned a little while ago that if you are actually sitting in a room and you're not utilizing like another device to record, or I don't know like how the recordings go here to record the room, you can actually tell ChatGPT, if you have like the paid version, you can tell ChatGPT to listen to the background of your phone, and it will automatically start to populate all of the words that are being said in the room live. And so if you utilize something like that, you might be able to have a better opportunity for categorizing your content, if that, piques your interest. But I thought you might be interested in knowing that.
Yeah.
Hey, Roger. You want to hear one of the wild takes that Angel had?
That's a good idea, by the way.
She said that oral sex is cannibalism.
That was the day before.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Did you get that recorded, by the way?
John might have.
No, that's very smart about using ChatGPT as the actual recorder. But yeah, I mean, these are things I'd like to do. I just, it's very easy to just sit down, hit record, and live stream it. And to beat live stream recordings and the amount of data that I'm able to actually transfer through AT&T Fiber, it blows my mind that I can literally record 24 hours a day for $50 a month, $60 a month with AT&T, and a $5 subscription. Like, to me, this is a business opportunity, and like I'm actually going to invest more in this. I bought more phones, I bought more tripods, and I'm going to set up multiple stations in my house to live stream the top 3 rooms, rotating amongst X and Clubhouse. Now, the interesting thing is, like that Bitcoin room, you may hear some random things, but just recording a 3-minute clip or a 15-second clip or a 1-minute clip of somebody saying something some unique take about, say, Jeffrey Epstein or something you never heard before. Like, this is a chance to pick up on some little tidbits here and there in terms of like knowledge or intelligence or gossip, but it's really just a fucking gossip show. That's all it is.
You also have the opportunity too to take some of your content that you already have and see if ChatGPT takes your feed of that recording so that you can then begin to categorize it, have that categorize it for you. But there are, as I shouldn't say, there are things that you could probably look into, like apps to assist you with that.
There are already more advanced tools than ChatGPT to create libraries and text taggings and stuff like that. You don't need to do anything. You just need to give them access to wherever you have the library, and it will tag it.
So I bought a new device.
Create clips with AI. You don't have to.
Amazon just bought a new company called Bee, and it's an AI recording device that you put on your wrist or on your lapel, and it records, forever, infinitely. You can just record 24 hours a day. Everything you do is being fed into this AI listener, and it documents the whole thing. So my plan is to put this thing next to my primary Anon account, and then get transcripts of what everybody says as well and publish that as well.
To answer somebody's question in the chat, how do you do that with ChatGPT? So if you were to go to ChatGPT like right now
and just tell it to listen to your background. Then you could tap in and continue to talk and do what you're doing. But then you'll also see in your ChatGPT, it will then start to populate the words that are being said in the space. And then you can take that and, that whole bite or however long, you have it going for, and then tell it to, okay, what you've received, please begin to categorize it. You can give it, cues to categorize on, like, I think Roger was saying, like, give me all the lefty shit. Like, I want to, like, talk about all the leftism shit. Like, so whatever, like, start from there. But it's easy to do because all you're really doing is just giving a prompt. But I don't know too far much into the technical other applications that are out there.
So I got a question. Is Blue in the audience? Is that Mikhail? Potential terrorist supporter Mikhail? Because I can recognize my nipple anywhere in Blue's PTR. Blue, is that you, Mikhail? Oh, he's been hypnotized, I think. He's worried now about all the terrorist shit he said on this app. So now he's like, I'm not even gonna say one more word unless they get one more voice recognition on my dopey, stupid accent.
No, Mikhail is the guy, if you open his profile, Mikhail is the first one that he had a conversation with.
Well, Mikhail took a screenshot of my titty. He likes to play it here for everybody.
Yeah, but if you see the screenshot of the screenshot.
You see, what you fail to understand is that by having a picture of my titty on your cell phone doesn't make you cooler. It makes you the beta cock. Anyways, where is Hunter Shackelford?
She retreated after she got caught up in some scam that she got caught for.
Who?
Hunter Shackelford.
Oh, but that was years ago. I haven't seen her around for like 3 years.
You didn't happen to hear the Isaac Hayes room today where everything in this white man's world is a scam except for Isaac Hayes?
Was that on fan base or was that on here?
It was on here, and there was an African-American gentleman in the stage who was calling him out saying, this motherfucker, he just runs investment scams, taking your fucking money, loser. It was he got called out so bad, it was fucking awesome.
You should at least create different channels for different type of topics. So you have, for example, one for terrorists where you put multiple evidence stories. Then you have another one for conspiracy theories. Then you have another one just for politics.
Why for conspiracy theories? There's nobody on this app.
I don't know, whatever. I mean,
is there anybody on this app that says anything?
I don't think anything more. But well, I don't know. For example, the Epstein stuff.
But it's a bunch of dum-dums talking about it.
That's fine, but that's what creates content, right? Either a dumb thing, or an outrageous thing, or a smart take.
Listen, if I don't win the primary in March, and maybe I'll start to diffuse my name from index, and because I'll probably be looking for a job. My last day with the IRS was in May of this year. I was a facilities consultant, and so basically I opened and closed IRS offices across the Midwest for the past 5 years. And let me tell you, I've been to a lot of IRS offices. Revenue officers, revenue agents, they need to clean their fucking office. Instead of spending millions of dollars building them new fucking offices, these stupid employees who don't do shit to begin with need to clean their fucking office because it's filthy. And these fat fucking tax collecting pigs sit there in their filth and they want multi-million-dollar offices built for them. Meanwhile, there's no fucking analytics, and if we invest money here and we invest, it's just spend.
So I'm running for Congress. All of my Clubhouse content I feel is valuable information. And, you know, I hope everything is branded for John Kitover for Congress. So that's my goal, and that's what I'm doing.
Good for you.
I go on an entire tour talking about cleaning your office. But John, could you, in the future, think about like maybe like the top, I don't know, 3 or 4 houses that you tend to record here on this app, and then just put the content in a way that like, okay, hey, let's go see what's happening in the Muff. Let's go see what's happening in Chillism. Let's go see what happened in Patty's Room, whatever the fuck that one's called. If it was that easy, then I think you would get more people from Clubhouse going to YouTube to find this shit. Because I want to hear all the dumb takes that the lefties have, so that I can create content. They would probably love to hear the stupid takes that people have in this room, so they could go and like play around with it. But it just needs to be more searchable, more easily to find what you're looking for.
I agree. It's a challenge, but it's just raw, you know, and I can chop it up into shorts, but the live streams are crazy. The amount of live streams I have, the amount of information I've uploaded into YouTube by essentially recording, you know, phone to phone. It's unbelievable. Some of these YouTube accounts I have thousands of live streams of and you're never going to sit there and go back and watch that shit. You'd be fucking retarded to waste your time that way because it's not interactive, but it's what I've done. And, you know, I don't know, it's probably stupid, but eventually I'm going to pull the plug on what I'm doing here. I'm not going to sit here and record Clown House the rest of my life. At least I don't think I will.
Well, again, if you are interested, just give it a try in regards to taking some of those YouTube posts and dropping it into your ChatGPT. Ask it for a prompt that you're looking for and see what results you get and try to play with it a little bit.
And then I struggle listening to recordings, even on Clubhouse or even podcasts. There's nothing better than while it's going live. So, what does it really say to people that watch your restreams? Because I can't stand a replay, let alone recording on YouTube.
I agree.
I've never watched one.
I agree. I mean, that's why I say it's not really one-to-one. It's not like I'm doing a perfect screen record. First of all, it's phone to phone. Zen and Mini on here does do screen recordings through Club Deck, I think. And his are kind of interesting, but to me, like, this is a closed community. There's no new users. Is there any party hats in this fucking room? No. So this is a closed community that does not grow. And even the passerbys on my live streams on YouTube, they don't know what they're listening to. And I think sometimes people are just like shocked to see all these phones and saying, what the fuck is this guy doing?
But that's also because people don't know how to take the value out of the room sometimes, you know? Like, sometimes you have these rooms that go on for hours because people are doing sleepovers in these rooms and there's so much being said.
Hey, hold on. Look at Love Team, and he's in the chat. He might have some information on Hunter. So Love Team, come up here. We're looking for Hunter. Come here. Go ahead, Angel.
If you were able to utilize some of these tools to help take out the value that is actually in the room, you might have a better take on some of your social media efforts. Like you're doing the YouTube and stuff. But let me close my mic and let you talk.
I have no information from you guys. I'm just asking why are you looking for this person?
Do you know who Hunter is?
I've heard the name.
She's in my PTR.
Is that your answer?
No, I'm just saying she's in my PTR. Show me who she is.
It's kind of like if you
So why
the person is, if you know who she is, you get it, and you would be deaf.
So does she have a C-section, or is that, what is that under, stomach?
Okay, I think I understand. I think I understand what type of this is.
What kind of room is it?
That's one of those things.
Yes.
See, I think Pepe's actually a comedian, and he doesn't even know it. But he is an absolute racist, bigot piece of shit. But nonetheless, I don't know if you know who Kim Cutts is, but Kim Cutts is one ratchet ass motherfucking bitch. And if you've never been to a Kim Cutts experience on this app, you have not heard the comedy yet. I don't know, Mojo. Do you know Kim Cutts?
Yeah.
She's excellent.
Yeah, you're not a true Clubhouse user if you have not heard Kim Cutts.
I don't find her as entertaining as Millie used to do her rooms. I thought Millie was. I don't typically find women funny. I think women, for the most part, are funny. But Millie was funny.
We're not supposed to be.
Was funny? What happened to Millie? She's still alive, right?
Yeah, she does rooms every once in a while. I can still see her. Like the last time I saw her was probably like 3 weeks ago.
When you say she was funny, do you mean like in a Schadenfreude way, where like you found her misery to be funny, or did you find her to be, entertaining? Like, because she's self-destructive in a very, very deep way.
When she would fucking crash out and fucking shout at the top of her fucking lungs, "You $2 whore, suck my dick from the back," that shit to me was fun. That's in my wheelhouse for fun.
Yeah, I remember starting to love those things.
She doesn't now that, like, I know when she started getting sober, she said she hates to hear that. She doesn't like, she doesn't like when people, found that behavior to be funny. She thought it was bad herself.
Well, let's just say she's got a great personality and leave it at that.
Yeah, I relate.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what is it that we have learned most about our fellow Americans on this app? Anybody?
Yeah.
Nothing is surprising anymore.
I wasn't gonna say it, but I am gonna say it. Many of them are socially suicidal. That's what I think.
I do. I do.
I like tacos too.
Oh my God, let's come over to my house this weekend. You're invited. Okay.
Do you think this app had any role whatsoever in helping Donald Trump get elected?
Yeah.
Who said yes? This app doesn't have, even in its beginning, didn't have enough people that could move the needle in any state.
Well, Augustus, I'm going to work with him on my campaign, and I'm going to pay him to do some creatives for me. And the point is, it's possible that him and his wife helped Kennedy get into office. And if Kennedy turned all his votes and encouraged all of his people to vote for Trump, in that small way, I think this app did commit regime change against Kamala Harris.
What about that's fine, the young after? They didn't help Trump get in there. They don't put other people. They need to people.
What day did
Yeah.
all the engineers.
Legal's a lot of legal.
Hey, those of you that still co-sign for Ollie, I mean, fucking hilarious. You guys really like those groups.
I don't speak with Lee since that thing that happened. It was like, I think, December 2022.
What about his
Thing.
What about his background prior to that? That didn't give you a clue.
I didn't even know what he was. We became friends when we were here. But I didn't know anything about him, just like I didn't know anything about a lot of other people that ended up being very popular and having influence. But I had no clue. And then I got after being in Clubhouse when I started diving into it. But I didn't know.
Now, Ollie Alexander, the gay pedophile that helped to organize Stop the Steal, who was a convicted felon prior to that, and people that hang out in quote-unquote conservative clubhouse used to be under his spell because they couldn't tell fraud when they saw him.
This is my first time actually ever hearing about this person. I couldn't have been that dating or on this platform.
Why do you date, Joel?
If you guys like disgusting human beings, we're in this.
Why doesn't this person's name ring a bell to me? Like, I've been here since season 1.
Because his name wasn't,
You had to go to rooms with like less than 20 people with the conservatives would do a little circle jerk. And guys like Andrew Meyer and Ollie Alexander would sit there and preach to the people that would bow down and lift their bones. That was what was happening. It was, you know how you have Trump sycophants? These were sycophants for Trump supporters. It was hilarious. He really recruited a couple of like the really naive, impressionable young, they weren't even conservatives, they were just young, impressionable people, and he recruited them, to join him in whatever his evil doing was. And you don't see those people on the app anymore.
Speaking of Sika, let me tell you what I'm sick of. Listen. How do you think, like, do you care when you say something controversial? Do you care how your listeners react, or do you just not give a shit?
I don't think controversial things.
Oh my God, we just did licking their balls or something. Like, come on, that's not controversial.
It actually happened.
Yeah. Do you have anything controversial out there?
I was there.
Some of those were for people kissing ass.
They would sit there.
No these balls.
Listen, you guys would sit there. Anytime the person was loud, you guys like that was like the measuring stick for who was the most conservative. You guys started with Dallas, New York, who's not a conservative, by the way. Then you guys went into the Ollie Alexander camp. Then you guys got into the Andrew Myers camp. And anytime there was somebody on the app that actually like might have done something in politics, somebody like Marshall or maybe Stephen Bader, you guys would treat them like shit. You guys are fucking weird. Like clubhouse conservatives are amongst the most retarded people I've ever met in my fucking life.
Marshall's been on here a long time.
To be fair, Marshall has done more for the Republican Party than the entire rest of those conservative clubhouse groups combined.
Of course, that's, Joe, campaign politics is not that good.
Stephen was badass, by the way.
You guys used to fuck with Steven, and you didn't realize how in the game he was. You guys thought because he was the redheaded kid from the middle states that that he wasn't shit. He didn't have the big over the top personality. He wasn't grooming kids. He wasn't sucking cock. So you guys didn't like them the same way that you did the other guys. As long as your conservative heroes are sucking cock and talking loud, those are the guys that you like.
That's not true. Steven has been my friend since day one.
I have a video.
Well,
Based on how many people are still friends with Moises after he said that he wanted to fuck myself.
Wait, who was it? Who was it?
Moises. No, it's not.
Damn, he said that too. That's
I
crazy.
didn't know that.
You don't remember that talk?
No, I didn't. I didn't hear.
He had a
We had an argument.
He had a cope session a couple weeks ago for himself because I guess he got into it with Andrew or somebody else, but he had to have a room to pacify himself because he was that emotionally upset about. Everybody knows these conversations are so stupid. It's unbelievable, and that's why I think recording them has some value because it is like it's like a mini high school or something, I mean, but again, like Mojo said, when somebody from this app, commits a crime and they were known on here or something, I mean, it all gets flushed away in the next news cycle. What is El Normo going to talk about tomorrow at 9 a.m. in a room, Issa has put together some of my favorite rooms in the itty bitty titty community, with Rabbi McDickerson. And it's such a nice melange of different viewpoints. It is global in nature. And I think,
I can't stand McDickerson. I just like him personally. I just like you when you're serious.
well, wait, who was, anyways, I'm just saying that the arguments, the rivalries, the hatred, it's all just a stage. It's all drama, and I hope everybody has enjoyed it. I've tried to document as much of it as I possibly can because I know this is limited. I don't think that I'll be here forever. I don't think you'll be here forever, but I'm not saying this is goodbye.
That's what I do, but we have to stop saying that this is staged. These are people's actual persona.
No, I agree.
I agree. People from the different corners of the house for you, so they clash for your content.
Yeah, and it has to be controversial content, otherwise.
The clash is what gets the numbers and what gets the attention. Let me just say the clash is what gets the attention. But if you've been here long enough and if you've really tapped into the various spaces, even in some of just the other side, whatever, I'll just call some of us that, you begin to really relax.
Yeah, those are.
You get to hear these fucking personas loud and clear. You can kind of call a shot, ahead of time if you really pay close attention. People actually, it's weird. I have an ear. A lot of the shit that's being said on here isn't something that somebody would say to you dead to your face. I mean, that's just a fact. So when you're taking some of these spaces and you think, you're trying to get advantage of something, this is to the person who's recording them. If you're taking some of these spaces and you're trying to record them and give them to people who aren't cultured here, it's going to become a different take on content or maybe that's what you're trying to bring across.
I'm content harvesting. But I will say the Freddie Roosevelt rooms a couple years ago, maybe those were very funny rooms. That guy Freddie Roosevelt is very funny.
Yeah, Freddie, he's an original character, but again, it's persona, but it was very well played persona.
Well, I mean, I think this is also an ESL, language training platform. I think a lot of international speakers get a lot of, as JB says, grace on stage because they're not native English speakers. And they come here to interact with people who speak English proficiently. So, that's a big part of this app as well. And it's a huge fucking waste of time.
I sometimes listen into the rooms where I don't understand anything that they're saying, and I'm either brought up to the stage or I troll in the chat, and so yeah, I do find those rooms entertaining.
Angel, could you describe Clubhouse culture? Because it's just internet culture. It's not. There's really nothing unique about it.
So I would say this: if you're a season winner and you've been here from the very beginning, and you're still here now, we were just having this conversation on Loose Days. Like, there are people who have kind of made a certain, certain phrases or certain things or stuff that you've taken from this application and you've maybe done in real life, or said in real life, or they'll give you a phrase like the Matrix, or
Do you remember the guy that used to get modeled up in the marathon? Forget his fucking name. He had in his bio that he was the guy that came up with land your plane and you're in the Matrix, which was a complete fucking lie. I forget his fucking name. It had it in his thing. I'm trying to think of his fucking name. Give me a second, I'll think of it. He was like a big black dude. He had no fucking personality, and for whatever reason, they bought him up. And he had no claim to fame. He couldn't fucking string together words to put a sentence together. So he puts in his bio that he came up with these things. And only once did somebody call him out on it. And the most obvious thing is his profile was created a year after these things were even introduced into the Clubhouse.
I also forget who you're talking about, but I do remember the conversation when he was confronted with it. But again, you guys can kind of acknowledge that there's things that are said on here, see how that goes, right? People say that shit to me, and then they come back and they're telling, stories about themselves, and they're like, I said see how that goes, and then I'm thinking oh my gosh, you learned that from here, the term diabolical, and how it's being used, and then people went back to this application talking about their lived experience out in the world, and they're telling people that they've realized these certain terms and phrases and shit. I'm just thinking to myself, oh my god, people in the world are all you're talking now, but they're probably too afraid to tell you, right? So there is this difference when people tap in on here, right? They know that they could have this reckless type of persona and not really have to have any accountability for what comes with that. Now we know that the dark side has taken that too far. People, the way that they've said doxed, right? They've redefined what doxing means. We don't know what doxing was before we got the fuck on here. What doxing means now has literally become a part of that Clubhouse culture. People they're like, oh, I don't tell my family about this application because I don't want my family members to be hurt. Well, they know that there's a culture on here where their loved ones can be subjected to certain things, certain innocent they say one thing about their kid and it turns into a whole content about somebody's child being, hurt in odd ways. There's fucking, the app is just, it has its weirdness, but I do think, there is a clubhouse culture. So,
MJ's darkest leg made it beautiful and make photos.
Yeah. Are you guys under the impression that those guys are popular? Like, you guys think Tim Pool's anything?
Well, it's more popular than your group here. I mean, a lot of people watch them. And MJ's comment on darkest legs made it there. It was funny.
What do you think Tim Pool's reaches?
A lot of the things have spilled from Clubhouse and made it to at least it's monetizing. It's making a shitload of money with his content. It's something that anybody can say here at Clubhouse.
Wait, who is this? Tim Pool's play. Tim Pool's play is the step live stream and podcast. There's live camera streams.
Yeah, I don't think so, but he's pretty big. You're in the matrix, Joe.
What do you guys do?
It's 3.5 million between 3 teams.
Do you guys listen to Temple?
We did this.
Never know. No, I click here and there. I click here and there, but
Yeah, but it's just 3.5. It's 1.6, 1.5.
Yeah. So, you guys remember the lies that he told about how he wasn't getting paid by RT, and then the evidence came out that he was. You guys remember the lies that he told about that?
that's all fine, but people watch it. It's the point. It doesn't matter, like, all the bad
You're missing my point. You're missing my point. I get it. This podcast and people watch it. I'm talking about real influence. This guy, like the people you have influence over. This guy told people that he did not get money from RT, and then it came out that he does get money from RT. And I would just ask, is there anybody here that takes somebody like Tim Pool serious, or gets their news from him, or thinks that he has valuable insights? I'm just curious.
My dad is also 62.
Out of curiosity,
I was thinking he was RT.
And he goes along with the Daily Wire and
Russian television, Russian national television.
Yeah, what's the impact of it here in America?
I mean, seeing how
He's quite literally getting paid by Russian propaganda.
Yeah.
And Americans are like, oh man, let me eat that shit up.
Yeah, Joe, have you ever watched RT where they talk about the Ukraine?
Hold on, if you make the argument that Tim Pool's not influential, then how can RT paying him be influential is what I'm at. I'll tell you who he's influential when it's not serious people. There's a certain subculture that find a guy that wears a beanie and rides a skateboard and uses small words. I think they find that refreshing because social media is being
Why do you still post if you can't? I love to travel, but can y'all please pretend I'm famous?
Candace Owen, far lefty. But you guys, if they say one thing that resonates with you, you don't care if they believe it. You don't care any of that. I would bet that there's people on this stage that are fans of both Tim Pool and Candace Owen. I would bet there's at least
that's all fine. You don't
I don't know. They also like come across.
everyone. You can think of everyone
I would bet there's at least one person that likes it.
fine. All of that is fine, but the point here is not the quality of the information, it's the fact that they actually arrive to millions of people. And it doesn't matter if they are like the most retarded people they are reaching to a lot of your nationals. The people in the U.S. consume them, and whether you think they're dumb or not, they're the people voting, and they have influence on them.
I only like Candace Owens for two things. One, because
Her skin routine.
no. I think she is no, these got comments myself. But I like her for two reasons. One, because I love her her little thing that she did with kind of the exposure on the organization Black Lives Matters. And I like her also because she did something with Kanye, and I love the fact that she wore the White Lives Matters T-shirt. Those are the other two reasons.
Wait, you like Kanye?
Yeah, Kanye, I hate him. That's the only thing.
I grew up listening to Kanye.
I guess they saw
I don't listen to his new.
You don't like the new song?
I've never heard it. I don't.
Yeah, there's first song or something.
I grew up with Kanye, so you can just imagine just having a little bit of respect for him because of his touch on, on the culture of the music, and so, it's, that's why I like him. But it's not.
So do you overlook the fact that he hates Jews?
I don't overlook the fact that he hates Jews, but also I don't believe his hate for Jews is actually genuine. I think that he actually has a vendetta because of some of the elements that have happened to him. And again, I think the Jews are I think the things that he is looking at
Also, that's a really weird discourse where like people
so I think some people, when it comes down to taking accountability for the monster that they created of themselves, they run away from that, like they're literally running away from terror. And some people don't, especially when you see these celebrities, sometimes they don't have someone there along their journey of their political status to kind of nurture them, like how alone they are just by other people.
Interesting, because
I think there's a lot of neglect that happens, and we do see tragedy with a lot of celebrities. I think Kanye is one of them. And just I think that's with fucking mental health breakdowns and stuff like that.
After all,
taking a lot of drugs makes me younger. Darkness about and then maybe not.
Alright, hey guys, I got a question for Isa. Isa, how do you feel about cities?
Research uncovered a significant amount of
honestly,
She's big for this.
like that, I think
I think there was one of the conflicts that that's why I was trying to flush it out. I was like, wait, this is from outside.
When you say break life, can I learn your take on it? If you don't mind briefly.
sorry, can you repeat that? I'm just facing the phone right now. They call the show the monster, and I missed it. What you ask, Angel? Oh, because obviously
civilization. What lives actually civilization and has morals and is compatible with Western values and wants to live in peace, and you have the other side who worships death, who wants to constantly be killing the people from Israel. They are trying to fulfill prophecy, and they are not used to living in peace. I don't know, they're something you can never have. They're terrible.
So, again, she was also right. You ask her that, all of a sudden she doesn't play this in
I think Russia and Ukraine both are thugs, and you cannot. I don't stand for the violence in Ukraine stuff. Sure, it's very thug, but it's also happening for our own countries. And in a way, they are part of their way for their own truth. But it's not like they get a pass just because that little bitch they have stressed goes whining everywhere. That doesn't make him a virtuous man. He's very far from being a virtuous man. I'm not defending either Putin, but I don't think that Ukraine is completely blameless. You know, I think that they both got what they want to get into, and that's it. I mean, like, and you think, or because you believe that Russia is worse, then that makes Ukraine good, and I don't believe that.
Ukraine doesn't have to be good to be the victim of tyranny. And I think the interesting thing is,
here's the story of Kim Yosh. Once on South Korea's rising basketball stars, he had a bright future ahead of him, but everything changed in a single moment. During a fire, Kim risked his life to save his girlfriend. He managed to get her out safely, but he couldn't save himself. He made himself a replacement. His wife followed Russian capital after seeing how that condition, his girlfriend left him. As if that wasn't enough, his basketball career came to an abrupt end. The sport he loved was taken from him. Fame turned into silence. Recognition turned into solitude. Today, Kim lives alone in a small
Getting an understanding of the
fame.
Market your dog.
Here's how you make it super easy to improve.
I mean, I do for the most part agree with your position that both pieces of shit, but I do think that Russia's the bigger position. So.
Yeah, it's definitely an echo.
Yeah.
this is not going to help Latina fucking stereotypes that comes asking.
It's fine, listen, I make toilets, I make delicious sandwiches, and I'm fine with that. I'm a woman. Exactly, and like, listen, I don't know what the matter. I have to honor what to say, my process, or
Floors and windows too.
the what?
Do you do the floors and windows too?
Actually, right now I'm doing, just like on the weekend I did the windows, and they're like so clean right now. You don't watch more of it,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just.
And you know what? I mean, I love cleaning actually. I hate relaxing.
Well, I think Abby's about to tell you you moved to Vegas in television.
I
you're rich. If
Wow, that's just sort of embarrassing. People just think why.
would be the bigger piece of shit.
Why do you still post if you can't?
Apparently, this sounds makes you.
No, right? I gotta ask someone just said you put it out there. I got.
No, I just think Zelensky and Ukraine are, I think Ukraine's a corrupt fucking piece of shit country before the war. I think Zelensky's a huge piece of shit, but I also hate the Russian Federation.
I just hate how, they're funneling money out of American politicians are funneling money out of the aid that we send over there. I see it as a big foreign quid pro quo. And if anything, it's paying back defense contractors that ultimately donate to American politicians. My phone died. Hold on, I just came. Hold on, my phone died. I just want to finish. Yeah, so this guy's going on. If you go to it, this is the guy from Million Marathon that fucking would come in there and if he's looking for coin the clubhouse term "you're in the matrix" and crashing, please. Okay, so he didn't say like he said "you're in the matrix." Now that is such an obvious lie. But people make these claims, and by the way, some of you guys follow this guy.
I do. Yep. But Mark Dave was, you know what it is? In the spaces that Nelson had, he was more of one of the founder voices, or his logic, tend to reason with the space. But
why did he make up a claim in his bio?
I don't know that I have an idea, but that happened way before I still know Mark Dave's was. Sure, I do. I've been here since people call me the same thing, because there's also a woman claiming that she coined, or she started the phrase in the Matrix and two other things. But totally different person. So I apologize.
I would just say that when people say this, that we shouldn't say it every day. For example, like I said, Angel said that sex is cannibalism. And that was just an example.
What?
Is it just a chance of cannibalism?
Yeah, she said if you suck a man's dick, even if you don't swallow the sperm, it's cannibalism. If the man eats her reproduction, it's cannibalism.
Yeah, what are you doing, I don't know, like, if you don't swallow it, it's like, you're eating.
Oh, God. There he is, folks. It's Marcus.
Hey, I also been in the Matrix.
No.
And more than that, I bet you don't know about this. Did you trademark it? Did you go and trademark it?
He didn't trademark their stuff. There was a guy who could, what's his name? Roger, 10K.
10K cards.
10K cards. He was like, he would take people's like club names or house names or whatever, and he would go and get the domain for them, and then
And then try to sell it back to him.
So I can pull it back, but it's like bad money though.
So he would make a big thing. He would go to a domain broker where he'd get a discount on getting the domains, and he would get people to give him money, and he would say, "Okay, I'm gonna blow this thing up," and then he would want to know what your company name was or what your full name was, like whatever your brand was, and then he would go get a domain in that name, and then he'll go, "Look, I've secured this domain for you," and then he would sell it back to you for a profit. It was the fun.
Not every version of what you could possibly want your shit to be.
.net.com, all the shit. And motherfuckers just gobbled his cock. It was fucking so crazy.
Do you guys remember? Well, Angel, you've been here a long time. I'm trying to think who else might have been here in Sanity at the very beginning. Do you remember before the saying, "You're in the Matrix"? What the popular saying was prior to that? Nope. In Black Clubhouse, which I spent most of my early days in. First, I came in and do like some of the like the whole business rooms. Then I discovered Black Clubhouse, and all they used to say was, "You're in the pipes." That was the saying.
Roger, that's so fucking day one.
You're in the pipes.
You're in the fucking thing. Or something in the water, or I forgot the other one, but the fish bowl, there's, gosh, that's a good one. I forgot that one. You know when we first came on here, everybody used to have like those like rooms where they were like high energy and like manifestation and things like that. So I came into one of the spaces and I was like, I have this wonderful idea. I think this is going to be, something that can go really big. And I was like, I wanted to come and get your guys' advice and tap into your space. Because remember, you kind of like how to promote yourself before people actually listen to you, right? So I was like pumping myself up, and I was hoping that I can share this idea with you guys here. And the lady was like, well, let's learn a little bit more about you. Like, tell us your name, tell us where you're from. And I was like, did the whole rundown. And then this other lady taps in and she's like, well, before we let you go, there's some new people on the stage. And this guy was like, no, I want to hear what she has to say. I'm like, okay, thank you, sir. I was like, and I immediately started talking. I was like, I have this idea, and I want to title, my house that I'm thinking about creating as Manifestation Masturbation. And the lady ran off with it. She was like, that is such a really good idea. And she was like, can you give me some details, like what would happen? It was like, well, it's not simply going to be like the moaning rooms like that we have here on Clubhouse, but it's going to be like people that come back and tell us their stories about their high peak and intense moments of masturbation and how it got them through their careers. And like, I can't believe they took me serious. Oh, no, she was right, that's true. But I'm just kind of really oh my.
Do you guys remember these were the old school where they would do the onboarding rooms, where new members would come and would be an onboarding room, and they would sit there and they would tell you how to use the app. These were not people that worked for Clubhouse, by the way. They were people that they realized that if they do the onboarding room, if people came onto the app, they'd follow this person because they think that someone.
How the fuck it was? Do you remember when they
Marcus, when India came online, I remember the moment it came online, and I opened a room in healthy debates of all places, with titles like Vishnu, Brahma, blah, and like whatever, and who's the most powerful, and like those rooms would get like instantly 1,000 people in the room, and then all of a sudden people were following me, like a fuckload of people were following me that were Indian, and then I remember one day somebody saying, hey, do you have me blocked? And I go, how do I know? Because before you couldn't even see your block list, right? And then when they made some update, you were able to see your block list. I think it was when you had a chance to make your profile private or whatever. And so somebody goes, oh, you gotta go here or whatever. And then when I looked at the block list, I was like, look, I got a ton of people blocked. And I looked, and all of of the people on the block list were all the Indian names. I never blocked those people. Clubhouse, on my behalf, went in and instituted a block because they didn't want me cavorting with them. I think what they saw was there was like 2 days in a row where I had these rooms that were the biggest Indian rooms on Clubhouse were led by me asking questions about Indian food and their gods and all this kind of crazy shit. And it was like, that was not what Clubhouse wanted. They wanted the Indians to have their own movement.
I never.
I think they sent back India 100 years at least.
That's fucking not the boss. I never knew that. I'm just learning that. I didn't hear I've never seen that before. That's a fucking lawsuit. Is that a lawsuit, Marcus? Is it just a lawsuit waiting to happen? They block people from they walk around the dog. It's not like they stop. But it's like racist. Well, they blocked it. I'm expecting when I learned that correct for just actually like blocks like Clubhouse has blocked him from coming on the application, but was right in and around the time where he was having that fallout with John Deere.
That's something. You guys remember JT Fox?
Oh yeah.
I got a JT Fox story for you from Chicago because he was running his bullshit consulting, seminars here, and a girl that I was dating, her sister's husband was involved in his, real estate success secret course bullshit. So he called me. I talked to him on the phone. And at the time, I had owned a bunch of websites that were making a decent amount of money, and he was yelling at me on the phone and talking down to me on the phone. And so when I saw my girlfriend's sister, I said, hey, I talked to that guy, JT Fox, on the phone. He's a fucking prick and a douchebag. Like, he was talking to me, like I'm his asshole. And she started laughing. You're like, yeah, he's a prick and all this, but that guy has been pulling that same shtick and his same, real estate success secrets or business success secrets. It's the oldest trick in the book.
You know what his deal was? So, like I said, when I first got on here, when I very first got here, I was in like these business rooms and the success gurus and whatnot. And because a friend of mine that invited me said, hey, you should check this out. So I go into these rooms, and when I first got exposed to JT Fox, I was working on a project, and they were saying, like, they were pretending that they were going to give money and invest in these companies. I didn't know what this app was, and I was just like, I'll throw my fucking little idea out there and see if somebody wants to throw me some money, right? And so it's your pitch. So I did the whole pitch thing, and then JT Fox and another guy basically like shat all over it, right? But then they said, you know what, I got something I want to send you, and then they reached out to me in the back channels. This woman asked me for my phone number. This is back when I had my real name on here. I gave my phone number out. This woman calls me and says, hey, can I set up some time for you to speak with JT? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I didn't know he was a scam artist. I had no idea. Found out all, started doing the Google search of that all later. But what he does is he goes, hey, look, you were mentioning, your idea, and he goes, it's not investable, but I can help you get there. If what you need is you need to do a few things, and I can help you do that. I can sell you a block of consulting hours, and he was going to help me get to the point where he can then help me get the investment done. And I was just like, like as soon as he went into that pitch, I realized exactly what those rooms were about. It wasn't about investing in anything. It was about selling consulting hours.
The funniest shit that I've ever seen in the clubhouse was they would bring up these people who were like the fucking cousin, or brother or sister of like a 1980s or 1990s fucking famous actor or actress. And I bring them up on stage and put them up there for like 4 hours and let them fucking talk. And I'd be like the only person on stage is like putting them up like on a fucking pedestal of like, what are we fucking doing? Like, this person's like the second cousin of some like 1980s fucking has-been actor. Fucking clubhouse is stupid.
Dude, they've had A-list actors on here that I don't give two shits about. But I think one of the raddest things, and he was in here earlier, is Timok being in these rooms. I don't know, like, how, well, I'll explain who he is. When I was a kid, there was only one fucking action film, a kung fu movie, that fucking had a black lead in it. And in the neighborhood that I grew up in, that was a big deal for the people I grew up around. They had their own little black superhero. And so, I don't know if you've ever heard of the movie Last Dragon, but it is extremely popular. And Timok comes here all the time. And I think that's one of the raddest things. I've been in rooms with fucking MC Hammer. I don't give a fuck about him. I think his music is shit. I think he peaked when he was the bad boy for the Oakland A's. But Timok, he's got he's got that one thing under his belt that's huge. But he did tours to today. You know this fall, maybe in the wintertime, they're going to re-release the film for its anniversary across the country in select theaters. You don't do that like 40 years later unless it was like culturally relevant. It's pretty fucking rad that guy shows up.
That's it. That's What'd you say?
I was going to say, what do you guys think about Tom's arrest?
Why did they arrest him?
I think it was a charge of battery, but I think this happened like some time ago. So.
Wasn't he the guy? What is he? The guy that said he got fucking herpes from Sarah Fox?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did not that African American guy, or like he was in the army, or who was that guy? Did not. I know that name.
Not. He's like a sea actor, but he does all those rooms where he busts people out on their shit, and then he brings receipts, right? But he twisted. He has this great capability that few people have to twist it and touch, reach and grab that part of you that says he kill this guy, or that's horrible, right? Like, not a lot of people can conjure up that type of emotion within their listeners.
But he took his shit, he took a lot of shit to YouTube when he became a YouTuber.
He's just a great talker.
Well, Hampton Spears is the most successful F-word, N-word that I know on this app.
Oh my God, where's Hammy?
Also, don't forget, I think George Santos, that Fagala congressman who's going to jail, he also was on this app.
You know who else was on this fucking app? Was fucking Mario Novel guy. That runs the big Twitter Spaces. He was on here. It wasn't a very big deal at all. And when I was on Twitter Spaces, he sent me a message and he asked me, oh, you the dude from Clubhouse? And I was like, oh shit. And then I talked to him a couple of times. That guy, he blew up in the same way that Million Marathon blew up over on Twitter by just doing the bot trick. Somebody's got to figure that out.
What is that?
Yeah, I know. Were they overtook the room?
Well,
no, where like you remember when Jeremy Green exposed the fact that on Twitter he was creating bots to make those rooms look more relevant than they were, which drew more traffic to the rooms. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, there's a big topic about that. Jeremy he's a character. I don't know what I like about him, but he's a character.
I like nothing about that asshole.
No, that guy was like a P. Diddy party fucking faggot. He got turned out.
Do you guys ever go on Twitter or TikTok or anything?
Wait, he's on TikTok?
No, I'm asking you guys go on TikTok.
I don't know what site of spy apps.
Recently,
So,
I'm not familiar with it, but I got a lot of spam. Spam too.
I figured out a trick just for the whole thing because I'm on Wi-Fi and shit. Then I would walk from my man camp over to the cafeteria. Then I would go from one Wi-Fi router to another. And in between going from one to the other, whilst you're on stage, it will lose connection for a few seconds, then reconnect. And while you're on stage, it'll actually drop you from the stage. But then once you look down at your phone, you're like, oh shit, I'm still on stage, but wait a minute, my picture's not there. My profile's not there. So then you can unmute and you can just say whatever the fuck you want and like crash out as much as you want. And there's nothing they can do because the little blocks, the block is fucking gone. So they're like, hey, somebody remove him. And I'm like, just fucking crash it out on stage. And they're screaming. They're like, hey, how do we get rid of this motherfucker? They're like, he's ghosting. So whenever I'm at my house, I'll walk out my driveway and I'll walk all the way to the end of the driveway, and then I start losing Wi-Fi signal, and I wait about 5 or 7 seconds, and then walk back up, and then it shows that I dropped, but I can still unmute and just fucking talk, and they can't click on the thing to like remove me from the room. Like imagine if I disappeared right now, and I can still unmute, and Roger and Marshall have no way to like keep me, like just say whatever the fuck I want. Yeah,
that's like when they first created houses and they had that lobby concept where you couldn't mute people, you couldn't throw them out. It was they were just in a lobby. And Tom, you couldn't mod, you couldn't do anything. Like and Tommy, some of your guys' favorite racist that was on this fucking app, he's in there fucking good. Abby was in there. He's saying all kinds of crazy ass anti-Semitic shit, and nobody can do a single thing. And that thing blew up. I mean, blew the fuck up. Even Clubhouse fucking employees jumped in there, and then when they heard what Tommy was saying, they literally clipped his account instantly. Some of you guys are probably still friends with Tommy.
Do you remember there was this thing that happened? I don't know if anyone else can give a description of it, but your followers, like, the followers were the biggest fucking thing on this app. Like,
only to the cloud chasers.
Well, that would happen if they didn't because
yeah, but Angel, the problem with followers is you can fucking shit. Because all you have to do is just make up a fucking fake account and then just fucking follow them. And then you can see every room they're in. Like right now, you both have to follow each other back. If you don't follow me back, like if I follow you, I can't see what room you're in.
Right.
Yeah, you actually have to follow me back.
What I was trying to say about the followers is that it was the numbers, like the amount of people that you had following you. And I remember specifically one day, Nelson was in his room and he was like, there was a comment that he made. He was like, about his followers. He's like, I have like 24,000 followers and this and that. And he but he said it like with his chest or whatever, right? It was like a big thing. And he was like, a little while after, he was like trying to launch, from here onto the platform of YouTube, and it just didn't take for him. He couldn't get a good grip over there, and he kept flipping, and his content was not as consistent as everybody was so used to seeing him here on Clubhouse. And then one day, motherfuckers clicked into the app, and followers were gone.
Here's why that was gold, though.
Let me finish this. But something happened. Like, I can't
find it, you can hear it in the tone of people's voice. Like those macros, taking people, name branders, those people, like the name people, like something happened to the tone of their content, and I will never forget that day.
Well, here's what was great about the worst people on this app were the people that fucking had like the followers, but they never followed other people back. They'd follow like 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, 10 people max or some shit like that. And those fucking people are the ones that fucking were the most crushed when they lost their followers. Because if you are mutually following people, then it wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, yes, you lost followers, but it's still like when that day happened, like I still had 5,000 mutuals because I wasn't one of these fucking prima donnas that thought they were too good to follow other people. And so anybody that lost a bunch of people, I think that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, because if you're mutual and following someone, they're mutual, then they become friends, right? They're friends.
Correct.
Understands what went behind these numbers. People would be like as if they were like billionaires, like
YouTube famous.
Yeah, like YouTube famous, like real, like as if Clubhouse was paying them, and people actually believed that Clubhouse was paying them because in and around this time there was a lot of shit going on about people making money from the application and coming back onto the application and talking about that they knew people from the other side. They had secret private rooms with the content creators of the app, and they just like really bumped themselves up about the day that they stepped followers away. That was all we did. Talk to people. It was just like a lost soul.
I think that was the closest that Andrew Garza considered suicide from it.
No, that guy was celebrating. Oh, God. You're talking about the religious guy?
Yeah, he had like 20,000 or 10,000 followers and shit.
Nobody ever gave a shit about that.
Dude, I used to go to pray.
I know.
I had like 2,800 friends, and I was like, Andrew, you only have like 100. I'm like, I'm more popular than you right now.
It was a glorious day when all that happened. It was amazing. All the fake asses left that day.
So when we got these yellow plus signs for the subscription, I remember I was the girl from the other side. She was like, I don't know what she was doing, but she was saying something about me having so many kids, and then she was like screaming on like the stage about how big my vagina would possibly or is instead of this, and I'm just like, this is fucking weird, right? So a few days went by or whatever, and then we got these plus accounts or whatever, and I remember I was like, me and my Uncle Rohan, like me and my Uncle Rohan got you. I was like, don't touch my fucking PTR, especially if you're a bitch who doesn't like me. Now I can see who touches my PTR. Like, people were like running around talking about how you can see photos, right? It's like if you cropped your photo, you were able to see the whole shit, and that right there, that was the funniest fucking part, because you were seeing people like botch themselves up through like the AI filters. And then you can see their screenshot of their screenshot, and it was like, oh bitch, wow, you might not want to do that one. So it was that was another highlight. Sorry.
They used to have a fucking house when houses first started. It was the beta house, and it was for a bunch of people that were like dick lickers of the fucking people in the app. And I won't say who, but somebody got me the invite to it, and they almost instantly regretted it. There was people that like were like protesting, like, oh, why is he here? And do you guys know who Nozzle is? Anybody familiar with Nozzle?
Yes.
Yeah. So Nozzle, what a fucking fake ass. This motherfucker, he would fucking go in there and like all he gave a shit about, like everybody had feedback, the kind of feedback that if you were to ask people today, like, hey, what would make the app better? Like real feedback would get like beat down. And Nozzle would always talk about like we need to be able to monetize, and like he was always, because he wants to make money from the app. That's all he cared about, right? And so when they were talking about monetizing houses, like that was him. That he was like the engine behind that. And then when they killed that, he tried to figure out a way to like monetize anyways without the app's help. And then he had done so much like essentially free consulting for them on a bunch of topics. And then when they were hiring for somebody, he thought for sure they'd hire him because he'd already done all this work for them. And like he got so pissed because they told him that they weren't going to hire him, but the reason they gave him that they weren't going to hire him is because he didn't live in the U.S. Right? I won't say where he lives, but they said that they were only at the time they were only hiring U.S. People. May or may not have been true. He got so bad. He's just saying sometimes on this app, but then he starts going around to different apps. He's now like I don't know if he's CTO or what he is over in Chatter, but like he's finally got himself in as an employee status. I know he doesn't make much money because I don't have any money, but that dude is the fucking funny. Like, why would he fight to monetize? He's never opened a room that's drew more than 4 or 5 people anyways. Like, how is he going to utilize the monetization? So now that he's got like an employee role, I think he's leveraging that. I don't know exactly where he lives, but I'm guessing it's in a fucking part of the world that makes like maybe $3 a day. So, but that guy's fucking fake as shit.
Yeah, but he's super, super smart when it comes to
He's very much respectfully.
Respectfully, he fixed. I had a problem. He told me how to fix it, going to a developer option. What? No, he's told me how to do it, going to developer options. He fixed it in a minute. I have been emailing Clubhouse. But
he's Nozzle has helped us.
Yeah, it's like geeks one.
I just find very distasteful, however. So over in the Million Marathon, we have this room where this woman was about to confront these people on the app who scammed her for thousands of dollars. Like it was an extraordinary amount. And
are you talking about Lindsay the horse?
Yes. And I didn't know I was gonna say that.
Dude, I know what all the runners do.
Lindsay.
still on here under a different name.
Oh my god, bring her into this fucking space. I want to say hello. I was like, yeah, that fucking room was, that was epic because it was a total lie. It was like a whole fabricated, I got gameplay, and I just, when I was in it, I believed it. Well, so I think it was to kind of like make this one. So Barbara Majeski was the one who supposedly got scammed. And interestingly, in and around this time, Barbara Majeski was also doing like some like TV stuff, and I think she was really trying to get traction, for herself. And I remember Grant had said something, and I'll never forget it. He was like, even bad publicity is publicity, like, it was weird because people were always coming after Grant for shit that he was saying, and then I was like, oh, actually, I think that he comes in and says shit like that on purpose, just to get people to kind of like look at his name and figure out who he is, and like whatever. So this ends up happening with this Barbara of a woman, and it was funny because in the time that she was like, going through this, she was trying to like.
And Barbara was like a TV personality. She was like no.
And then it was so crazy because I felt like she was doing fine by herself, but I felt like she maybe thought that she was like obligated to kind of like bring people in with her, into some of her successful moments. Like I remember there was one where Jonathan Bean's daughters came onto one of her morning shows or whatever, and it was a big thing, and he was like, so much.
He acknowledged that Jonathan Bean is the stupidest person in all of us.
And it's a complete, absolute fraud, and if anybody wants to be good in here, I'll tell myself. I actually had to pull myself away from Jonathan. Great, I want to just say this. I met Jonathan from the very beginning of this application. He has my personal phone number. I have his personal phone number. We were Clubhouse, whatever, I don't want to say friends, but we were Clubhousey. And we did a lot of back chatting and, set up plays and things like that and shit. But a lot of the stuff that, he was putting down on his platform is just, don't fall for it. That's all I can say. And if you're,
he's like
the woman,
he's just the definition of a big man. Like, I don't even want to get into it. He's just
that was saved.
So let's just say like we had a controversial topic, which we titled it clickbait topics. I'd be modding in space or whatever. Many of us would get like a rundown or like kind of like back chat each other and like what we were gonna like kind of talk about next and segue. But there was just like shit like that, like or let so and so up and block so and so or remove so and so from the room or like just shit like that. So it really had to do with like more of how the space was operated and stuff. But you get to learn sometimes the true person when how do I say this? When people are too preoccupied with being the green bean, sometimes they lose that, that alter persona that they came on here with and they show their true colors.
Angel, who was the white guy that got grilled when Barbara got duped out of the money and Lindsay, was under heat, but they actually.
It wasn't white, it was supposed to be this Mexican dude, Eric.
He certainly didn't look like a Mexican. He looked like white.
He didn't, but he always talked about it. He was like, he was really fucking weird.
Anyways, that guy sat on a fucking stage for a fucking hour, letting people just grill him, and he was just like, "Look, I'm here. I'm answering questions. I'm not running away." That room was so pathetic because he's like, "Come on, guys, don't do it like that. Look, I'm here. I'm standing in front of you. He's like, I'm throwing myself at the mercy of y'all." It was just
dirty though, because they really did him dirty. So he was always the one who was if you're in those spaces, the back channel is king. Another highlight to this app. You know what I mean? It's if only the back channels could speak. That should be a room title. But so you had so much that was going on, and here they were running a play on the player. But do you remember Giuseppe?
Dude, we were just talking about it in the chat. When Giuseppe used to back channel me, and he would just be like, "Mod me, bro. All my followers will come. Mod me, bro."
And I'm like, fuck you. Fucking I don't know.
And I think what people I swear to God, when they took away the followers, just that people were gone. You never saw him again. But he was just somebody who was like but it was weird because I never really actually believed he was who he said he was. But a lot of people vouched for him. A lot of people were like, no, I bet just that he's like really like rich. Like he really is.
He reminds me of the animatronic pizza tossing guy from Chuck E. Cheese. That's like that's what he always reminded me of. He never said anything interesting, but he did have the fucking Italian accent. There was some authenticity to it.
I always called him, you know how like his sister. You know his Mr. Clean? I called him Mr. Fabuloso. Because I know it was like, you know, I don't know, but you know, I always called him fucking Mr. Fabuloso. Just because he had like a really shiny head, he reminded me of Mr. Clean, but he had like this accent. And he acted really famous. And his shoes, he was always about his shoes and shit.
Do you remember in season 1 of Clubhouse when if race came up, you get up and you participate in the conversation, and there'd always be a black woman to tell you that you don't have the scholarship. You don't have the scholarship for this conversation. I never got to get on that.
Remember, I don't know if you were listening.
Second to best and Nelson was I kicked more shit.
You can't participate in these type of conversations. And the whole delineation campaign that they went on from those rooms became, I guess, my segue into calling a woman a hardy bitch. Yeah, then all hell broke loose from there. And I made a t-shirt. And so, yeah, that's what happened. But those rooms were. I just people more genuine Roger than they are today about race on this application. They actually had some tones of authenticity to them. And I think people were really trying to have a collaboration on this race topic and what they
I totally fucking disagree. I think it was way worse then. Back then, we were still in this world where if you called somebody a racist, people would panic and be like, oh, I don't want to be called that. And they would get away with saying the most asinine shit. They would tell you that science is racist, history is racist, math is racist.
Everything. That shit was absurd. That's for black people. Black people can never be racist, right?
Well, it went beyond that. It was like, this is back when they would do rooms where they would say math is racist, and then they would do this weird like Terrence Howard thing where they would even tell you that like 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4. Like it was that dumb.
I remember, and there'd be some country ass black dude with this sonic tone, like the way you spoke. I remember these times, but I do have to disagree a little bit because I think that at those times, remember we all kind of came here as we were, you know, like we had real needs, we talked about our families, we gave real life experiences to this application, and I think again the authenticity was there. I do acknowledge that the authenticity was there. However, I think that there was this trauma bonding kind of culture-ish type thing that was taking place, and people were really trying to have this application be defined as a black app. And
it kind of was.
Well, I mean, okay. Let's just.
I think all of social audio starts that way.
Really?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, fan base is like not even like a worldwide app or even a national app. It's more like an Atlanta metro app. But when this app was created, one of the strategies, if you talk to
black influencers to drive traffic to the app, and that's why.
What's funny about that, Roger, if you remember, we used to have a Clubhouse icon, and it took a long time for them to bring a black face, and when they did bring a black face, they brought the black face of 3 black men.
Do you remember when Kitover was the shortest Clubhouse icon, and he complained to them and said that he tried to argue that he should be the lifelong icon because of the sit rep room that they did, and how he brought so much attention to the app, and basically he thought that the app owed him something. It was fucking.
And he killed it because they never did the kill. They were like, fuck it. It just became the wave. And that was the fuck it, and that's what it's been. But I remember specifically that they would have this, this icons come and they would speak and they would generate a space, but these spaces that they were generating never took, they never made the numbers. You're right.
Edward should have been the best player. Nobody has ever so much as he has.
Wait a minute. If you're going to get a lifetime achievement award for the app and name an app icon, I would say it has to be Norm. Norm is the icon of the app.
No. I mean, like, Edward is everywhere. Edward even platforms Norm. Norm uses Edward.
And Edmund himself will say that Norm should be the icon.
If you had to give a description of Clubhouse icon today, who would it look like?
John Kitover.
It would look like Roger's old PTR.
I'll never.
He's also very well known in every corner of.
I'll never forget. I'm live streaming a room. I'm live streaming a room, and then I'm also live streaming myself, like laying on my bed, listening to the room. And El Normo is watching me on my live stream, listen to him talking, and I just couldn't stop laughing. I was like, "This is so funny that it's just so stupid, but it's entertaining."
I think if they had to name an icon now, they'd have to pick somebody from India. I mean, that's where there's like 10 times the amount of users in India than they have on this side of the app.
How do you know? Because we can't. It's not the entire world. It's not the entire Clubhouse world, but we see, right? And that's
I used to get good information until when I stopped getting the information about Clubhouse was when they didn't even care when I said, go to Fanbase, fuck you guys. They didn't care about that. They were just like, you'll be back. But when I fucking went to Chatter, that was like radio silence. I never fucking.
And you said that you were never gonna come back to Clubhouse.
That's look, it's promotion. You would understand it.
Give me your feedback on that launch.
On Chatter?
requires a lot of money, and that's something that they don't have. And so I do think that there were some innovative things that they did. This is something I'm surprised on. From day one, when they had that polling feature, that was a game changer. I don't think the video was all that exciting because the only people that wanted to be on video were like a couple of like dolled up makeup whores, like that, you know, or I won't even say the person's name, but there was one person that would always, you know, like make like tough lips and fucking pour wine and walk around her house, and it's like nobody else wanted to fucking be on the goddamn camera because most of us are sitting fucking on the couch playing with our dog. Nobody cares about that shit, right? What's that?
Was the person that you're talking about named after a car?
Yes. Yes. So yeah. But so some of the features that they thought were going to be a big deal, I think nobody gave a shit about. But that polling feature was fire. If that polling feature was here, people, I think that was a game changer. Big game changer.
Right, I think you're like you have to understand the full concept of the video feature. And because I'm almost never on Chatter, by the way. But you got me signed up. The reason I don't even go back anymore, by the way, is simply because she's had so many problems. I constantly have to reset my passwords, and I just.
Which part do you think I don't understand about it?
The video part, you don't, okay?
Yeah, no, I'm curious. I'm curious what you think I don't understand.
You're saying like nobody gives a shit about it, and that's wrong. I'll tell you what they do. So you're not in this room, but I am in this room. That's why I know about it. So there's a woman named Devontae. She runs a couple of rooms.
I know the movie room. I know Dawn.
I know Dawn. Okay.
I know Dawn, and I know that you can do certain things, like you can play a trailer if you want to do that. Yeah. Again, nobody cares. Those rooms, yeah. I get it. 20 people care.
Okay. Look, you know what?
Look at my ATR.
I don't even go to the trailer rooms. I don't go on Chatter anymore. But for what she wants to do, and that's the reason she runs most of her rooms on Clubhouse, but runs the Sunday trailer room on Chatter because it does have that feature. And you're making light of it, but depending on what you want to do with it, And by the way, for certain people, like he doesn't. I don't think he's on Charter, but it's like someone like Kitover does all this like global diplomacy, whatever. I mean, that video feature could be useful to him to go run like interviews, like not his interviews, but like to get news clips, call them, and show it to people. I mean, that's what you want to do. It may not be what you want to do. Other people may want to do other things.
Yes. And so, as somebody that's spent some time on Chatter, probably more than the rest of the people in this room combined, I can tell you that nobody cared. Are there use cases where somebody could find a useful short catch on? Do you have any idea the expense in terms of content delivery if you're streaming the video on your application and you get a bunch of people fucking doing that? If everybody's turning on their camera, for fuck's sake, or if you're just streaming a video that everybody's consuming, the amount that it would cost, if you think audio is expensive to deliver, which it is, video is the most, it's the most media-rich file that you can deliver on the internet, right? It's not an image, it's not text, it's a fucking biggest fucking thing that you can deliver. It's massive. And audio's smaller than video, but video's magnitude's bigger, but audio's expensive too. If they would have hit the scale of Clubhouse, they would have went out of business just trying to deliver video. They would have had to turn the feature off or start charging people $10 a month.
That's probably true, by the way. That is probably true, yes. Okay. I'm just saying, the other thing that got me a little sick is that, they think you're just, they're derisive of, like, other people have other desires, like Dawn. And I think,
I like Dawn, and I like Ron, and I think that her use case is legitimate. But you're talking about a use case that would accommodate 20 people. That's all I'm saying. And I like her. I think some of her really something that's taking place.
I wonder if anyone would have told this to Roger before he made a big fuss about Chatter. And then he actually, instead of listening, he decided to crucify the poor little Guatemala that was trying to tell him these things that he's saying right now. But no, he didn't know all of it. And maybe America, maybe you have some recordings of this time when I was being crucified in Roger. I was criticizing Roger. I was criticizing the quote Chatter, exactly the same thing he's saying right now. And he was calling me, what was he saying? I don't remember the exact word, but basically he was saying that I was just giving him like bad luck or whatever, and I was a downright pessimist and whatever.
No. There's two things. First of all, why would I ever listen to a Guatemalan chicken farmer? I like that. But that's not the reason why I wanted to leave Clubhouse. When they did the meeting, when they delivered the news about asynchronous chat, when Paul did his town hall telling people we're gonna make some big changes and nobody's gonna like it. He was correct. Nobody's gonna like it. That was when I was like, dude, fuck this fucking app. And
I'm not criticizing you for not liking Clubhouse. I'm criticizing what they did. I'm criticizing you for how much you trusted Chatter, and I
know you're wrong in your interpretation of what happened there is just fucking incorrect, and I'll explain it to you. Anybody that knows me knows that this is true. I was pissed at fucking Clubhouse. Clearly I like this app. I like the quality. Maybe that's just your Spanish ears not picking up English words. Maybe it's not me. Here's the truth of it. The truth of it was this app was killing itself. It was self-inflicted wounds. They built better audio into this app than Fanbase, than Twitter Spaces, and chat, all of those things. The audio quality for this app is fucking intense. It's amazing. And then they didn't understand what they'll do with it. So they started doing all these fucking asynchronous chat. The rebranding, everybody was going to come here and they were going to leave everybody voicemails. Remember, that was their plan.
You know, I think they did that, right? We had every single time we put into the app, and people like, it was just like, we were mad about it. Yeah, but you know what? Instead of just yelling at
that would make sense. The problem was
you were talking about the mascot for Clubhouse, and I agree with the person in the chat who said Marshall should be the mascot for Clubhouse. Yeah, man.
Not too much for Marshall.
No, I love when he gets drunk. It's fucking hysterical. He's like, yeah, you shut the fuck up. You go to the fucking audience. And I'm like, I love this.
Stop messing with Marshall.
Yeah. I think the insults to Marshall. It's one of the nicest guys. Yeah, but it doesn't stop you from talking shit. It's retarded.
Yeah, everybody else been broken this up. I was broken this up, and I have cried and whatever for the last 2 years.
Look, Marshall can laugh with you about it. I don't care. What I pointed out is that Marshall, like, you guys get in these rooms and talk about politics, but most of you don't live that shit. Marshall lives that shit, and then he's got to sit there and listen to people that probably don't vote. Almost guaranteed have never donated a dollar to a political campaign. Fucking damn sure never volunteered any of their time to do it. They don't get involved. And I'm not saying that there's nobody else but Marshall that gets involved. Clearly there are people. But the vast majority of the people that criticize Marshall have never walked a day in his fucking shoes. And it fucking shows.
Marshall's name got thrown in there. I was offended, and I didn't even really know Marshall like that. I was like, I said it, I forget exactly what I said in the chat. I was like, I think some of you guys just don't like people to take accountability for being racist. And it's like, you guys got your your number correct or your math wrong or something like that. I got space because I was like, we need to start. I said something about we need to start a club, or we need to start a house. About blacks are racist and things like that. And Pepe was going off in the room. Like he was like, and he was calling people like,
We don't do our things.
Black bitches like those.
But I just remember this.
Listen to this. People that's going to educate about urban. If we're going to talk about opinions, why don't we do this? Why don't we play?
Well, you said ginger. This is like a UK.
It could be ginger, but it's a hard R, so it should be ginger.
That's an A. Yeah, it's probably just your accent.
Yeah, but look at the word ginger.
Oh, there you go. I can't. That's one of the other rules. I feel like there was waves of like things that would happen on this app, like the error when they try to get all white people to be accountable for being racist. That error was
the best ever was Breyer. Breyer was the most sanctimonious motherfucker on this app. And he did a house call debate dojo. And he was going to train people how to debate properly. And he did a room about CRT. And he was this white left. He's the white left that wants to keep for all these issues. He thinks he's so fucking knowledgeable. We have the black community came in there. They didn't know that you're not qualified to speak on this. And then they do it when they were talking hell shit. He stands there he's just like, I'd like to learn, I'd like to be a better ally. And he just continued to kiss their asses. They told him basically they told him that he was a piece of shit. And he continued to kiss their asses. He went to
I was afraid that was a backdoor troll, but he was dead ass.
Prince, you only got moved to a lot of this when this is left.
But we black on black.
There's only one spot for one black person on the stage.
Hey, stop. Hey, why don't you guys shut up? This isn't a Pepe. For fuck's sake. You and that. Calgary reminds me of the time when Grant Cardone was like deciding things, right? It seems like, oh yeah, so when I stuff up my black, like how we would
So I was there celebrities and stuff he's had in his face, and he doesn't give any contributions to any black schools, any HBCUs, any black movements, any black this, any black that. And Grant came off and he was like, I give contribution to black people every day. And then that's when he said what he said. And he was like, so then Cindy Stumpo was like, well, what do you mean? Like, what do you say? You have to dumb it down. And that's when it became like a big thing where he was like, I dumb it down for people to be able to get it. And people then kind of ran off with their spinoff rooms, and they were like, Grant Cardone said that he has to dumb it down in order to speak to black people, and that was epic too. It was a great one. Because he kind of just stood there in his shit too.
What's your guys' take on Grant Cardone?
He is he's kind of cool in his own way.
Before you answer,
Yeah, like Scott.
I think he's an inspiration because.
Oh my god, I gotta close my mic and listen to this. I've spoken a couple of times to him, and he's not fighting each other out.
Yeah. So I think Grant is a great inspiration because, like, my first experience of Grant Cardone before all that was I seen an interview that he had with Black TV, and he was talking about how he got into making the money that he's making. He said he first started off was it like a three? No. It was basically it was a home. He started off with like a home, and then he built that up into where it became like he owned condoms.
Wrong. That's all later. He got started selling fucking cars, and then he got promoted in selling cars. So then instead of being a car salesman, he became a consultant for car dealerships to tell people how to sell more cars. And
but you gotta wind it back a little further about when he became clean. Because he told that whole episode too.
Yeah, but his business career, everybody's got a different starting point when they found out about Grant Cardone. You can go back into YouTube and see videos of when he's doing trainings with car dealerships. He probably is fought to get some of that stuff taken down because he was so fucking cheesy. It's just terrible. He's like a snake oil salesman. But I don't complain about the people that like him because there's some people that like that shit because they don't know how to sell and they think that that's what selling is, and they think that somehow that if they just do what he does, that they're somehow going to be successful. If he was as good as he says he is in any of these things, right? Selling cars, if he could sell a lot of them consistently, he would have continued to do it. He would have started a dealership. He would have started multiple dealerships. Because he wanted to do when you get into consulting, you get paid for your consulting. You're no longer accountable for your success. Because in a business like that, there's so many car dealerships that you go from one next to the next to the next to the next. He's like crawling from his problems. He wanted to do this. He did it. It's like I'm a show.
Are you serious about that? I don't think tell us that sucker on anything special about it. Perfect. That's exactly. Yeah, good. We'll do it right in. Okay, sure. Why not? Love my Joshua Lively. Special selling entrepreneurs and
Using these questions on your customers, I promise you will double your sales. Show your people who didn't buy the customers. A lot of young kids think all about them. I watched 20 years.
Yeah, it's an assuming that the truth of the company is that the investment
trouble. I wouldn't go as far as to say what John Bashir said, despite the fact that I share the same sentiment.
So,
Well, yeah, but my thing, not to defend him, but I mean, I'm going to tell you, listening to his more recent commercials, it's like every month, like showing his sex and everything. He is basically, I don't know what followed through this, but he is basically trying to pre-qualify people now because he's basically telling them you have to call up or fill out a form to see what you're even qualified to, be an investor. So he apparently is doing that. So he is like vetting under there.
you believes are that you have to kind of really remember to like, he goes off of what he, knows is a trending thing.
I listen to business, so I know a lot about accredited investment and a lot of deals. Okay, so I didn't know, but so he is doing that. I don't follow him. I haven't bought any stuff, so I don't go through after that to find out like what he's asking them, what he's doing. But it tells me that he's at least going through a process trying to vet out ones that aren't. Let me finish. One of the other things that people need to realize is that the government has liberalized the standards for accredited investors somewhat. So a lot of people who 20 years ago wouldn't qualify, not because they got wealthier, they the same static number, may now qualify because there's things under the Jobs Act. There's other ways of, depending on what you're raising and how much you're raising, of getting people who wouldn't necessarily be qualified as accredited investors 20 years ago can now go into these things. It's a very complicated situation.
And so here's his process. Okay, he will go for he will see who's qualified as an accredited investor, which and you're correct about the looser definitions, but essentially. The traditional definition, you have to have an income of over $250,000 a year, or you have to have $1 million liquidity to be an accredited investor. If you are on Clubhouse, you clearly know, I think anybody with fucking common sense, that this is not the most fertile hunting ground. Despite how everybody claims to be rich on this app, this is not the most fertile hunting ground to find accredited investors. So here's the part that you might be missing, is that if you don't qualify, guess who he tells you to go and talk to?
Yes.
His partner.
His partner that has a different fund that doesn't take accredited investors and that will allow anybody with small contributions to join the fund. And so he starts this funnel. It's all about a funnel. And it's a hot mess, but when you start unpacking it, the guy's a fucking crook. The guy really is.
Sounds like shady person.
Your money either way, right?
Well, but the reason why they call him a crook is because he literally had a lawsuit where he was accused for that same exact terminology or like criticism, and he beat the case. Like he proved that he wasn't a cook in that lawsuit.
So he might be making it work for the case that it didn't always in your favor because there are some.
Friends, how much money have you invested in Great Britain?
So there's a small business that has no money to invest. That's the
I was just saying, like, $200 on one of his courses or something.
I'm gonna be honest, like he's always gonna do that to me, and
he went to the seminar and he bought his book.
I honestly haven't invested any dollars in it, but
Why are you looking at his nuts?
And how has he been a good guy to you?
He is my city, yes. You know, I
Specifically to you.
He does. So basically, he helped me.
You know, we'll give you better advice for free. Graham Stephan. Just go to YouTube and look up Graham Stephan.
With Graham Stephan, because I can communicate with Graham and have conversation. I can things that I'm skeptical about. I can ask you.
But that's not fully.
So I appreciate that, and because I've seen him be accused of many things that haven't been proven in the court. You know,
God says thousands of dollars.
Okay, so let me finish saying.
Yeah, no, hold on. This guy probably fucking pushes the broom and fucking Cardone the president.
Well, let me just say this. Just because like you see somebody wins a case doesn't mean that the other side of that, the other party, lost. There's sometimes there's cases that you'll see where people they lose a case, but they'll the decree will go with prejudice or without prejudice or whatever takes the he may have a victory, but it may be a victory with a lot of prejudice behind it. But I also want to say this too, because I don't know if you guys know this. So Jonathan Bing comes into the room one day, we're having this whole conversation or whatever, and there's this video that's dropped, right? And it's of Jonathan Bing meeting up with Grant Cardone, and he almost instantly, upon like just initially walking up to him, like tucks a stack of money in the dude's hand. And it was the transaction for me. It was the way that transaction took place. It was almost like, I'm paying for your attention. It literally screamed desperation. But, I kind of just sat back and, I'm a person who, I do the opposite of what the saying is. Like, we listen, we don't judge. I mind my business and I judge very heavily. And so as I listened to the relationship over the next, few months or whatever, I kind of learned that there was a lot of like dick riding and a lot of individuals who were giving heavy contributions into grants, whatever he got going on, right? The various things that he got going on. Grant never once came back to the application and actually uplifted these individuals. Never, not once.
I get this thing.
Yeah. You go ahead.
I'm trying to think like he's very successful and so.
I know all of them. I can call them right now.
This guy's been in an audience about 10 times in mid-million marathon, and now he knows the person.
You're not talking about anything new to them. I can call Nelson, Jonathan, I can call them right now. But my point being is that Grant specifically throughout his I'll call it social relationship with us in the Million Marathon, went to go talk about these uplifting moments that he had with a lot of, wealthy men in the Black community. I'll let you share that after I'm finished, but let me just say this. We watched in real time here on this application a man that we all know, Jonathan Bing, slide $10,000 into Grant Cardone's hands as he's going in for the shake, right? Upon initially meeting him for the first time. And he kind of bragged about this because it was like a bet or something that they had going on, but the bet was irrelevant to the actual transaction of this in real time watching it, right? The bet really had nothing to do with it as you're watching this video. You wouldn't know that this was about bet unless you knew Jonathan, unless you knew the situation that took place before this. But it was this video and this transaction that kind of led its own segue into this social exposure of Grant Cardone. Here was a real person whose time that was giving him $10,000 on the spot. He would have utilized this application and utilize the whole man like Jonathan to actually give a real live example of what it is to lift this person up into what he says he could do for everybody else. This was a given. Jonathan literally threw himself on the table for him to be the example, and Grant never took that. So now all of the feedback that you've given about Grant, Jonathan, Nelson, and Ron, what do you think about that? Why do you think that there was such a heavy missed opportunity
We were all here to witness it. Why don't you think Grant took advantage of it?
So I think you were skeptical because of the amount of the transaction. But if you think that all reality,
there was no skepticism in the transaction.
Jonathan's business has nothing to do with anything that happens on Clubhouse. Neither no say.
You're not going to answer the question. So it's not even really fun. If you're going to do the ghosty dough, and if you're going to do all around the mulberry bush, I'm the one who's going to pop the weasel and say no. You're not answering the question that I'm asking you. Jonathan, there's no skepticism in what I'm saying. Jonathan handed him the $10,000 in cash. Right on the spot. Regardless of what it had to do with anything, Grant could have taken this $10,000 and said, hey, listen, with this, I'm going to put you into this, and this that would be clean. One of my members coming in with $10,000. Why don't you think that he could make an example out of Jonathan? Jonathan was literally putting himself at the forefront of saying, hey, make me an example. They were rooting. I mean, if you were in the Million Marathon, I was monitored every day. You heard it. You heard their relationship. You heard them driving in the jet. You heard them going to places together. They never did all that.
Okay, so when it comes to the lawsuit, right? Grant Cardone spent over $1 million in the lawsuit, right? He gained nothing from the lawsuit.
You didn't get an answer.
No. What I'm saying is like, so the lawsuit. Why don't you stay on top of it? Dick Ryder?
No, he can't do it because you know the truth of the matter is that this family and this is no shade or disrespect. You're not as invested into what you say you're invested in. You're trying to give me feedback and scapegoat the question that I asked you. Now, I'm not the smartest person. You're avoiding this question at all costs because you don't want to answer this because you want to say something different and blame me. I have no skepticism. I'm cool, Jonathan. Just a couple things about him, I just don't. I'll keep it to myself, but I can say it to his face. I actually like Grant. I follow him, and he follows me. He follows me back on Twitter. He follows me back on this application. He follows me on the places as well. I've actually purchased. I know people who work with him, and I'm cool with them. And listen, I'm very heavily cool with them. But you're not answering this question, and for whatever reason, let me know that you're not as invested as you claim that you are.
I'm saying, okay, so with the lawsuit, Grant spent millions of dollars in lawyers.
The lawsuit didn't have any distance.
Hold on. Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up. Listen, there's two things happening here. Prince is trying to talk about something, like, you laid out what you're saying, and Prince just ignoring every word you're saying, and then talking about the lawsuit. He's ignoring every word. So, Prince, do you want to respond to what Angel said, or are you just going to bloviate about whatever the fuck you want to talk about? I'm responding to what she's bloviating. Okay, great. If you don't respond to what she's saying, I'm going to think that you're not serious about having a conversation, and I'll just move you to the bottom. We want to have a conversation. Respond to what she said without demanding that you want to insert this other item that has nothing to do with what she just said. We're going to talk about that later. So what she's saying is that she feels that Jonathan B was just so infatuated by Grant Cardone that he just paid him $10,000 to have him in his presence. Like the thing is, like I said, no. Let me do this brief. I'm just because you sound like a young person, I'm like old, so I'm gonna have patience with you and say it one more time. We all knew why Jonathan was giving Grant this money. This had nothing to do with my feelings. This had nothing to do with what I was thinking. Like the effect that they had. Jonathan was going to meet Grant in person. And the first thing that he did was upon the invitation of that first engagement of meeting Grant Cardone in person, he gave the money as he went in for the engagement. What was the amount? $10,000 in cash, right there on the spot, and it was literally Jonathan before $10,000. $1,000 a month.
Doesn't matter whether it's a living or Grant Cardone has it. He tells you verbatim. I have something that you could buy for $1. I have something that you could buy for $100. I got something you could buy for $200, $300, okay? He says this verbatim. My point being is, if Grant Cardone is on a social platform like this, and the whole
Hold on. No, I want you to shut the fuck up. That's what I want you to do. Matter of fact, you're a fucking retard. The idea that you think that all of these people understand are multi-millionaires, you're wrong. Their net worth is a lot less than you think, and you don't know them. You know of them because of the interwebs. Don't be such a fool. Let's carry on with a different conversation. That guy's fucking retarded. Well, you were fine. He's just fucking a retard. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's a fanboy from fucking Clubhouse, and now he wants to dick rat everybody and pretend that he's counted their money.
Yeah, he got me with the he did so much for me statement. I should have stopped there, but I went notably because he said it. He doesn't probe me to ask him this question. You know what I mean? This man could have given this entire application a real life personal example of and these people who you know in West Roger, people throw the cards all around. That's true. He could have. I mean, he had plenty of fucking opportunity, but the fact is that
honestly, what it sounded like to them was it sounded like an infatuation. Like I'm guessing Greg Cardone was on here. I understand. He would like talk to people and say shit. It sounded like this guy came up and probably asked him like a fucking question, and Greg Cardone gave him some advice, and now it's like somebody meets like a famous fucking female actress. They like become obsessed with these people. It's like this Carrie Fisher fucking shit, you know?
if Bill Miner was talking about like kind of like intertwining this conversation about season 1, because I think that's there used to be this fucking woman on this application called Forbes Riley, and she was one of those people who took people like this young man like that, and she would bump them out. You know, like you don't know who you don't know me, but I've been next to Grant Cardone, and she drops her YouTube video talking to Grant Cardone. I've made $1 billion with my little toys.
Wait, hold on. So, the Prince, what was his name here? Prince of the City, the fanboy from Million Marathon that doesn't know any of these people, says that he can get them all in here right now. He said, I can get them here right now. Who should I bring? How about this? Bring any of them right now. I'm calling your little $5 ass bluff. You don't fucking know them. You know nothing about them. And you can't get them here right now. Matter of fact, here's a little wager. If you can get them here within the next 30 minutes, it's 1:30 a.m. where I'm at. If you can get them here by 2 a.m., I'll put $500 in your cash app. Let's see if you can do it.
That's what's funny. Like the delusion that he has. It's like he's supposed to brother, but now he's like pretending like he's like friends with him. Like I can call Grant Cardone like any minute. You know, like it is fucking delusion.
Yeah, so at 1:30 a.m. on Pacific time, he's gonna call Grant Cardone, a guy that he's never talked to in his life other than being on a social audio app and talking to him in a room. Something that all of us have done, but nobody fucking brags about except for the guy that's got nothing going on.
Roger, what are you gonna do when Grant Cardone comes out here and he's like, hey, what's going on?
Well, first of all, if Grant Cardone comes in, he's gonna find out quickly that Grant Cardone knows most of the people on this stage more than he fucking knows that retard.
No, but I'm just saying that. What these guys
Listen, I would gladly give this guy fucking $500. We'll call it reparations.
You can go with my daddy's like this now, like third nephew, or some shit like that. It's like, yeah, it's like my mom's like a boyfriend or something, you know, like whatever. But he's all that right now. Yeah, Angela's like, what's up, son? They're talking about like some 1980s fucking C-grade actor. You know, they're like the cousin of this person.
Have you ever seen Grant live stream himself in his office in Miami or wherever the hell it's at? And he does his dry erase board, and it goes on for hours and hours. And he's yelling at people. You know, he's basically instructing people in the studio. And the point is, most people don't realize that it's an EDU scam or a BizOp scam, and it's just a recurring subscription to get access to his university. So, you could call it a scam, but it's like me charging people to go to my YouTube accounts. It's the same stupid, back end where it's a digital library of his fucking conversations, and it's like, oh, that's the university, huh? Wow.
Actually, you know what I would do if I was this guy? I would message one of these people you're talking about. And I'd message it like, if he's on Clubhouse, like fucking send him a message and be like, hey, these two people are betting $500 each, $1,000.
Rich. What he should do is he should just say, hey, Brad, I'll pay you $250 if you get on Clubhouse.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if he went to the bed, if Angel said she'll match it, it's $500, and you get $1,000, I'd be massive to these guys. I'd be like, listen, I can get $1,000 or $500. I'll sell it.
But keep in mind, here's a guy that's never fucking talked to Greg Cardone. So even if he sends a message to him on this app or on Twitter,
like when Greg was on stage and there was like, they were bringing people to ask like questions, and he was like, Mr. Cardone, can I ask you about this investment thing? And Greg was like, yeah, young man, let me tell you about this. And then he's like, now he's so fucking infatuated.
Don't forget this guy. I swear to God to you, I can see this guy right now being one of the ones who would be in our space where Grant Cardone is on stage. He lets this guy up. He comes up with his pen and his paper or his notebook in hand, and he, poses this question to Grant, and with every breath he has, he's like noting every word that comes off his mouth. Because there were people like that. Like, we watched it in real time. Like, I don't want to say feel sorry for the kids, but I
think he's a little off himself. But Prince, if it makes you feel any better, I get to speak to Donald Trump for like 30 seconds and say how simple and his rally when he was shaking there and see him. So I'm not like, come on in, Don.
Well, don't forget, Grant Cardone did have a sit down with President Trump and conducted like a 1 to 3 hour interview with him.
Yeah, I got to talk to him for like 30 seconds. He's like, do you like San Augustine? I was like, yeah, I love it, sir. He's like, thank you for everything you do. He's like, okay, cool.
I don't know if you know who Ty Lopez is, but I had a YouTube account. Yeah. I had a YouTube account where I was recording all of their advertisements. And Ty Lopez was putting out that he could get you 15% monthly yield if you were to join him in buying depressed brands that were completely undervalued and ready to be turned around in the internet age. It was like Shoe Barn and all this other bullshit. But basically, it's a Ponzi scheme, ladies and gentlemen. And so Isaac Hayes, Nelson Apega, you're paying for their lifestyle.
Yeah, that was definitely the Forbes Riley. There was this space, Pitch Queen is what they called her, and she was one of the main mods in a lot of spaces. She'd come in, and I swear to God, people knew nothing about this woman's background, but when she got an opportunity to speak, she spoke with this really high-pitched voice, and she would tell you that she could help you curry the way that you were going to say your sales pitch, and she has this platform that's off the application, and you can zoom in
and it's $2,500 for you to have access. But today, and today only, this space only, she's going to give you a link, and you're going to be able to, kind of click in on that, and you'll be joined in, and you'll have like a free consultation and everything. And during that consultation, you'll be given a discount. And
hold up, time out. Prince of the Citizens, I'm actually a popular individual, but y'all are funny, LOL. You're also, not going to collect every bet. You've got, $2,500.
And she has this Zoom platform where you'll be able to, get entry to, and it was a whole bunch of people on Zoom who also were in Costa Rica with her. They paid not only to get access to this everyday Zoom, but they also got an opportunity to pay for themselves to get all the way down to Costa Rica and share this house with her and her model bus builder, 27 years younger boyfriend, who is also her husband, and she lives with her daughter. And so she's going on, one day in this room, and she's talking to this girl, and this girl calls me. She's like, "Oh, we have somebody in the room right now who has this wonderful story." She was like, "Angel, if you can't come on stage," and she was like, "This girl has, shared her story with us here on this platform, and it's a really impactful story. It's really powerful." She was like, "I think that you'd like to hear this story." And she's like, "Do you mind sharing?" And I was like, "Actually, I'm not in the space to share it, but I can tell you a little bit about my experience in a couple sentences." So I said that the entire time I've ever spoken about my lived experience, I said the fewest words, like, "You've got yourself free access, consistent free access into our space, and currently in Costa Rica, and we're going to invite you down, and I can't believe this is happening real time. I've never done this for anybody who does that." So I joined into just the Zoom space or whatever, and she has me introduce myself and talk to these people about a little bit about myself, and it's probably about an hour, I'm in the Zoom, and she invites me to come back the next day, and she was like, "You are not going to believe, we have a special guest in." Everybody is going to be so thrilled to meet her, and she talked about her nonprofit. She's like, "Angel, you're going to be most excited because she's also from Pennsylvania. She's from Philadelphia." And she was like, "I cannot wait for you to meet her." So I was excited to actually, I can't lie, I was actually really excited to come back the next day. It was kind of more, that 1 hour I was with them, but I was like, I wonder who this is, it was a pretty cool experience for me. I get in the next day, in and around the same time, and there's this black woman that's there, and she's the host of the room, and we're all now waiting for the forms to get in this room, and apparently she had like some technical issues or whatever. She finally gets in, and she does her loud introduction, and has her do some weird funny exercises of breathing into this, and getting ready to get all their notes and stuff together, and then she like introduces this woman. You guys, I'm not going to say anything about this woman's story, but as she was telling this story, and as horrific as it was, she talked about the experience of child abuse that she experienced from the hands of her mother and members of her family and community. And she had already gone through so much before she was even at the age of 9. I mean, I'm talking about like gut-wrenching, heartbreaking, like makes you want to just bring down the flames yourself, if you could. Story. There were grown men crying, like in tears. Like these men were putting in the chat, like, "I can't do this. I can't." You're like, obviously everybody's on Zoom, so you're watching these people in real time have this reaction to this woman. And the guy was like, "I can't. I'm sorry." He's like, "I can't. I gotta log on." He's like, "I paid to be here." He's like, "But I can't." And then she's done with what she has to say, and
Forbes immediately gets back on her microphone and she
Hold on. So, Prince of the City said I can't tonight, but I can tomorrow. Are you having a room tomorrow? We will have a room tomorrow, but you only have 20 minutes left to collect your $500, which I knew that you would collect. But I'll tell you this, I'll give you $250 if you can get Grant Cardone to show up tomorrow. But he has to agree to stay and let me ask him a few questions. Just a few questions.
He has to show up before what time, Roger? He has 20 minutes to show up.
I mean, it's 20 minutes to get $500 from me. But if he gets Grant Cardone to show up to a room, let's say tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Pacific time, if you can get him to show for that, I'll pay this kid $250. I'll cash it.
It's not bad, Roger, if you can in the next 20 minutes. But if you don't, it's not the next 20 minutes. You just lost your match with this.
Yes, and here's the thing. But if you can get him tomorrow, he's got to get on stage and be willing to answer at least 3 questions.
That's very generous. That's very generous.
He says tomorrow guaranteed. Great. I can't wait. It'll be worth $250 to ask me 3 questions. Hopefully, the American Party will be streamed. Even better. Okay, it's on for an hour. And 3 questions. Hopefully, the American Party will be streaming. We'll make it a big event. I'm going to guess that this clown doesn't log in tomorrow.
No, go assess.
Let me ask you this. We've all spent countless hours fucking Million People, right? Have you guys ever seen this guy? Ever?
No. I can't say that I haven't seen him. He does kind of look a little bit concerned. I think I brought people up from the coast, so he does look familiar to me.
Is he somebody that you remember contributing in any way?
I do remember him being on our stage. I do. Brent, you can confirm that you did speak to us on the platform of Million Marathon, is that right? Because that's where I think I remember you from. Can you say yes or no to that? Like, you were actually pulled up many times. Okay. Yes.
Many times.
Not that I said it. Not that I said it earlier. I said he's probably one of these guys who talked to Grant many times. And literally have taken notes. I'm not going to ask you, to show us to PTR your notebook, but I'm pretty certain that you have one. So yeah. Like, yeah, he does look familiar to me, Roger.
They said, do you know anything about whereabouts of Hunter Shackelford?
Is that like Biden's friend or something?
Who's Hunter Shackelford? She's in my PTR.
It's the real topic thing now. It's a real goods of it, right?
All white people are racist PayPal people.
The PayPal music,
And she's wearing a Pepe onesie bodysuit.
Actually, somebody's with Pepe eyes and all, but she's wearing a dress.
I mean, it fits. That would be a funny looking dress. I like it.
I'll see you tomorrow. She's built perfectly.
that is a bodysuit. That is not a dress. That is a one piece stick on.
Yeah, she like squeezes that and it morphs around more.
Exactly. It is done its best to stuck. And that is a stick on.
Angel, this is some kind of saying or something.
No, the stick on.
No, he said I'll see you tomorrow. And he said, yeah.
Hopefully.
You don't think I'll make this first thing?
That makes sense. Do you think that that outfit that Hunter's wearing violates any of the 613 rules?
Not 613, the rabbis have some modesty standards for what to wear. There's I don't know if it's biblical about covering up erva, but it's definitely implied, no one curses his grandson because they revealed his nakedness. They're modesty standards. The general rules are you're not supposed to wear flashy clothing. This applies to men and women. Flashy clothing, form-fitting clothing, so clothing that just clearly accentuates your body, like this woman, that'd be a problem. And then with men, it's covering up their genitals. For women, it's covering up their genitals. And most of the woman is covered up. They're allowed their forearms and shins.
Let me ask you mentioned covering their hair, but does that include the vulva?
Yeah, erva, basically, it's nakedness or your shame, something like that. But it basically counts essentially. The term erva of your private body parts, it's kind of a legal status. So a woman's hair is considered erva. That's her private part. It's her decision whether to show you her hair.
I had no idea that Pepe was drawn on there. I thought it was actually.
I know he's drawn it.
I said the same thing when he said that shit was drawn up there. I fell out. And then the fact that I went to this picture of Max, and they did an excellent job. That's perfect.
Yeah, the positioning of the eyes and the angle stands in this.
I was like, yeah, you dressed up like a Halloween costume.
It's perfect for her talking that all white people are racist, and she's talking about racism. Yeah.
Yeah, this is, so you guys don't know, I do this little thing when I click on, normally I kind of like to troll wigs and weaves and things like that, but, I've kind of, I've moved on a little bit from there, but now I have this thing where who has the best PTR of the week, just from my cell phone, look at the, the crowd, and I'm that may be a good one for the week or whatever. Some of them are mostly lame, but you win, Roger. You definitely win the best PTR of the week. Yeah, that is actually really hard. That's
You guys ever see the fat positive video troll that they put together? They have women who are plus size model, extra plus size models, those kind of shit. They're each individual one, and they're like, died on such and such date. And it's like, bam, 10. And it's just what they're showing each one of like all these famous TikTokers and shit like that. They're like, we're big and we're healthy, and this just died 6 weeks later.
Hey, Rich.
Yeah, what's up?
How many drinks did it take for you to fucking?
Oh, there's not enough alcohol. Yeah, I went with 16. 16. It has to get taller. It'll be like 160. Yeah, I don't like babies.
Okay, take this thing.
Anyway, keep it smashed. Game.
What happened today? It made this person a topic, whatever, the title of the room, didn't it?
We were reminiscing about Clubhouse legends, and there's not many bigger legends than she. She is one of a kind.
I wouldn't spend any time reminiscing about Clubhouse legends. She's one of the things going on in the world. Baseball was the legend yesterday. Real hard to say. Right, Tim?
Her anti-pretty saga was, yeah, that's purple.
PTR.
For her, it was purple, but I remember it.
Dude, I got a buddy. He's like fucking 5'6", black dude. Yeah, like kind of yummy black guy. And he loves like that dude. I thought he was joking. You know, he was sucked by a girl like that. He thought it was fucking super hot. While they were shit, really, oh, come on. It's like, this is really what I like. There's dudes that really do that shit.
I don't understand how people can be into near-death experiences like that.
Yeah, she'll be dead next year or two. See what was in the video. That marks on its last leg.
Yeah, her anti-pretty saga that took place was, I think, kind of an entry to her meltdown that she had on the
PTR.
It's just covered.
She'll be finished in October for Kitover.
Dude, I was about to say 100 Fraser.
I remember it was women like Hunter who gave a leak of their confidence in this application. I remember being there. It's what you said, but it's probably for a good reason. I don't know.
No. PTR. It's Northern Advancement Spot. I like that shirt though, the shit wearing.
definitely for all that or something, but not just bad.
Actually, this is the first time I hear this terrible picture.
Wait, are you guys adding AIs to these photos? Is that really her look?
So, I don't know if you can see what I just found. Yeah. Just got that. Google images.
I don't know if I'm more struck by the twin size bed or what is that on the bed behind her. If you look at Roger's picture and look directly behind her, what is that?
Like she can't wash herself properly. It's like a rusty sleeping freckles.
Okay, here's the last one. Look at this one.
I sign. All the people down in the audience sleeping. I can just count on one hand when it comes to normal sleep.
Why don't you come up? You're awake.
There's no possible way people could be sleeping in this room.
Oh, and then everybody on stage will be there's like 20 people in the audience.
Not with the PT, not with this PT era top left, half the room is turning it with the
I'm late and I'm on the beach. It's not midnight for me or morning. Night, guys.
What beach? You don't have to be specific.
I'm actually in Europe at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch out for the needles and condoms.
On the beach.
New York?
No, not New York. Europe.
Oh, Europe. I thought you said New York.
No, in Europe. I'm in France.
Yeah, New York's bad.
No, I've never been to the beach in New York, even though I live in New York. I'm in south of France.
No.
So, and weather's great today. So it's nice. I don't know why you guys are still in the city.
You should hop on a little boat to come see the UK for a day.
I'm actually coming to the UK for 2 days in August and then back again to the south of France.
I actually came in here earlier so I could fall asleep. But I couldn't help it.
I don't see any of the chat on YouTube. Like, where am I supposed to look to see the chat on YouTube?
On his page, the reason that I came up is I didn't see it either. If it was streaming, it would not come up. Just saying.
I did click the link, I can't see.
there. I'm going back down, guys, or keep me quiet.
Why do you so bad? Yeah, I'm here. I was looking at YouTube. I still can't see the comments. I know what you're talking about. It's just like everything went dead silent. I was like, you're not hearing more than everything's good. So where are you seeing the comments? Not like I just look at you.
He definitely does. John Kitover. Yes, we loved it. All right, Dad. He's running. He's not. There's no way he's relevant.
Why not? Why couldn't he win?
Because he's insane. I mean, have you gone to his YouTube page and watched all the stuff that he's been posting, even of himself doing weird things while he's watching 24 phones that are being streamed all over the internet? I mean, he's insane. I mean, he's even more insane than Trump. I don't like Trump. Yeah, it's really good. You look. He might be doing some good things, but he's putting other people's lives at risk because that's not right. He's going into rooms where there are people who don't want to know who they are in terms of the countries they come from. And now I'm talking about rooms where, for example, let's say the story of Iran or in a room they're discussing you can do that, but there's a big difference when you go into a room and you're streaming
IRGC, that puts the lives of people who are on stage at risk or against the IRGC. They can, but on the same note, they may not because there's so many rooms. But they can go back to this YouTube page all the time and see it. Anyway, I don't want to discuss this. I don't want to get behind, so I'm not discussing it.
At IRCC, probably each of those guys made 20 minutes or 20 minutes.
Just call me a minister. Seriously.
It's the person that has got nothing.
I just don't understand why they don't it's true. But it like it's right. Nobody can get it. Somebody stuff is being there. It's like this meeting. I can get that. But IRGC can just make the fun right now. But the same thing right now should be a bit. I mean, that's probably a thought it was IRGC.
Okay, so if you were at the IRGC, you would go up to the house.
Well, no, I wouldn't, but I'm just saying, in her scenario where she's saying that IRGC is going to be going up, which I think they're going to crazy thing.
Actually, there's one person that I know personally who comes into these rooms, who everyone knows, who was actually threatening to his family and her boyfriend because of it.
IRGC.
No, I don't think he is. I think he's just the same bunch. When there's stuff on the internet, it's easier for people to find out information, especially when they have your photos touched. That's my photos changed. Now it's a photo of a dog on fire. And as Bojo knows, I don't normally come out of the internet. I don't come out anyway.
Why did you back up? This is your thing. You want to badger with it.
No, I just look back at me with a thing that is to see the all the like IRGC.
So there's only one way of thinking about this, and it's your way. You don't have to surrender your position. You just don't have to be bad. I just think it's weird. I mean, look, maybe it's because that she's cool. She's polite. She engages in good faith. I know sometimes there's more engaged involved because there's experiences like this. I like her. So,
Thank you, Roger. Roger.